Chapter 1 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service by Laurence CLARKE. Chapter 1 "Are you sure your name is Manton?" Captain Gilbert looked keenly across the table. The light in the little room was not good, and the expression on the captain's face was one of intense interest and bewilderment. "Quite sure, sir. John Manton," answered the man standing at the further side of the table. Manton was one of a number of recruits who had that day presented themselves at the Ryde recruiting office, a tall, well-poised man of 26, dark-haired, blue-eyed, firm-lipped and vigorous-looking, despite the fact that his countenance was somewhat pale. He wore a well-brushed blue serge suit, noticeably the worse for wear. His bowler hat, too, had seen long service. Captain Gilbert, still looking at him, drew forth a sheet of paper and took up his pen. "John Manton," he wrote. Then his eyes lifted, and he looked once more and with a peculiar expression into the tall young recruit's face. For a moment he paused. "Manton," he said, "I should like to see you privately after the office closes." The young man steadily returned his gaze. "Very good, sir," he said with an air of docility. "At what time shall I come?" "At 8 o'clock," returned Gilbert. "Wait for me outside." His eyes followed the other as he turned and left the building, but the moment the door had closed, Captain Gilbert plunged once again into his work. "Next!" he called to the line of men seated on the far side of the room, and the man at the end of the line rose and advanced towards the table. Manton, in the meantime, paced the streets until 8 o'clock, then turned his steps towards the recruiting office. "I wonder what he wants?" thought the young man. Possibly Gilbert guessed he had been in the army before, and wished to question him upon that point. "Whatever he wants," thought Manton, somewhat wearily, "does not much matter. If he refuses to take me, and manages to find out everything, I can enlist somewhere else." As the clock struck 8, Captain Gilbert, with an air of haste, closed his desk, left the office, and came striding along the street. "Ah!" exclaimed the captain, catching sight of Manton. "We'll come up here to the left. It's quieter." He led the way as he spoke towards a deserted side street. It was already almost dark, and the dimmed street lamps had been lit. They had proceeded some distance together in silence when Gilbert halted suddenly and laid his hand on Manton's shoulder. "Treves," he said, "so you had the grit to do it after all." Manton turned and stared in wonderment. "Do what, sir?" But he suddenly felt his fingers seized in a cordial grip. "Gad!" went on Gilbert, "that'll make a man of you, huh?" "I'm afraid I don't understand a word of what you are saying, sir." "You don't understand a word? Why, of course you don't. I like you for it, and I'll be frank. I thought I never could like you. Somehow," he went on, looking into Manton's face, "you are the same, and yet different. But I'd know you anywhere, despite this shabby old suit and your battered bowler. You knew me, too, when you came into the office." Manton, still bewildered beyond measure, shook his head slowly. "I have never seen you in my life before, sir." "No, of course not," laughed Gilbert, who was jovial and good-natured. He slipped his arm through Manton's. "Come along now, and we'll talk about it." Something in the situation of the moment seemed to exhilarate him. "So you've decided to make good after all. Well, all I can say is, I'm delighted. For your own sake, for the old Colonel's sake, for everybody's sake." Again he paused and looked into his companion's face. "I'll admit, Treves, I didn't think you had it in you. I thought—" Manton freed his arm from the other's grasp. "I am sorry, sir," he said, "but you are evidently making a grievous mistake. My name is Manton." "I don't care what your name is," retorted Gilbert, irritated a little by what he believed to be the other's unnecessary reserve. "You can get rid of your name and call yourself Manton, or Jones, or Smith, or Robinson, or anything you like for all I care. But I know you to be Bernard Treves, and—" But this time a note of firmness appeared in Manton's voice. "My name is not Treves, sir." Gilbert shrugged his shoulders. "You needn't keep up that note with me," he said. "I'm delighted to find you have the grit to try to make some sort of reparation." Manton moistened his lips. "I still don't understand you," he said slowly. "But all I can do is to assure you I am not Treves. If you know some one who resembles me and whose name is Treves, perhaps you would look at me again. To my knowledge, sir, I have never met you in my life before." As he spoke he took off his hat and turned his face fully towards the Captain. For a moment there was silence. "In this half darkness," said Gilbert, "you look absolutely like Bernard Treves to me. You looked like him in the office. I could see that you had been in the army the minute you stood at my table." He paused, and for the first time a slight doubt crept over him. "The only thing that seems changed to me," he went on, "is your manner. Come now, Treves, you know me well enough to confide in me. That's why I asked you to speak to me out of the office. Anything you care to say will go no further. I will accept it as unofficial, and if you intend to make good, I'm prepared to be a good friend to you. But in the first place, admit that you are Treves. It will make matters much easier." For some moments Manton remained silent. Gilbert believed that at last he was about to admit his identity. "I will tell you my history for the past 3 months, sir," said the young man. "I shall respect your confidence," Gilbert answered. "I am sorry to disappoint you, sir, but my name is really Manton, and, as you guessed when I came into the office, I have been in the army before. I was at Scarthoe Head, Battery A. I was a sergeant, and being a public school man, was made bookkeeper to the acting adjutant." He fell into silence again, and went on after a pause. "Something went wrong in regard to the delivery of stores to the fort. There was £145 deficit in the accounts. I was held responsible, sir." There was an intensity and a genuineness in the ring of the stranger's voice that gripped Gilbert's attention. He listened with the closest attention, and as Manton narrated in detail his life during the past 6 months, Gilbert's conviction faded and gradually vanished. It was impossible that the man could have invented the story, a story so easy of verification. It was some time, however, before he let Manton perceive his change of view. Then he drew in a deep breath. "Gad!" he exclaimed. "Then you are not Treves after all?" "No, sir." "Go on with your story." Manton obediently resumed his discourse, bringing his history down to that afternoon and his visit to the recruiting office. "It's amazing!" exclaimed Gilbert. "I could have sworn. But after all," he went on, as if communing with himself, "there's something in your eyes that's different." "My one ambition in life," concluded Manton, "is to repay that £145. I wanted to do it for the honour of the battery. But when 3 months had passed and I found I couldn't manage it, I decided to enlist again." Gilbert, when his first surprise had departed, began to feel an unusual interest in the young man, and as the two strolled back towards the captain's hotel, he dropped his slight tone of authority, but was quite uncommunicative as to the mysterious and evidently delinquent Treves. "If you could come to the office in the morning," he said at parting, "I think we can get round any difficulties there may be in regard to your re-enlistment. Do you mind if I make inquiries about you, merely as a matter of form?" "Not in the least, sir." A few minutes later Captain Gilbert put through a trunk call to Scarthoe Fort. The commandant of Battery A, who was known to Gilbert by name, happened to be on duty. Gilbert explained that a man giving the name of John Manton, lately of his battery, had that day attempted to re-enlist at Ryde. "I'd like all the information you can give me about him," Gilbert asked. "One of the best," came back the prompt answer from Scarthoe Fort. "Manton was a favourite here, and quite unofficially, although matters got a bit muddled, and the case went against him, none of us believed him guilty. A first-rate gunner, and white clear through. I shall be glad to know that he's back in the army again." Gilbert rang off, and all that night the amazing resemblance between his friend Treves and Manton occupied his thoughts. As a result of this preoccupation, and sometime during the small hours, a startling idea came to him, first as a nebulous, vague possibility, then as an entirely practicable and simple solution of a difficulty. The thought was this: why should not the singular resemblance between Treves and Manton be turned to good account? Manton had said he wanted more than anything in the world to repay the money due to the battery. Treves, on his part, wanted— Gilbert broke off here, but his thoughts continued to pursue the new, startling idea that had come to him. "Gad!" he exclaimed as the morning broke, "I believe the plan would achieve miracles. If Treves got away under another name, he might rouse himself. He might become a man again." In the morning Manton came into the office looking bright, vigorous, and full of vitality. Gilbert rose and examined him. Yes, there was a difference, a slight, almost undetectable difference. Something in the eyes. Nothing more than that. "Are you convinced now, sir?" asked the young man, smiling and standing at attention. "I am quite convinced, Manton, and I have a proposition to make to you." He took his visitor into an inner room, and seated there he unfolded a little of the plan that had come to him during the watches of the night. "Manton," he said, "I must get authority before I can accept you as a recruit, but in the meantime," he went on, "I have been thinking of our talk of last night. I like you for trying to earn that £145, and they gave a good account of you at Scarthoe. I don't know who had the money, sir, but I'd do anything in the world to pay it back for the honour of the battery." Captain Gilbert paused, then took a letter from the pocket of his tunic. The envelope was addressed "Lieutenant Bernard Treves, 15 Sade Road, Lymington." Gilbert had written this letter earlier that morning. With a certain air of formality he handed it to John Manton, and instructed him to deliver it to Lieutenant Treves that evening after dark. "I have a plan in regard to you, Manton, that I think will work out to your entire satisfaction. I won't tell you what it is until you have seen my friend Treves. But when Treves has read this letter he may, or may not, think it worth his while to pay you the money you need. If he doesn't, please come back to me to-morrow, and we will go on with the matter of your re-enlistment." "In case Lieutenant Treves decides favourably, sir, what must I do to earn the money?" "You will learn that from him," answered the captain. "Go to-night as unobtrusively as you can," he said. He rose, held out his hand, and gripped Manton's fingers cordially in his. Chapter 2 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service, by Laurence Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That evening, when John Manton stepped off the boat at Lymington, a heavy summer rain was falling. In the town itself the streets appeared to be deserted, and it was some minutes before he encountered a workman hurrying home with upturned collar. He inquired the way to Sade Road, and 5 minutes later came upon a row of small workmen's cottages with little gardens in front. Counting the houses until he came to number 15, he entered the garden gate, and striking a match, discovered that he had halted at the right address. A woman came to the door in answer to his knock, and stood in the dark, looking out at him, opening the door only a few cautious inches. "What do you want?" Manton, with collar turned up and hat drawn over his brows, answered that he brought a letter for Lieutenant Treves. "You'd better go up to him, then," said the woman, drawing open the door. "It's the front room at the top of the stairs." There was a candle at the stair-head, and Manton passed her, ascended the single flight of steps, and halted at the door. The smallness of the house, the shabbiness of the woman who had admitted him, depressed his spirits. He liked Captain Gilbert, with his sleek and buoyant confidence. This plan of his suddenly struck Manton as the wildest piece of quixotism. He lifted his hand and knocked quietly upon the door. A voice from within instantly invited him to enter. A moment later he stood in a small lamplit bedroom. The room was littered with trunks, suitcases, boxes, and a general confusion of other articles. The close air reeked with the smell of Turkish cigarettes, and at a table near the window, with a lamp before him, sat a young man busily occupied scribbling figures on a sheet of paper. Bernard Treves, whose back was towards the door, wore mufti, and Manton, in the moment of entering, noticed that he was well dressed and that his hair was smooth and dark. "If that's my supper, Mrs. Dodge," said Treves, "put it on the bed." He spoke without looking round, took a drink of whisky from a glass at his side, then went on with his figures. Manton, standing near the door, coughed to attract his attention. "Hello!" exclaimed Treves, and turned swiftly. In an instant, at sight of Manton, his expression changed. He sprang to his feet in what appeared to be a state of terror, and stood staring at his visitor without uttering a word. With brows drawn together, he passed a hand over his eyes. Then he turned, and lifting his lamp from the table, held it aloft. "Who are you?" he demanded savagely, "and what the devil do you want?" John Manton took the letter from his pocket. "I have come with a letter from your friend Captain Gilbert," he answered quietly. With his eyes still fixed on Manton, Treves lowered the lamp and replaced it on the table. "A letter?" he repeated. "From Gilbert? Give it to me." He held out his hand. "God!" he exclaimed, as he snatched the envelope. "Coming in like that, you gave me a devil of a start. I thought that I was looking into my own face. Come nearer, come into the light." Manton advanced farther into the room. "I suppose these figures I've been poring over," went on Treves, "have made my eyes a bit wrong, but I've never seen anything like it." His nerve was gradually returning, and his astonishment was turning to amusement at the intensity of the resemblance between them. "Look into the mirror there," he said. "Don't you think the likeness is amazing?" Manton looked into the mirror, and then again at the young man, who had replaced the lamp on the table, and was tearing open Gilbert's envelope. As he scrutinised Treves's face and figure, he too was astonished. He began to understand now something of Captain Gilbert's strange behaviour of the day before. But Manton had never been occupied overmuch with his own appearance. He took himself for granted, and after the first momentary flash of curiosity, he thought no more of the resemblance. Besides, there was, after all, a difference. Treves wore a black moustache, his complexion was flushed, whereas Manton, as a result of gas poisoning at the front, was still pale. Treves's eyes, moreover, were evasive and furtive in expression. Nevertheless, it would have been difficult to tell the two men apart. "Sit down, Sergeant," Treves said. "Help yourself to a drink." He waved towards the whisky bottle and a siphon on the table. Upon Manton refusing the drink, Treves pushed towards him a box of cigarettes, then read Captain Gilbert's missive through a second and a third time, and seemed to be considering it deeply, with brows drawn together. "Do you know what is in the letter?" he questioned at last. "No." "Captain Gilbert told you nothing?" "Nothing whatever, beyond saying that you might be willing to make some sort of offer." "Well, he makes an extraordinary suggestion," went on Treves, leaning back in his chair. "It's all brought about by your resemblance to me." His eyes sought the letter again. "He tells me you are a public school boy and all that, and gives me here an outline of your little trouble at Scarthoe Head. Well, for certain reasons known to himself and to me,
He thinks you may be able to make yourself useful to me. That is," he added, "if you are willing to undertake a somewhat delicate piece of work." Manton looked inquiringly at Treves. He was not sure of the young man. "Perhaps you will let me know the nature of the work." "The fact of the matter is, Manton," Treves resumed, dropping his voice confidentially, "I am in want of help. Owing to certain peculiar circumstances, I want somebody to make use of my name and my personality for a short time." He took up his whisky, and Manton observed an almost imperceptible tremor of his fingers as they closed about the glass. "Now, your extraordinary likeness to me, and the fact that you are in need of cash—well, do you see the point?" "I'm afraid not," replied Manton quietly. Treves made a gesture of impatience. "It's pretty plain, I should think. You need cash. I need some one to step into my shoes—somebody who must take the name of Bernard Treves. Now do you understand?" "Your suggestion is that I should pass myself off as you?" "That's it exactly." His visitor stared at him in amazement. "But I don't see," said he, "any advantage in that for either of us." "Perhaps not. How much money are you in need of?" Treves inquired pointedly. "Nearly £150." Treves whistled. "Lot of money," he said. John Manton agreed with him, and for a space there was silence. John's hopes that had risen fell to zero. Then Treves poured himself another glass of whisky and drank it down. He wiped his lips with a silk handkerchief from his breast pocket. "All right," he said at length. "Carry out my wishes, and you shall have it." "Then you are serious?" "I was never more serious in my life. You are to take everything that is mine, and in return you shall have the money you need." A vague doubt stirred in Manton's mind. Then he thought of Gilbert. The Captain was most obviously a man of honour. "If I accept, can I still enlist?" "Enlist by all means." "It seems to me to be an easy way of earning the money, but what about your rank in the army?" Treves flashed a suspicious glance at him. There was a questioning expression in his eyes. "If you accept my offer we can go into details later, and as regards my rank, I happened to be leaving the army." "In that case," said Manton, "I am much obliged to you. The money will be a great boon to me." "You accept?" "Like a bird," smiled Manton. "But there is one thing I would like to ask." "Well?" "The terms are generous enough," he said, "but what is to happen to my name? Is that to disappear too?" Bernard Treves lit a cigarette and looked at him with the expression of one from whose mind has been lifted a heavy burden. He made an expressive gesture with his hand. "For the time being," he answered, "the name of Sergeant Manton will vanish into thin air." Chapter III of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service by Laurence CLARKE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6 days later Manton found himself once more in Lymington, alone in Treves' lodgings, in the crowded room littered with that young man's desirable possessions. Those possessions were, for the time being, his own. Even Treves' name was his, for, carrying out his bargain, Treves had vanished from the scene. Again Manton fell to wondering why the other had been so anxious to dispossess himself of name and identity. There was nothing criminal in the matter, he was assured of that, otherwise Captain Gilbert would not have had a hand in it. The idea that the lieutenant had suffered from shell shock, and desired to hide himself from all who knew him for a time until he had recovered, came to Manton, and struck him as feasible. He had himself known quite a number of peculiar manifestations of this particularly mysterious disease. In any case, whatever Treves' reasons, it mattered little to Manton at that moment. "I have simply got to make myself act as Treves, and to do the best I can in Treves' shoes for the time being."
A few days earlier the young man had written him a letter in which he had said, "Use everything of mine as if it were your own. It is only fair, if you get the kicks meant for me, you should get the ha'pence as well. I have few relations, and none of them are likely to bother you. When we shall meet again I do not know, but in the meantime au revoir. I wonder what you will feel like this time next year." Manton, in the quiet of the room, took some considerable time trying to realise his new circumstances, and gradually the sense of strangeness and mystery that enveloped him began to fade away. In all his life Manton had been used to the buffets and hard knocks of fate. He began to wonder what his immediate future in Treves's shoes held for him. Both parents having died in India, he had been educated from a small fund in the hands of a guardian, first in Germany and later at Rugby. After that he spent 2 years at Bonn. His resources were at an end, and the guardian, feeling that he had done his duty, left him to fend for himself. A period of hard going had followed until the war broke out, whereupon he precipitately enlisted in the first 100,000. If he had waited a little longer, a commission would have been thrust upon him, as it was upon all public school men in any way eligible. Treves's past, Manton surmised, had not been of that nature, for despite the poorness of the young man's lodgings, all his belongings were of the costliest order. And all these belongings were now his, Manton's, to do with as he liked. The idea came to him to write to Captain Gilbert, thanking him for the amicable intervention that had wrought this change in his circumstances. He sat down, drew forth a sheet of Treves's note paper, and had taken up a pen, when a knock came at the door, and the landlady appeared. "You'd like some tea, sir, wouldn't you?" "Yes, thank you," answered the young man. "I've dusted the room every day, sir, since you've been away," said the landlady. "It's exactly as I left it," responded he truthfully. She was looking at him across the width of the little room, but there was no doubt or curiosity in her gaze. She had accepted him instantly on his arrival that day as Bernard Treves, and even now, looking at him full and closely, no doubt of deception entered her mind. "I wonder what she'd think," he pondered inwardly, "if Treves were to come in behind her now." But no such dramatic event occurred. The landlady brought up his tea, and later furnished him with a bottle of whisky, a siphon of soda, and a glass. Next morning, when she cleared these things away, she was surprised to find that no more than 1 peg of whisky had been taken. "Wasn't you feeling well, sir, last night?" she asked. "Quite," answered Manton, who was busy with an excellent breakfast. She went away wondering. Until that day she had never known Mr. Treves to drink less than a half bottle of whisky in the course of an evening. During the morning John went for a stroll in the town, and on his return the landlady handed him a letter which had arrived by the post in his absence. Manton took it up to his room and noticed that the handwriting was sprawling and shaky. Twice he read the superscription, "Bernard Treves, Esquire, 15 Sade Road, Lymington." He hesitated several minutes before breaking open the envelope. He felt as though he were stepping beyond the pale of decency in opening the letter addressed to another man. Then he recalled Treves's admonition, "Everything that is mine is yours." He tore open the envelope. Within was a single sheet of paper headed "Heatherfield Grange, Freshwater." Manton quickly scanned the contents. "Dear Bernard, they tell me you are in hiding, as well you may be, but if you have a spark of decency left in you, you will come here to me at the first opportunity. There are things I have to say to you. You have dishonoured and disgraced the family name, but I have still a faint hope that you will retrieve yourself at the last moment. Your affectionate father, R.T. For many minutes John Manton sat staring at this letter, staring from the stiff, sprawling writing out into the little street and back again. All that day he pondered upon the missive he had received from Treves's father.
He wondered what it was Treves had done, and why he should have been skulking in hiding at that address. A sense of uneasiness swept over him, and was succeeded by a violent curiosity. For the first time he felt vividly interested in Treves and Treves's history, and at the same time doubtful and uneasy. Unpleasant and difficult situations presented themselves to his mind. Next morning, as a result of a decision he had taken, he was on his way to Freshwater by midday. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon he walked through the town and out to Heatherfield Grange, which he discovered to be a large, many-chimneyed, many-windowed Elizabethan mansion, standing in a spacious, heavily wooded park. The mansion itself was approached by a long carriage drive, too much overshadowed by trees, and when Manton reached the lodge gates, a bent old man, who was sweeping leaves from the path, hurried forward and drew open the gate for him to enter. The man drew himself up and saluted. "Good day, Master Bernard." Manton nodded and smiled. As he walked along the drive towards the grand old house, his pulse beat quickened. After all, had he a right to act the part? Was it honourable and fair that he should thus step into another man's shoes? The under gardener had taken him for Bernard Treves. The whole world evidently was prepared to believe in the deception. But there was Treves's father to face. Naturally, Treves's father would detect an impostor in a moment. But was he an impostor? Was it not probable that the elder Treves also was aware of what had occurred? The broad front door of the mansion was opened to him. A white-haired butler with pouches under his eyes and a general air of world weariness looked at him from the threshold and slowly lifted his eyes in surprise. "Good afternoon, sir," said the butler. He took Manton's hat and stick and deferentially stood aside. "Your father will indeed be pleased and surprised to see you, sir," he said as he closed the door. His manner was studiously civil, and yet somehow Manton felt a lack of cordiality towards himself in the butler's tone. "Possibly he's a privileged servant," he thought, "and does not like Mr. Bernard." "Where is the Colonel?" he asked after a moment's hesitation. "In the library, sir, as usual. Will you go up at once?" "Yes." He wondered consumedly where the Colonel's room might be, and experienced a pleasant thrill of impending event. He attempted a little harmless finesse to discover the way. "Perhaps you will go first and tell him I am here." "Very good, sir." The butler looked at him meditatively for a moment, then went to a side table and took up a silver salver containing 3 letters and a telegram. Manton seized the moment to survey the heavy splendour of the dark antique furniture, the wide spaces of the hall, and the richness of the rugs scattered over the polished floor. High above the mantel shelf hung a portrait in oils of a personage in 18th century costume. Descending to the middle of the hall was a wide oak balustraded staircase, carpeted in scarlet. A single flight ascended to the first floor, then branched to right and left. "Your letter, sir." The butler was standing at Manton's elbow, with the silver salver extended. John took up the 3 letters and the telegram. A renewed and intensified disinclination to pry into Bernard Treves's affairs seized him. He was about to put letters and telegram into his pocket when the butler spoke in his firm, polite voice. There was a note of reproach in his tone, however. "The telegram came 2 days ago, sir." "Oh!" exclaimed Manton, and under the bleak eye of the butler he disinterred it from his pocket, tore open the envelope, and read the contents. The telegram had been dispatched from Camden Town, and ran: "Wire when you can come. Of course I will forgive you. Elaine." He was conscious as he read the words that the butler's eyes were fixed steadily upon him. Then the old servant turned and preceded him towards the broad staircase. They ascended to the first landing, and here the butler wheeled to the right and halted before a double green baize door. The elderly man knocked, paused for a moment, then pushed open the door and stepped into a room lined with books, a spacious, luxuriously furnished apartment with two mullioned windows overlooking the park. John, following him, saw him cross to a deep, high-backed arm-chair near the hearth. "Mr. Bernard's here, sir," he announced, standing before the chair. There was a movement in the chair, then a tall, soldierly, grey-haired man revealed himself, leaning on a stick, and looked across at Manton. He looked at him with a cold, inimical gaze, and, until the butler had closed the door and departed, did not utter a word. Then he spoke. "So you've come, you dog, have you?" The almost savage intensity of dislike and contempt in his tone struck the young man like a blow in the face. "I got your letter," he began. "Oh yes, I found out where you were. Well," he went on harshly, "there is no need for us to waste compliments on each other. We will settle the business that is to be settled at once." He moved shakily towards a desk in the middle of the room, using his stick as a support. Manton, seeing his frailty, hurried forward to assist him, but the old man drew himself erect, raised his stick, and flashed a look at him of utter repulsion. "Do not dare to lay a hand on me," he said violently. When he reached his desk, he seated himself in a big swivel chair, drew out a drawer, and flung certain documents on the table. From under his eyebrows he glowered at Manton. "Sit down," he commanded. John moved to the table side and occupied a chair near his elbow. Among a pile of documents Colonel Treves searched for a certain typewritten sheet. He found it at length, a long yellow piece of official paper. "Listen to this," he commanded. From the table beside him he took up a square reading glass and deciphered the typewritten paper with faded grey eyes. "This," he vouchsafed, raising his eyes, "is from my old good friend, General Whiston." He paused a moment, and John seized the opportunity to intervene. "May I say a word, sir?" "No!" thundered Treves. Then he read aloud in a voice vibrant with emotion. "My dear Treves, your boy had every chance. It was the merest fluke in the world that he escaped as easily as he did. He is not of the right stuff, and my condolences are with you. I wish I could suggest something, but I cannot. I know, old friend, what a tragedy this must be to you." The Colonel stopped abruptly, flung down his reading glass, and looked into Manton's face. "Well?" he demanded. "What do you think of that?" Manton said nothing. "Can you read between the lines?" questioned the elder man. "It suggests," said John, after a moment's hesitation, "that the punishment meted out to me was a light one." "I see you are as evasive as ever," retorted Colonel Treves. He turned and smote the open letter twice with the back of his hand. "In this letter, General Whiston," he measured his words slowly, "tells me by implication that you are guilty of cowardice in the face of the enemy. You, a Treves!" Then, in a moment, the anger that had vivified him seemed to fade. He appeared to Manton to become suddenly old, bowed, and pitiful. The expression on his face was one of anguish. The dishonour that had befallen his name was no less than torture to him. But once again he recovered himself and gripped the arms of his chair with both white-knuckled hands. "You know the just punishment for cowardice in the face of the enemy?" He was leaning towards Manton now. His mouth twitched, but there was a blaze in the old grey eyes. "I know it, sir," said John quietly. The Colonel drew in his breath slowly and sat erect. "Ah, you know! And having escaped that punishment, and knowing yourself to be guilty, you skulk in hiding. You fail to seize the one chance that is open to you to redeem the past." "What is the chance?" inquired Manton, forgetting himself for a moment. The Colonel stared at him in astonishment. The chance of re-enlistment, of course. Instead of doing that," he went on, "you write me a whining letter, saying you can't stand the trenches, you can't face it, your nerves——" "Bah! Nerves! My God, and you a Treves!" He hurled these words forth with a contempt and loathing that was like a blow in the face. But Manton noticed that he was breathing heavily. The emotional intensity of his feelings was wearing on him, and the young man felt a sudden tenderness towards this old, stricken, bitterly disappointed father. "Is it too late now, sir?" he asked quietly. "What?" "Is it too late for me to make good?" "Talk!" exclaimed the Colonel in bitter derision. "Always talk with you! You don't mean that any more than you meant any of the lying promises you made to me in the past. You have always been a liar, a spendthrift and a fool. And now, added to all these things, to your gambling and your profligacy, you've finished as a——" He paused, and Manton ventured, "In regards to a way out, sir?" The Colonel looked at him with renewed ferocity. Then his expression slowly changed. For some seconds he was silent, and without a glance at Manton he began to fumble at a drawer. He drew it open at length and groped in its interior. His hand shook visibly, but there was something in his attitude, some strange intensity of purpose, that riveted Manton's attention. Presently the Colonel discovered the object he sought, and revealed from the depths of the drawer an automatic pistol. "If you have a shred of honour left you will know what to do," he said grimly. He reached out and laid the weapon on the corner of the desk at the young man's side. Chapter 4 of Bernard Treves's Boots, a novel of the Secret Service by Laurence CLARKE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Then Colonel Treves rose slowly to his feet, took up his stick, and moved towards the door of the room. With his hand on the doorknob, he pointed his stick at the weapon on the table. Manton had remained motionless, utterly at a loss. Now the old soldier's meaning gradually revealed itself. "You want me to take this and," broke in Colonel Treves, "use it to recover such shreds of honour as are left to you." He drew open the door. "Thanks," said Manton, taking the pistol from the desk. He slipped the weapon into his hip pocket. The Colonel halted, looking back at him in surprise. "What are you going to do?" "I am going to use it," answered John, "if occasion arises." He saw the Colonel hesitate. Some deep emotion seemed to stir within him. Then, with an effort, he turned swiftly and was about to hurry from the room. Manton strode towards him. "There was another way out?" he questioned rapidly. "There was, and you failed to take it. You whined that you couldn't face the army again. You, a Treves! In the past, before my time and yours," went on the Colonel, suddenly violent again, "there have been Treves who have been fools and spendthrifts. There may have been Treves who kept their honour none too clean. But never in our long line has there been a coward until you came, until you grew up to be a curse to my existence and made my life a shame to me." His lips trembled. The old, proud head was held aloft, but a world of desolation dwelt in the faded eyes. On a sudden impulse, John gripped him by the hand. He could feel the old man resisting him, seeking to free himself. "I want to make you a promise, sir," he said. "I am going to ride the first thing in the morning. I have a friend there who will help me to get back into the army." The Colonel narrowed his eyes and tried to read the expression on his face. "There is a new ring in your voice, Bernard," he said after a moment's pause, "but I cannot trust you." He turned and walked away. John saw him go, using his stick for support, and felt a renewed pity for the old broken father. He spent that night at an inn in Freshwater, and took the first train next morning for Ryde. Here at the recruiting office he presented himself before Captain Gilbert. This plump and comfortable officer was busy at his work,
when John stepped into the office. His shadow fell upon Captain Gilbert's desk, and the elder man looked up quickly. "Great Scott!" he exclaimed. He stared wide-eyed at Manton for a moment, and John broke into a smile. "I see you mistook me for Treves." "I did," said Gilbert, leaning forward and looking into his face. "The resemblance is really closer than I thought at first." "Well," he said, "you've done your part of the bargain splendidly. You earned the money you needed, and you've lifted a great load off the minds of several deserving persons, including myself." "I should like to know how I've done that," said Manton. "It seems to me the only service I have rendered has been to myself." "You forget the battery at Scarthoe Head. You made up the deficiency, and the Colonel's delighted with you, Manton." "Thanks to you and young Treves, I was able to put matters straight there." "You have probably saved young Treves from going utterly to the devil," said Gilbert. "I'll tell you about that later. I'm busy till 1 o'clock, but come to my hotel then, and we'll have lunch together." "But I am here on business myself," protested Manton. He was feeling cheerful and particularly satisfied with the course of events so far. "What is your particular business?" inquired Gilbert. "I want to get back into the army." Gilbert looked at him for a moment. "Of course, of course," he said hastily. "I'd forgotten that. We will discuss the subject at lunch time." Until lunch time Manton was free to stroll upon the pier and consider his situation. He felt a deep curiosity to know what had happened to the man whose clothes he was wearing, to Treves, whose money he was jingling in his pocket, whose excellent cigarettes he had smoked. At 1:45 he threw his cigarette end over the rail into the water, and turning, made his way to the hotel where Gilbert was staying. He found the captain already there, busy mixing a salad at a table in the corner of a small dining room. There were half a dozen tables in the room, none of which were as yet occupied. "Sit down, Manton," invited Captain Gilbert as John entered. "I always mix my own salads. What will you have? There's the menu." John chose a dish and accepted his host's invitation to divide with him a bottle of Chablis. During the meal Captain Gilbert talked on general matters, but at length the conversation appeared to drift round to the subject of Treves. "Old Treves took you for granted, eh?" asked the captain. "His eyesight isn't good," answered John, "but he suspected nothing." "And Gates, the butler?" "He called me 'Mr. Bernard' the moment he saw me. Also he gave me Treves's letters and a telegram. I didn't read the letters, but the telegram——" Manton put his hand in his inner pocket. "Perhaps I'd better hand them all over to you now." "Not so fast," Gilbert said, pushing the letters and the telegram back across the table towards Manton. "As a matter of fact, I can't hand them to Treves just now, as I have persuaded him to go to a nursing home for a time. A very good friend of his father's, General Whiston, recommended that something of the sort should be done with him months ago." "Treves did not give me the impression of being actually ill," Manton observed. "He wasn't, but his nerves were all to rags. He was in such a state of acute neurasthenia that I expected him to lay hands on himself any minute. Anyway, where he is he will be safe for a while. He will be out of his father's way, and the discipline of this particular nursing home may pull him together." John lit a cigarette and smoked thoughtfully. There was evidently something on Gilbert's mind, something of which he wished to unburden himself. John waited, and at last the elder man broke the silence again. "Manton," he said earnestly, "I want you to do me a particular favour." John inquired the nature of the favour. "I want you," went on the captain, "to sustain Treves's personality for a little longer. He is in good hands in the nursing home, and for the time being has vanished from the public gaze." Gilbert paused, and again appeared to hesitate. What he had to say was very difficult to frame in words. He wished to hint at something that was the merest suspicion in his own mind. 2 or 3 times he was on the verge of putting his thoughts into words, and each time the effort appeared too much for his gift of expression. Finally he leaned back in his chair.
Manton," he said, "I cannot tell you all I think and suspect, but I will give you such confidences as I can." He paused for a moment, then went on. "Since Treves came back from France he appears to have got into the hands of undesirable company. One of his rooted ideas, possibly the result of his drug habit, is that some one is watching him, and that, for some reason or other, his life is in danger." John listened quietly, then, when the other had finished, he observed seriously: "So far as I can see it, you want me to continue my impersonation of Treves until he is cured and comes out of the nursing home." "That is it, exactly," said Gilbert. "You are putting a great deal of trust in me," answered John. At that Gilbert stretched out his hand and gripped John's fingers heartily. "Manton," he said, "you and I are in this together for the good of the cause. Not only for Treves and the old Colonel, but perhaps for bigger issues." "I don't get your meaning," said John. "Don't ask it. Trust me as I trust you. And now to get back to the matter in hand," he said, resuming his ordinary tone, "perhaps it would be worth your while to open those two letters." As John obediently tore open the envelopes and read the contents of the letters, Gilbert called the waiter and paid for the two lunches. One of the letters was a typewritten screed from a quack doctor in which he claimed to cure any victim of the drug habit within the space of 3 months. John experienced a real feeling of pity for Treves as he read the quack's fraudulent promises. The second letter contained 2 lines only, on a single sheet of paper, with the printed heading, "208 St. George's Square, S.W." The letter ran: "Dear Treves, I must see you at once. You understand. It is essential that you should come to me without delay. To morrow night at 9 o'clock I shall expect you. Yours, G. Manners." Manton handed both letters to Gilbert, who studied them carefully. "I haven't a notion who G. Manners is," mused the Captain, when he had read the letter through a second time, "but he may be one of the friends Treves ought to get rid of, and for that reason I should advise you to call on him to morrow." Manton was thoughtful for a moment. "What if he discusses matters I know nothing about? Treves's past life is a blank to me." "Come," said Gilbert, touching him lightly on the arm, "you are playing a part. You are not such a fool as not to play it well. I admit there are certain little precautions you may find it wise to take. In the first place, you must have a go at copying Treves's degenerate handwriting. You might also keep in mind that Treves is overstrung, lacking in will power, and so much a victim of the cocaine habit that he would do anything, short of murder, to get the drug when the craving is upon him. As to Treves's past life, it seems to me that a victim of the drug habit can be afflicted with convenient lapses of memory when occasion arises." Manton glanced at the Captain's pleasant fat face, and the thought crossed his mind that there was a good deal more cleverness behind Gilbert's amiable exterior than he had at first realized. He forthwith decided to go to town that night. London always held a vivid attraction for him, and he had not had the pleasure of visiting it since his journey through its streets in an ambulance on his return from France. Some weeks in hospital had followed that visit, then had come his transference to the R.G.A. at Scarthoe Head, and now, with returned health and in new, strange and portentous circumstances, he was to visit London again. Mr. Manners, the mysterious, imperative writer of the letter, had demanded to see Treves at 9 o'clock. The hour of John's arrival was 8, and he was in a hurry. He was impatient to plunge into whatever adventure awaited him. Without bothering to engage a room for the night, he deposited his bag in the cloak room at Waterloo Station, and set out to find St. George's Square. He arrived at the corner of the square, the Embankment corner, at precisely 8:30. The square's decorous, solemn-looking houses, with heavy pillared porticos, struck him as gloomy in the extreme. The only individual upon the long strip of pavement which ran the length of the west side of the square was himself. His footfalls appeared to echo with inordinate resonance in the areas as he made his way towards number 208. It was not his intention to ring the bell immediately. In the first place, he wanted to reconnoitre the house, to see if it were possible to judge of the house's occupants by its exterior. This thought occupied his mind when a taxi sped into the square and drew to a halt within half a dozen yards of him. The taxi had stopped behind him, and its occupant had alighted. "That's all right, half an hour," said a curt voice in a cultured accent. The chauffeur nodded and slammed the taxi door. The young man who had alighted hurried forward, past John, and continued down the square. Without paying over special attention, John noticed that he was tall, that he wore a morning coat of distinguished cut, that his light grey felt hat was of expensive quality, and that the pearl in his tie pin was also, if genuine, of exceptional value. He was of John's height and age, fair-haired, blue-eyed, and with a slight toothbrush moustache. His features were large and heavy-boned, without being harsh. Two things John noticed as he hurried past. One was that he carried a silk-lined light overcoat over his arm, and the other that he wore a service-rendered badge on the lapel of his coat. Invalided from the army, thought John. All the same, he doesn't look as if there was much the matter with him. John continued to walk until he reached the corner of the square. Then he turned, and as he did so he saw the tall young man flit up the steps of a house a considerable distance away. John fixed his eyes on the portico of this particular house and walked towards it. And as he neared the door he realized that the young man had entered the very house at which he also had an appointment, number 208. For a moment Manton paused, hesitated, then passed on. Before making the plunge into whatever adventure awaited him, he wanted still further to consider the situation. In the meantime, the stranger, who had alighted from the taxi, was now within the hall of Mr. Manners's residence. He had opened the door with a Yale key and had admitted himself. The hall was narrow and somewhat dark, and the young man laid his gold-headed cane noisily on a little table and began to draw off his grey gloves. A door at the back of the house opened noiselessly, and a sombre-faced, sallow-complexioned butler advanced. "Mr. Manners is in, of course?" demanded the young man in a voice that rasped a little. "Yes, Herr Baron, in the library." The visitor nodded curtly, ran swiftly up the stairs, turned to the left, and opened a door on the first landing. He entered a room where the curtains had already been drawn. Two electric chandeliers, one on either side of the hearth, illuminated the apartment. A large bookcase occupied one wall of the room, and in the middle of the floor was a business-like table, scattered with papers. On the table was a green-shaded reading lamp, and by its illumination a man sat at work, busily writing. He looked up as the stranger entered, then sprang quickly to his feet. He was a tall man of 50, uncomfortably stout, with a fleshy neck that protruded over his collar at the back. The big man's iron-grey hair was short, his nose broad and short, and his lips thick and pouting. Despite his inelegance of figure, he was dressed, with an attempt at smartness, in a well-cut frock coat and newly creased trousers. His heavy eyebrows shielded his eyes, hiding his expression from any but the closest scrutiny. For a man of his excessive bulk, he showed extreme activity on his feet. "I didn't expect you to-night," he said. He placed a chair near the desk for the younger man to seat himself. His visitor, however, stood still and fixed him with a direct, cold stare. "Well, Manners," he demanded, "what have you to say for yourself?" Manners shrugged his heavy shoulders and displayed the palms of his hands. "Nothing, Herr Baron," he said, "except that I have done my best. Won't you sit down?" The young man took a cigarette from his case and lit it. "Your best is damned bad," he said. "I exercised such judgment as I have," returned the other, in a tone of abasement. "Judgment alone is of no avail," retorted the other. What we want is aggressive action. We don't get that from you. You talk and think and scheme." The other ventured a faint note of protest. "I was chosen, Herr Baron——" "I don't want to hear your history," returned the younger man, coldly. "I want to know about this expedition that is being prepared by the Eastern Command, that has been under preparation for the past 6 weeks." "I gave you such figures, Herr Baron, as I was able to collect." The young man crossed to the hearth and stood leaning with his back against the mantelshelf. "Doesn't it occur to you," he demanded, after a moment's silence, "that figures are only a detail? Figures are something any fool could gather. What Berlin wants to know is, what is this expedition's objective? Where is it bound for? Also what port it sails from, and when?" The elder German, Gottfried Manwitz by name, though he figured in the London directory as Godfrey Manners, turned nervously towards his desk and began to search among the papers. An expression of relief crossed his face as he took up a particular sheet of paper. "That is the date, Herr Baron," he said, "when the expedition will sail, and also the place of departure." The young man took the sheet, scrutinized it with frowning brows for a moment, then lifted his eyes and looked into Manwitz's fat face with cold, contemptuous gaze. "Excellent!" he said cuttingly. "Wonderful and utterly useless! You provide headquarters with all this detail and fail to give the one vital, useful piece of information, the sole item that headquarters requires." "It is very difficult, Herr Baron," apologized Manners. "You and I, Manwitz," retorted the younger man, "are retained in London for the sole purpose of overcoming difficulties." He paused a moment and looked complacently for the first time in the elder man's face. "For instance, I myself have overcome quite a number of difficulties." "Indeed, that is true, Herr Baron," conceded Manners. "I expect you to do the same. Since you let the inflexible and the invincible vanish to the Falkland Islands without any one of us being aware of the fact, Berlin doesn't think so highly of your attainments as before the war. For my part," he went on, "I find you too much of a dreamer." He paused. Some one had knocked lightly on the door of the room. "Open it, Manwitz," he commanded. The big man crossed lightly to the door and drew it open. Upon the threshold stood the sombre countenanced butler. The tall young man from the hearth called aloud to him. "Well, Conrad, what is it?" "Mr. Treves, Herr Baron, to see Herr Manners." "Thank you, Conrad," said Manners. He closed the door and turned to his superior. "This is one of my instruments, Herr Baron, arrived to night from the Isle of Wight. You approved of him when I gave you his dossier a month ago." "He is the British officer who was cashiered?" returned the other swiftly. "Takes drugs and generally gone to pieces?" "The same, Herr Baron." "Is he quite—" he paused—"quite amenable to your orders?" "I flatter myself that I can do a good deal with him," Manwitz answered with pride. "He comes here for cocaine, but he is of good English stock, and there are moments when he tries to shake himself free of me. For the last 3 weeks, as a matter of fact, he has disappeared entirely. I had great difficulty, Herr Baron, rediscovering his hiding place." "I don't like that," returned the Baron. "How do you know what he has been up to in the meantime?" He was silent for a minute, then he looked with his cold, pale eyes into his elder's face. "Manwitz," he exclaimed suddenly, "this may be the man for our business." For the first time a flicker of triumph lit in Manners's eyes. He went to his desk, unlocked a drawer, and produced a single sheet of notepaper. "This is a letter in his own writing, Herr Baron, signed by himself. I think it is satisfactory, eh?" The younger man took the sheet and fixed his keen eyes upon it. "My dear friend," ran the note, "the S.S. Polidor is due to leave H at 4 o'clock to morrow, Tuesday afternoon. I had this on absolute authority. You can rely on it." The tall, fair-haired man came to the end of the brief note, and his hard mouth tightened. Then he read the postscript: "Don't forget the tabloids." He looked up slowly and fixed his keen eyes upon Manwitz's apoplectic countenance. Baron Rathenau, who had taken his degree at Oxford, who spoke English like an English gentleman, and possessed, on the surface, the manners of an English gentleman, was quite 5 years older than he looked. His brain was subtle and keen, and in the service of the Fatherland he was hard and ruthless as steel. "You have done not so badly here, Manwitz," conceded the Baron. "This letter alone," he folded Treves's note carefully, "this letter alone would bring our young friend, Lieutenant Treves, into the presence of a firing squad within 48 hours." He paused a moment. "Our English enemies," he went on, "are unpleasantly hasty in regard to spies, but when it comes to traitors, the celerity with which they put a man's face to the wall in their Tower of London, it is marvellous." He had folded the note carefully, and lifting his light fawn coat, he slipped Treves's note into the inner pocket, then he flung the coat back again on the chair. "I'll see our young neurasthenic friend at once," he said. "You will leave him to me, Manwitz." He turned and pressed the bell twice. When the footman presently appeared at the door, Baron Rathenau was standing with his back to the mantelshelf, toying with a cigarette. "Bring up Mr. Treves, Conrad," he said briefly. Chapter V of Bernard Treves's Boots, a novel of the Secret Service by Laurence CLARKE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Do I introduce you as Captain Cherriton, Herr Baron?" asked Manwitz, when Conrad had closed the door and departed. "Yes," said the Baron. "I find the name of the poor dead Captain Cherriton an excellent recommendation in even the best of homes." He smiled his somewhat derisive smile. A moment later the door opened and John Manton stepped into the room. Manners rose and held out his hand. "My dear Treves," he said, "you have been away from me a very long time." He was thinking to himself that Treves carried himself a little better than usual. His gaze was more direct, his hand gripped firmer. However, there was no suspicion in his eyes as he turned towards the younger man at the hearth. "Captain Cherriton," he said, "this is a young friend of mine, Mr. Treves." For a moment Rathenau's light blue eyes widened and then narrowed. "We've met before, Mr. Treves?" "In the square half an hour ago. I saw you come in." "Oh, yes, yes," returned the Baron. "My good friend Mr. Manners has been telling me about you." "I hope he had something complimentary to say," smiled John Manton. He was thinking to himself, "There is no doubt at all in my mind that this big fat man, Mr. Manners, is a German. His finger nails are cut neatly to a point." John recalled the habit of the Germans he had met at Feldkirch, of the masters of his school who had trimmed their nails in that particular fashion. Rather a Chinese fashion, John thought. His eyes travelled from the fat man's face and took in the younger man's hard countenance. He was recalling something he had read of Captain Cherriton. "I think I remember reading something about you, Captain Cherriton," he ventured. "You mean my escape from the British officers' prison camp at Celle?" replied the German easily. "Yes," returned John, "that was it. You had rather an adventurous time getting across the frontier." "I had a pretty hot time," laughed Cherriton. The conversation between the three became general after this, and presently Cherriton invited John to accompany him to his hotel in the Strand. "Come along and have a drink and smoke with me. I should much like to have a chat with you, Treves." John considered the proposal for a moment, and then decided to go. He bade good night to Manners, and as he shook hands with the big man, a little file of white tabloids passed from Manners's palm to his own. For a minute John felt inclined to ask a question, but caution saved him. He slipped the little cocaine tablets into his waistcoat pocket, thanked Manners under his breath, and followed Cherriton, who had taken up his light overcoat and was moving towards the door. It was quite dark in the square when they emerged, and in the distance, near the river, a taxi was moving slowly. "That is my vehicle," remarked Cherriton, standing under the light of a shaded lamp, so that the distant taxi man could observe him. A minute later the taxi drew to a halt. John stepped inside and Cherriton followed him. As the taxi door closed, a man, who had been standing in the darkness against the rails of the square opposite, stepped out into the road and signalled with his arm. At that moment John was leaning back in the taxi, giving himself up to thoughts of the swift events of the last half hour. Who was this Captain Cherriton, who appeared to have taken such a fancy to him? Was it possible? His thoughts received a jolt. "Hey, stop!" a loud voice from the road echoed in his ears. John was projected forward almost upon his face. The vehicle came to a sudden halt. The door of the taxi was flung open. Two men appeared in the aperture, and a heavy hand fell upon John's shoulder. He glanced at his companion and saw that, from the other side, intruders were also laying heavy hands upon him. With a mighty wrench of his shoulder, John snatched himself free. Scarcely knowing what had happened, he attempted to dash after his companion, who had been dragged out into the road. He was ignominiously pulled back by the leg. He heard a voice shouting, "Don't bother about the other one. This is our man." Then, in a confusion of gripping hands, John was flung back on the seat of the taxi. A voice spoke firmly in his ear. "You'll keep quiet, young man, or it will be the worse for you." John saw Captain Cherriton flitting like a shadow along the road and out of the square. He looked at the person who was seated beside him in the taxi, and was surprised to find a big typical police officer in plain clothes. Opposite John, two other officers, who had crowded into the vehicle, were seated, looking at him with steady, interested gaze. "Your name's Treves?" demanded one of the men. "What of it?" returned John. "It's all I want to know," answered the man coldly. As the taxi glided along, John strove to gather his scattered wits, but it was not until a plain, quietly furnished room had been achieved in Scotland Yard that any light broke in upon his senses. He found himself confronted by a tall, grey moustached man in civilian clothes. The man was standing beside a table, and beside him stood a distinguished-looking staff officer. As John entered the room in charge of two detectives, his senses were still in a whirl from the swiftness of his adventure. The grey moustached man, whom the detectives addressed as Sir Robert, rose from his chair and looked at him with stern, brooding eyes. Then his gaze turned to one of John's captors, who had entered the room and was holding Baron Rathenau's overcoat on his arm. "Have you his papers?" he demanded. "That is not my overcoat," intervened John. "Silence!" commanded Sir Robert. The detective went through the pockets of the overcoat. He found a small time-table, 2 or 3 paid restaurant bills, and finally the letter Treves had written to Manners. The grey moustached police commissioner took these articles and laid them on the blotting-pad before him. Then, at a brief command, a second detective stepped forward and searched John's pockets, taking out the 2 letters that had been addressed to Treves, and the telegram signed Elaine. These also were laid upon the desk. The staff officer and Sir Robert read them carefully. When the officer, whom John observed to be a general of staff, read Treves' incriminating letter to Manners, he drew in his breath and whistled. "My God!" he exclaimed. The grey moustached man took the letter from his fingers, read it, then held it forth towards John. His tone was utterly aloof, cold, and forbidding. "It was unfortunate, Treves," he said, "that you should carry this letter in your pocket. For this, added to the information we have gathered about you during the past 3 months, condemn you absolutely." He paused a moment, then went on. I can only say," he added ruthlessly, "that I thank God we have been able to lay our hands on you." It was only in that moment that John for the first time realised the appalling danger that was sweeping upon him. "I would like to make some explanation, sir." "Your correspondence," retorted Sir Robert, with sinister meaning, "has made all the explanation we require. General Whiston here is quite satisfied, and so am I." General Whiston, who had been looking fixedly at John, now passed round the table and walked towards him. He was a tall, bronzed man, with a clipped moustache and a wide, strong mouth. John had recognised his name in a moment. He was Colonel Treves's old friend. "Bernard Treves," said General Whiston, "you have broken your father's heart already. You must now make your peace with God. There is only one thing left for me to do for my old and dear friend, and I intend to do it. He shall never learn that his son died as a traitor to his country. Even now," he went on, "though I have had you watched for 3 months, I can still scarcely credit it. You, a Treves!" He glanced towards the door. John felt a heavy hand fall upon his shoulder from behind. "This way, please," said a polite voice in his ear. As the detective's voice sounded in his ear, and the detective's hand fell on his shoulder, John's scurrying senses seemed to gather themselves together. He became calm in presence of the greatest danger his life had ever known. When next he spoke, his voice was steady, and his manner, despite its deep gravity, portrayed not the slightest trace of nervousness. "Sir," he said, "may I speak merely 1 or 2 words before I am removed?" He looked into the bronzed countenance of Colonel Treves's old friend. There was no pity for him on that strong, handsome face. In General Whiston's eyes he had been guilty of the blackest of all crimes. The General answered in his deep-toned voice of authority. "You will be permitted to make a statement, but not now." "I have a very important declaration to make, sir." Sir Robert, who was still scrutinising the incriminating letter that had been taken from Rathenau's overcoat, looked up now, then rapidly pencilled a few words on a slip of paper, which he handed to Whiston. The General read the slip. "Yes, perhaps so," he said. "I agree with you. Time is everything." Sir Robert looked into John's face. "Are you prepared," he went on, "to give us the name of the person to whom this letter was written?" He lifted Treves's incriminating missive and held it for John's inspection. John had already been permitted to read the letter, though not to hold it in his hand. "Certainly," answered Manton. A slight flicker of surprise lit in Sir Robert's eyes. "His name," answered John, "is either Manners or Cherriton." Sir Robert laid down the letter with an impatient gesture. "That is no answer to my question. You wrote the letter yourself. To whom did you write it?" "I didn't write it." "You suggest that it is a forgery?" "Either you wrote the letter or you didn't write it," pursued Sir Robert. "Your statements contradict each other. You say in the first place that you did not write it. In the second place you say that it is not a forgery." General Whiston now spoke, his stern gaze on John's face. "This letter," he said, glancing towards the sheet, "is in your own writing, which I happen to know very well. Your attempt at mystification," he went on, "will be of no avail, either now or later." John felt in his tones intense antagonism. "If I might be permitted to speak to you gentlemen alone," he said, "I will in 3 minutes explain the mystery." General Whiston glanced at the Commissioner of Police. "It is for you to say, Sir Robert," he said. "To night the affair is in your hands." Sir Robert pondered the subject for a moment, then glanced at the detectives who stood behind John. With his hand he made a slow, significant gesture. John, who was standing at attention before the table, heard the detectives move away, and a moment later the door softly closed behind them. He was alone with the Commissioner of Police and the General. On his accusers' faces John read a stern and determined intention that the law should take its course, not the tortuous, long‐drawn old law of pre‐war days, but the swift justice which is meted out to traitors. "You shall have 3 minutes in which to speak." Sir Robert's voice smote John's ears. Manton knew that if he held his peace and the law moved with its inexorable swiftness, he would by to morrow have expiated the crime of another man. He was in another man's shoes. Innocently he had taken up that other man's identity. But he had not shouldered everything. He had not rendered himself liable for that other man's treachery. And yet, at the back of his mind there was pity even for Treves. He thought of the man's weakness, of his shattered nerves, of Manners's obvious power over him. Perhaps even in uttering the truth to these two stern judges he might put in a good word for Treves. "The statement I have to make, gentlemen, is an amazing one." "It will also have to be a brief one," retorted Sir Robert coldly. "Well, out with it!" interposed General Whiston. John turned towards him. "I wish to say, sir, that I am not Bernard Treves." A flash of anger lit in General Whiston's eyes. "You say that, despite the fact that I am prepared to identify you as Bernard Treves?" "My statement," returned John, "is, I admit, an amazing one. Nevertheless, it is a fact, gentlemen. My name is Manton." The Commissioner of Police pulled at his moustache. "A statement of this kind," he said, "is ridiculous in presence of General Whiston, who knows you and recognises your handwriting in this letter." He leaned back in his chair and struck the letters that had been taken from John's pocket with the back of his hand. "These letters, taken from your person, this telegram addressed to you, and this letter conveying information to the enemy, are sufficient in themselves to identify you." "There is nothing you wish to say, General?" asked Sir Robert of Whiston. The General shook his head, and Sir Robert put his thumb on the bell push at the corner of his desk. John heard the whir of a bell in the room beyond. "I am prepared, sir," he said hurriedly, "to prove every word I say. My name is Manton, and I undertook to assume Treves's identity merely to please a friend who wished to help him." "You are ready to give us the name of your friend, of course," interposed General Whiston. He had been utterly unmoved by this statement of John's. "His name is Gilbert, sir. Captain Gilbert of Ryde, Isle of Wight." General Whiston answered nothing. There was no softening in the harshness of his expression. For a moment he was silent. Then, with a glance at Sir Robert, he moved towards the door. "Just a few minutes, Sir Robert," he said. "This is a matter easy of proof." He passed out of the room. At the door, as he drew it open, John heard him speaking to two men outside. "Sir Robert will be ready for you in 5 minutes," he was saying. The door closed. Sir Robert tapped his fingers upon the surface of his desk. "You wish to affirm that Captain Gilbert is prepared to prove the truth of your statement?" "I am sure he will be prepared to prove that my name is Manton," answered John. In his long experience Sir Robert had come across many singular and dramatic events. The great police force of which he was the chief was dealing always in drama. In his experience he had interviewed every quality and degree of criminal, from affluent company promoters downward. John's bearing and manner struck him as nothing unusual. John's statement that his was a case of mistaken identity, that Scotland Yard for once made a mistake, meant nothing to the Police Commissioner. Such a statement was one of the commonest in his experience. He felt no sympathy for John, and believing explicitly in his guilt, was determined to listen no further. He leaned forward and began to make rapid notes upon the writing pad. Manton, in the meantime, stood motionless beyond the desk. Save for the movement of Sir Robert's pen and the tick of a small travelling clock on Sir Robert's desk, no sound disturbed the heavy silence. Despite his calmness, John felt the tension grow upon him. The waiting seemed to draw itself out. He glanced at the clock and observed that it was only a little after 10. The whirl of events that night sped through his mind in rapid panorama, but of one thing he was certain. Manners and Captain Cherriton were either spies or traitors, and Scotland Yard, in laying hands upon him and allowing Cherriton to go, had made a mistake. He had already guessed that General Whiston had gone to telephone Captain Gilbert. He recalled now the letter General Whiston had written to old Colonel Treves, the letter which said that he had done for Bernard Treves everything that was possible. His mind then turned again to Gilbert. He wondered what the Captain would do when he heard of the extraordinary outcome of his visit to St. George's Square. He had gone there at Gilbert's own suggestion. He felt that the situation for himself at that moment was delicate in the extreme. But it was not yet fatal. A miscarriage of justice was impossible if Gilbert spoke up, as no doubt he would do. He knew that all Gilbert's sympathy for Bernard Treves would vanish the moment he heard to what depths that young man had descended. He recalled what Gilbert had said. "Treves is afraid. He imagines that some one is watching him." Then it suddenly occurred to John that at the back of Treves' mind there had been a subtle idea against himself. Treves had desired that he, John, should step into his guilty shoes, and should not only wear those shoes, but should suffer for his crime. "I stepped into far deeper water than I knew," mused John, and as the thought passed through his mind, the door opened and General Whiston re-entered. The General walked behind John, then turned and looked keenly into his face. "Treves," he said, "you will be examined again in the morning." Sir Robert's finger was suspended over the bell upon his desk. In answer to his inquiring glance, General Whiston nodded. Again John felt a man's hand laid on his shoulder, and for the second time a voice uttering polite words, "This way, please." This time, however, there was no pause. He was led out into the corridor, with a tall, heavily built man at his side, and another walking behind him. The door of Sir Robert's room closed with a soft click. Chapter 6 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service by Laurence CLARKE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The moment the door closed upon John, General Whiston flung himself into a chair beside Sir Robert's table. There was an expression on his face that puzzled the Police Commissioner. "Well, Sir Robert," began the General, "it is an amazing thing, but Captain Gilbert corroborates our prisoner's statement entirely." Sir Robert flashed a glance at the incriminating letters on the table. "That's impossible." "Nevertheless, Gilbert, who is a very sound officer, corroborates every word this young man has said. I have ordered Gilbert to present himself here first thing in the morning." Sir Robert was staring in utter bewilderment. "You mean we have got the wrong man?" "I don't know," answered the General impatiently. "The thing is beyond my capacity. I've known this young blackguard for years. Only slightly, of course, but I would have sworn to him anywhere. Gilbert, however, tells me an extraordinary story. He says our prisoner is a thoroughly honest fellow by the name of Manton. He gave me a minute history of the man, who was formerly at Scarthoe Head. I have ordered the adjutant from Scarthoe to report himself here to morrow. We can then get to the bottom of this extraordinary tangle." "But," protested Sir Robert, "these letters must be explained, and you have had this man watched for months." "Precisely. That complicates matters enormously." "Was Treves guilty of the crimes laid against him, or was this man guilty?" inquired Sir Robert. The General shook his head in bewilderment. "Don't ask me. I don't know," he said. "To morrow will settle everything." The night that followed was the longest that John had ever spent. What if by some awful mischance Captain Gilbert disowned him entirely? However, he could not think that of Gilbert. He was prepared to swear by the captain's honesty. A police officer called him early next morning. He dressed and was served with a satisfactory breakfast. A morning newspaper was brought to him, but at 10 o'clock he was peremptorily summoned to present himself in Sir Robert's room. Under escort he made his way along various passages. The door was opened, and he stepped into the room and stood at attention. Sir Robert was not present. General Whiston stood at the window, and near him was a sleek-looking, smooth-haired, clean-shaven man in a morning coat, well-cut trousers, and patent leather boots. John could feel the stranger's eyes steadily upon him. Then Whiston turned from the window. "Captain Gilbert," he said, "has been here. He has made certain statements on your behalf which are so far satisfactory." A silence fell. The stranger moved to Sir Robert's desk, seated himself in Sir Robert's chair, and beckoned John to a chair opposite. Dacent Smith was the head of a great branch of the Secret Intelligence Department, but there was no air of authority in his manner. "Sit down, please," he said. His voice was smooth and agreeable. He glanced at the window, then again at John. "Will you kindly tell me the name of your officer in command at Scarthoe Fort?" John promptly gave him the name. "How many men were in the fort?" The quiet gentleman, who possessed one of the subtlest brains in England, glanced at a slip of paper on his desk. He was putting John through an examination such as many a suspected person had failed to survive. 150, sir. 80 at the lower fort and 70 at the upper, exclusive of officers." "Can you recollect the calibre of the guns?" John gave the exact dimensions of the guns at both the lower and upper fort. "Can you possibly recollect," inquired the other, "from your books, what store of 6-inch ammunition there was?" Fortunately, John recollected the number of shells exactly. "I see," commented the cross-examiner. "But your statement doesn't tally with my present knowledge." "I am speaking of 6 weeks ago, sir. Since then there would have been a heavy gun practice," John added promptly. The elder gentleman leaned back in his chair. "These are all details which a spy would make a great point of observing." He looked steadily into John's face until John became conscious of nothing but his keen grey eyes. They were kindly eyes, but the intensity of his glance was something that John had never before experienced. He looked back frankly into the elder man's face. "I suppose they are, sir," he answered. "But they came to me in my ordinary course of work." "How many fort candles were there in the store room?" asked the other casually. 8 dozen, sir." Dacent Smith nodded as though satisfied. "We will now come to another matter," he said. "You were educated in Germany?" John admitted the fact. "Have you been in Germany since your boyhood?" "Never, sir." "What is your opinion of Captain Gilbert?" "I took a great liking to him." "You trusted him when he asked you to assume another man's identity?" "Absolutely, sir." "So do I," said Dacent Smith, suddenly changing his tone. "I trust him absolutely. I will only try your patience just one moment longer." He pushed a clean slip of paper towards John. "Would you mind writing on that these 3 words: 'Deceive,' 'parallel,' and 'nursery'? Just scribble them quickly, without care." John wrote the words and handed them across the table. The elder man took the sheet and immediately compared it with Treves's incriminating letter, and a pile of other letters in Treves's handwriting which lay beside him. He glanced up at the General, who stood near the window. "The handwriting is totally unlike, General. Moreover, our young friend here can spell the words, whereas from letters supplied us by Gilbert, Treves could not." He turned again and looked at John. Then he broke into a smile that John found charming. "Well, Manton," he said, "you have come through the ordeal excellently. But as a matter of formality you must be identified both by Captain Gilbert and your adjutant from Scarthoe Head." "Thank you, sir," answered John. "I am sorry to have caused so much trouble." "No, not at all," protested the elder man. "Your desire for adventure placed you in a very nasty position. But such trouble as you have caused us may yet be turned to good account." John hesitated a moment, then ventured, "If I may, sir, I would like to make a statement in regard to the man Manners at 208 St. George's Square. I am certain he is a spy, sir, a German spy." "My dear Manton," said Dacent Smith, laying his hands on the desk, "we know that already." "And the other man," continued John, "Cherriton. I don't believe he is all he pretends to be." At the mention of Cherriton the lightness of mood vanished from the elder man. "What name?" he inquired. "Captain Cherriton, the man with the fair hair, who was in the taxi with me. The police officers allowed him to escape." Beyond the table the great man of the Secret Service who had been cross-examining him eased his spectacles. For without knowing it, John had made a statement which aroused all his interest. "This afternoon, Manton," he said, "you must come to my room. It seems to me," he continued, "you can be of very great use to my department." "What is your department, sir?" asked John politely. The elder man smiled. "I think we need not give it a name, Manton. But perhaps you can guess. Perhaps, indeed, you are destined to make further acquaintance with my department and with your friend, Mr. Manners." He paused a moment. "Captain Gilbert tells me that you wish to rejoin the army." "That is so, sir," answered John. "An excellent intention," continued Dacent Smith. "But it has occurred to me that there is other work of national importance which may suit you better." He glanced at Whiston. "With General Whiston's aid I think we can arrange that you do not appear in uniform for some time. Another thing Captain Gilbert reported to me," he went on quietly, "is that you are a young man with a taste for adventure." John smiled. Dacent Smith extended his hand in farewell. "You are a free man, Manton. But I shall expect you to come to my rooms at 286 Jermyn Street at 3 o'clock this afternoon." He gave John a card. "You will give this to my servant at the door." The card read, "Mr. Dacent Smith, Savile Club." That and nothing more. At the time when John was undergoing his cross-examination at the hands of the great Dacent Smith, Manners and Captain Cherriton were seated in a back room at a house in Hampstead. Cherriton, who had read half a dozen morning papers, glanced at his companion. "There is no word in any of them about our friend Treves." "There was scarcely time for an announcement," Manners answered. "Perhaps it will be in the evening papers." The two men waited till evening, but still the papers contained no line about Treves's capture. Cherriton was still not sure on what charge Treves had been arrested. If the charge had been an ordinary one, other than treason, there would already have been an account of some kind. "We must find out some other way than through the papers." "I have an excellent way of finding out," observed Manners. "Well, put it into execution at once," returned his superior. Manners looked at his watch. "That way won't do until after 6 o'clock. After 6 o'clock, Herr Baron, I will take you into the presence of the most beautiful girl in England." "I do not admire English beauty," answered Rathenau caustically. Manners lifted his hands. "Ah, but this one, she is wonderful." "How will she know about Treves any more than we do?" Manners looked across at him. "Leave that to me," he said. "I can assure you she will know." He took out his pocket book and looked up an address. "If we go now," he said, "we shall get there a little after 6, in time to interview the lady on her return from business." Half an hour later a taxi sped along Kentish Town Road and turned into Bowles Avenue, Camden Town. The street was a particularly respectable one, with windows and doors freshly painted. Judging from the cleanliness of the curtains and the brightness of the door handles, the inhabitants of this thoroughfare each took a pride in his residence. The taxi containing Manners and Cherriton drew to a halt before the door of number 65. Cherriton paid the driver and dismissed him. The two men crossed the pavement, and Manners lifted the bright brass knocker. 3 times Manners knocked. He was that day attired with particular smartness in a grey soft felt hat, a grey frock coat, and light fawn linen gaiters. The Baron was wearing a navy blue suit made for him at the Army and Navy Stores. He also wore a grey felt hat, set well back on his head. In his hip pocket he carried a Mauser pistol, but this was always part of his apparel, as it were. Manners carried other little aids to his personal safety, but upon that evening their mission was pacific. They had only a desire to ask a certain lady if she had news of Treves. 3 times Manners applied the knocker. Then footsteps came rapidly along the passage. The door was opened by a tall, brown-haired girl, wearing a white blouse and blue skirt, both of which Cherriton noticed were well cut. The girl's complexion was not pale, yet tended towards pallor. Her cheeks were softly rounded, her chin small, yet firm. Her eyes were grey, frank and steady in gaze. Cherriton, noticing her long curved lashes and finely arched brows, conceded that here, for once, he was looking upon a truly beautiful Englishwoman. "Good evening," Manners was saying. He had lifted his hat with extreme politeness. "Good evening," responded the girl, looking with puzzled eyes from one man to the other. "You have no doubt forgotten me," Manners spoke again, and then a faint recognition came to the girl's eyes. "Oh, not at all," she said. "Will you come in?" She led the way to a little parlour, a bright little apartment where she lived alone. She had made it as pretty and comfortable as possible with her small means. The two Germans entered the room, and Manners closed the door. After some preliminary conversation he broached the subject of his visit, but artfully and cunningly hiding it in a veil of words. "I have some business, madam," he said, "with"—he paused a moment—"with Mr. Treves. I have lost his address. I wonder if you could give it me." The girl looked at him a moment. An expression of reserve came into her face. "I am afraid I cannot oblige you," she said. "You have heard from him lately?" The girl hesitated a moment, and pushed back the fine brown hair from her brow. "Not lately," she answered. "You will be seeing him again shortly, no doubt?" pursued Manners, smiling amicably. "I don't know," said the girl. "I am afraid," she said, "I cannot give you his address, and if that is all you wish to see me about——" She rose quite politely, but firmly, and as she did so some one lifted the knocker of the front door and smote it thrice. Manners started visibly. "You have visitors?" he asked quickly. "I don't know who it can be," said the girl. "I am expecting no one." Manners sprang up and stood between her and the door. He looked into her face as she came towards him, then moved politely away. He felt that her candid eyes held no secrets. When the door had closed he turned to Cherriton. "She has heard nothing of him. She knows no more than we do." "She is a beautiful woman, I'll admit," said Cherriton, who had been deep in thought. He raised his strong, supple hand and pointed towards the door. "Just open that," he said quietly, "and see who it is who is coming to visit her." Manners, with his usual swiftness of step and dexterity of movement, approached the door and noiselessly drew it open. Quietly he put his head out and looked along the passage. Then he drew back and gently closed the door. His face, when he turned towards Cherriton, was deathly white. "Who is it?" demanded Cherriton, who had come swiftly to his feet. "Bernard Treves," answered Manners, moistening his lips with his tongue. The thought that Treves had betrayed them blazed through his mind. In an instant Cherriton sprang to the window and peered furtively up and down the street. "He's alone," he said, with a note of relief in his voice. "Gott in Himmel!" exclaimed Manners under his breath. "How did he get here?" "Either escaped or acquitted," answered Cherriton curtly. "Our business," he went on swiftly under his breath, "is to express great delight when we see him. In the meantime I'll compose myself with a cigarette." "I don't know why his coming back like this should make me feel so nervous," mused Manners. "I am more psychic than you are, Herr Baron." Cherriton looked at the big, fat figure in the chair opposite him. He curled his lip in faint contempt. Meanwhile, John Manton, having knocked at the door of 65 Bowles Avenue, found to his astonishment that that door was opened by a girl of most extreme beauty. He had come there under orders from Dacent Smith to discover the identity of the sender of the telegram signed Elaine. He had been given many instructions during that afternoon, but as he stood upon the threshold of No. 65 a swift admiration leapt into his eyes for the girl who confronted him on the doorstep. "May I come in?" asked John. "Of course," answered the girl. To his amazement she seized his hand as she spoke. "Oh, how long you have been!" she said. She drew him into the hall and closed the door. Silence and caution were the parts John had been ordered to play. He did not withdraw his hand from her warm grasp. "You never came, you never wrote," continued the girl. "I wasn't able to," John answered truthfully. "And yet I told you, Bernard," she went on, looking up into his face—he was glad that the light in the hall was not intense—"and yet I told you, Bernard, that if you confessed everything to your father he would forgive." "He has forgiven a great deal," answered Manton vaguely. He looked down at her. A little colour had come into her cheeks, and as for her eyes, he had never seen eyes which evoked in him so much admiration. At that moment Manners put his face out at the door of the inner room, then swiftly withdrew it. "Who's that?" John asked quickly. "It's a man who has come to see you, Bernard. But before you go in I want to say"—she laid her hand softly on the lapel of John's coat—"I want to say, Bernard, that I forgive you—everything." She was smiling at him, a smile of wonderful beauty. "After all, Bernard," she whispered, "I am your wife, and it is a wife's privilege to forgive." "Yes," answered John. He could think of nothing else to say. Here was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, holding his hand warmly in hers, and telling him she forgave him everything. The situation would have been delightful if he had only been the other man. "Bernard, for my sake, you will try, won't you?" She paused, and this time he was obliged to frame some sort of answer. "I'll do the best I can," he said lamely, then added, to turn the subject, "Who is your visitor?" "It's Mr. Manners, the big, stout man you brought here a long while ago. He has a friend with him, a younger man." "Captain Cherriton?" asked John, lowering his voice. The girl nodded. "They came to ask where you were, and wanted your address, but I remembered what you told me and would not give it." Then for the first time John looked keenly into her face. He had never seen her in his life before, and at any moment she might recognise him. But even with that danger hovering over him he could not help wondering if she loved Treves. "Come, Bernard," she took his hand in hers, "you must see your friends and get rid of them." John walked with her along the narrow passage. At the door of the parlour the girl halted. "When they are gone," she whispered, "I have whole heaps of things to tell you." She pushed open the door and followed John into the room. Manners, who was seated at the hearth, sprang up and rushed towards Manton. "Come in!" he cried, drawing John forward. "It does my eyes good to see you again, eh, Captain Cherriton?" Baron Rathenau, who had also risen, enclosed Manton's fingers in his hard, cold grip. "I, too, am glad to see you," he said, fixing his eyes steadily on John's. Chapter 7 Chapter 7 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service by Laurence CLARKE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Things were not as they seemed. The situation in the little parlour was delicate in the extreme, and as John's gaze passed from the fat countenance of Manners to the cold forcefulness of Cherriton, whose strong hand but a moment ago gripped his own in greeting, he told himself that if he could creep from that situation with credit, he could escape from anything. Both Cherriton's and Manners' welcome rang false. They were not pleased to see him. They were startled and puzzled, and Cherriton, at least, was more than puzzled. John knew that whatever occurred between himself and these two men must occur privately. Moreover, there was a second danger, which he knew to be ever present. The light in the bright little parlour was quite strong. The fact that he had dexterously placed his back to the window might not serve him for more than a few minutes. What if Elaine Treves suddenly discovered her mistake? Somehow the teeming possibilities of the moment gave steadiness to John's nerves. He thought of a plan, and put it into execution on the instant. "Elaine," he said. He used her name for the first time, and as he spoke he took her slender hand in his grasp. "I have business to discuss with Captain Cherriton and Mr. Manners." "I promise that we shall not keep your husband more than a few minutes," intervened Cherriton. Yes, old Manwitz for once is right, he thought. Here is an Englishwoman possessed of beauty. He made across the room, intending politely to hold open the door for Elaine to pass out. John, however, was quicker, and as he held the door wide, Elaine lifted her grey-blue, beautiful eyes and searched his. Her expression, John thought, was one of surprise. Surprise at what? He closed the door, and instantly Cherriton laid a hand on his shoulder. "Well," he demanded, "what happened to you last night?" "You were present at the beginning of the happening," returned John. "The four men were police officers, were they not?" "Detectives from Scotland Yard. They took me there, cross-examined me, and discovered that a mistake had been made." Manners drew a deep breath of relief. "Ah, a mistake!" he exclaimed. Cherriton, who was busy with a cigarette, looked at John under his brows. He had retreated to the hearth, and was leaning with his back against the mantelshelf. "A very unpleasant incident for you, eh, Treves?" he inquired. "Very," responded John. "And my overcoat, my very excellent summer overcoat, what happened to that?" From the moment of John's appearance in the room he had been leading up to this question. Had his overcoat been searched? Had Treves' incriminating letter been discovered? It occurred to him that if John, immediately after his arrest, had established his identity, no search of his overcoat was probable. And yet caution was bred in him. His deeply subtle mind prompted him to probe the matter to its depths, and at the same time to convey no suspicion of his anxiety to John. "Cherriton, your overcoat is quite safe," John said quietly. "I left it on your behalf in the cloak room at Charing Cross Station." He put his hand into his pocket and drew out the ticket. Cherriton took it from his extended fingers. "I am particularly obliged to you, Treves," he said. "I have a special fondness for that overcoat. So the Scotland Yard people were for once mistaken?" "Entirely," said John with truth. "They mistook me for another man." "Were you made acquainted with the charges against the real person?" probed Cherriton. "He was wanted for misappropriation of military funds." Both Manners and Cherriton exhibited increasing interest in the unknown culprit. "You heard the person's name?" "His name was John Manton. He was a sergeant at Scarthoe Fort." "That is in the Isle of Wight?" "Yes," John answered. "That accounts for them seizing me. They traced me from the Isle of Wight." Cherriton and Manners exchanged glances. Neither man felt at all comfortable, but Cherriton felt that he had pressed the matter enough. He suddenly assumed his air of bland amiability, but it sat ill on him. "Well, Manners," he exclaimed, looking at his confrère, "you were mistaken. You assumed that our dear friend Treves had escaped, and were in a great fluster of anxiety on his behalf, whereas the little misfortune that occurred to him was all a mistake." "All a mistake," repeated John. "And now I think," Cherriton remarked, taking up his grey felt hat and denting it carefully with his hand, "I think we will not keep you from your wife any longer." For the second time that day he gripped John's hand in his, and John, looking back into his cold blue eyes, felt the steady, penetrating power of Cherriton's gaze. Here was a man, thought John, used to command; a man possessed of exceptional powers of mind and physique. "You are a daring fellow," thought John, "a subtle and cunning worker of evil, but for once in your life you are mistaken. I am not the man you think, either in name or in character." Then a singular thing happened to John. On the very instant when his fingers slid away from the other's touch, a flaming instinct ran through him, a passionate impulse to leap upon the other's throat and squeeze the life out of him came upon him as a definite and conscious wish. Though he had known Cherriton only for 2 days, he felt a great hate swirl up in him against this serenely poised, potent enemy. Against Manners, whom he knew, and whom Dacent Smith knew to be a spy, he felt nothing of this. That afternoon he had been instructed well and thoroughly by Dacent Smith. Dacent Smith had talked much with him, drawing him out, subtly examining him as to his aspirations and his powers; and gradually, during the talk of that afternoon, Smith had come to realise that in John Manton he possessed a keen and highly wrought weapon. Here was a young man who had fought for his country, who was willing to fight for it again in any circumstances. And long before the end of that interview the chief of a great branch of the Secret Service had laid his hand on John's arm. "Manton," he had explained, "you were wasted as a sergeant at Scarthoe Head. There are big things awaiting you. You have fought the enemy in the open; from to day you shall fight him in the dark. You will find him more tricky and subtle and dangerous than he was in France." Then he had paused a moment, looking at John. "Accidents sometimes happen, Manton, my boy." "One must be prepared for accidents," John had answered quietly. "I have lost 2 or 3 splendid fellows during the past year. I am telling you this," the chief resumed, "that you may remain always on your guard. Fate or Providence has placed you in a wonderful position with the aid of your acquaintance Manwitz. I have the complete dossier in that cupboard over there." He pointed to a cabinet against the wall. "Your acquaintance with Manwitz gives you a splendid start. You will use it to acquire such information as will be useful to the department, but in the first place you must discover all there is to know about the amiable and unexpected Cherriton. We shall at the same time be working to discover things from our end." John thought of this conversation as Manners and Cherriton took their departure. "You will come and see me again soon, will you not?" Manners had remarked at the moment of departure. He looked cunningly and meaningly into John's eyes. In effect he had been saying, "You will come and see me again immediately those cocaine tabloids have been consumed." Bernard Treves's craving for cocaine, both Manners and Cherriton knew, held that young man as by bonds of steel. "I'll come again soon," John had answered, slipping the new address Manners had given him into his waistcoat pocket. He watched the 2 men pass into the street, then closed the door and re entered the empty parlour. The daintiness, the cleanliness, and the perfect taste of the little apartment had already won his appreciation. He wondered when Elaine Treves would descend from above, and what would happen then. Until now only a few fleeting words had passed between himself and the beautiful girl who was Treves's wife. What was to happen now in the intimacy that would ensue when she re entered the room? John was smoking one of Treves's cigarettes, with his back against the mantelshelf, when the door opened and Elaine quietly entered. "So you have got rid of them, Bernard?" She looked at him, he thought, a little shyly, with something of reserve in her glance. He watched her as she crossed to a chintz-covered wicker arm-chair with its back to the window. At her side was a small work-table. She took out a needle, a thread, and various bits of coloured silk. A silence drew itself out that became awkward. John moved from one foot to another. Then he made an effort to pick up the thread of what he believed to be Treves's life in relation to the girl who was so industriously sewing with bowed head. "I am sorry I wasn't able to come in answer to your wire." "I think, Bernard, you might have answered it," returned Elaine, quietly, without raising her head. "Well, you know, I was not able to. Circumstances did not permit me to answer it." "I was afraid of that." She suddenly looked up at him with an expression of hopelessness in her fine eyes. "Bernard," she said, "sometimes I think you will never, never be able to keep your promise to me." "Why not?" John asked, feeling his way cautiously. He could see that she was stirred, that something had moved her deeply. He was more than ever assured of this when she rose, stood before him, and looked steadily into his face. "Oh, Bernard, if you could only fight!" Under the close scrutiny of her eyes, John felt extraordinarily uncomfortable. "Other people have fought and have conquered," went on the girl. "Why should not you? Sometimes," she went on, "you are quite as you should be, just as you are now, the man who once won my love. And then again——" She broke off. Accidentally John had put his fingers in his waistcoat pocket. He felt the contact of the little bottle of cocaine tabloids Manners had forced upon him. He had guessed that Elaine was referring to Treves's enslavement to this drug, and he drew out the bottle, holding it in the palm of his hand. He saw the girl look at the tabloids with an expression of loathing. Then something seemed to pass through her that drew her rigid and erect. "I wonder," she said, "in our very short months together, how often you have promised, have sworn to give it up." Her manner suddenly changed again, and she held out her hand imploringly. "I wonder, Bernard, if you have the courage to give them to me." "Certainly," John said, "I will give them to you." He unscrewed the top of the little bottle and poured the white tabloids one after another into the palm of her hand. She looked at them for a moment, then into his face. John was still standing with his back towards the small fire. He held the girl's hand on his arm. She was thrusting him aside. A moment later she had flung the tabloids into the red embers, and before John knew it she was holding his hand in hers, looking up into his face. "Bernard," she said in a low voice, I believe you have changed. I think strength is coming to you. You will win yet." "Yes," John answered, "I swear I'll win." The words came from him almost without volition, and at the same moment an instinct came to him that matters were drifting too far. He turned the conversation with a laugh, and for some minutes they were discussing general topics. He helped her to prepare the supper, going into the little kitchen and bringing out plates and dishes under her direction. Daylight faded, much to John's relief. They took supper together in the little parlour. John noticed how deft and womanly she was. "Our friend Treves is a lucky man, if he only knew it," thought he. "I am afraid there is nothing to drink, Bernard." "Oh, that doesn't trouble me," John answered, then saw her pause with the teapot uplifted in frank surprise. "I mean," said John, striving to recover the situation, "if you haven't got it, I don't mind." The meal passed off in an air of general cheerfulness. Elaine's little clock struck 9, and when the meal was at an end, John took the seat opposite Elaine and her little work basket. She busied herself with her fancy work, and occasionally John caught her eyes resting upon him with a thoughtful and somewhat puzzled expression. He strove to gather from her manner what her feelings really were towards her husband. "She can't love him," thought John. "He's too much of a brute and a waster for that. And yet women are strange creatures." Elaine had been silent for some minutes, but presently she spoke, uttering something that appeared to have dwelt for long in her mind. "Bernard," she said, "I am not so hard as you think, but I am sure the way I am acting is the only right way." She paused. "I am sure it is the right way," answered John, looking into her candid, girlish face. He noticed again the flicker of surprise. He was always making false steps. The situation was difficult beyond everything he had experienced. Dacent Smith had impressed upon him the importance of tact and finesse. Here was a situation thrust upon him requiring abundance of both. "You seem to have changed your point of view." "Well," John began cautiously. "You were so violent with me," interposed Elaine. "There was no intention on my part to be anything of the sort towards you," John answered. He wondered what Treves had done, what Treves had said. He began to experience pleasure in the situation. He began to wonder what was to happen next. But very soon after that the clock struck 10. Elaine put away her needlework and rose somewhat abruptly. "You must go now, Bernard." John looked at her for a moment in surprise. "Oh, yes," he said, "I see. Of course." Then Elaine crossed the hearthrug and laid her slender hands on the lapels of his coat. "To night, Bernard," she said, "I have almost felt as if you were your old self again." "Thanks," answered John awkwardly. His position at that moment was awkward and utterly false. He was like a man who walks blindly on the edge of a precipice. He wondered if she was about to kiss him, or if she expected him to salute her in that way. This doubt was still upon him when Elaine reached up and touched his cheeks lightly with her lips. There was no passion, no love, nothing but a sort of sisterly affection in the embrace, but John was glad when it was over. If she had been a less beautiful woman, the situation would have been so very much easier. Elaine accompanied him along the passage, handing him his hat and stick as they went. In the darkness at the door, as they shook hands, John felt that the impression of her fingers was warmer and infinitely more cordial than the greeting she had given him upon his arrival. He could see her face only dimly. She had seemed surprised that he had departed so easily. He felt that he must say something, utter some remark that possibly might have been uttered by Bernard Treves. "I am sorry to have to go," he said. Then Elaine's voice came to him quietly in the darkness. There was a new note in her words. "You must come again—soon, Bernard." The door closed softly and she was gone. Chapter 8 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service, by Laurence CLARKE. LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dacent Smith, busy in his luxurious bachelor apartments in Jermyn Street, was going through a pile of documents, all relating directly or indirectly to the multitudinous activities of his department. He had continued his work for perhaps half an hour after his brief luncheon interval when the manservant entered and announced a visitor. Dacent Smith's manservant was discretion itself. He looked like a walking secret, and was a big, pallid man, with high cheekbones and a grim, hard mouth. He was devoted body and soul to Dacent Smith, and no tortures ever devised could have ever wormed a word from him of his master's activities. "Well, Grew? Mr. Treves, sir?" "I'll see Mr. Treves at once."
Grew, the manservant, departed, and a minute later John was ushered into the apartment. Dacent Smith greeted him with brief cordiality, then indicated a chair. "Well, Treves," he said with a smile, "what is your news?" "There is very little to tell you, sir, so far. The person who wrote that telegram signed Elaine is Bernard Treves's wife." Dacent Smith lifted his eyebrows. A twinkle of humour was detectable in his expression. "What happened?" "She was quite deceived, sir." "A piquant situation," smiled Dacent Smith. "Very," answered John seriously. "You see how quickly you find yourself in deep waters, my friend." Dacent Smith was looking at him with an expression of raillery in his keen eyes. Nevertheless, he was saying inwardly, "I like you, Manton. You are a man after my own heart. There is a good deal of humour, as well as courage and intelligence, hidden behind that good-looking face of yours." "Now, Manton," he said, "tell me about Manwitz. Are you in touch with him again?" "I have his address, sir, and an invitation to go to him whenever I wish—that is, whenever the cocaine habit seizes me violently." "I see," remarked the elder man. "Whenever the craving is violently upon you, you go to Manwitz and he supplies your want?" John nodded. "It is amazing," went on the Chief, "the way these fellows manage to secure these drugs. Perhaps later, Manton, you will be able to enlighten us upon that little matter, but in the meantime Cherriton is your chief responsibility." "Cherriton showed a particular anxiety about his overcoat, sir, containing Treves's letter." John gave a brief report of the events of the previous evening, and Dacent Smith made one or two notes on a slip of paper marked M15. When John had finished, the elder man leaned back in his chair. "It will take you some days, perhaps weeks," he said, "to get the hang of things with us. At present you are to play a lone hand. There is a chain of German emissaries working against us, some traitors and some spies, who pass information from all our dockyards to London and thence to Germany. I want you to get into contact with one of the links of this chain. Any link will serve our purpose. You must do all you can to keep the confidence of Cherriton and Manwitz. If they set you upon any task, carry it through absolutely. If papers or documents are given to you to be delivered elsewhere, don't fail to act absolutely according to their instructions. If you can get a sight of the documents and memorize them during transit, do so, of course. This applies to letters or documents which may be handed to you by strangers, other German spies. Do you understand the importance of all this?" John assured him that he did. "It appears to me, sir," he added, "that by doing this I shall myself become a sort of link in their chain." The great man looked at him with eyes of approbation. "Exactly," he responded. "That is what you will be. Information is leaking out of England day by day, hour by hour, rippling along these chains of which I speak." Half an hour later John took his departure from the Chief's sumptuous bachelor apartments. He had learned many things that amazed him, and one of these things, which filled him with fury and loathing, was that there were indeed traitors in unexpected places, that there were British-born people, few but active, who were willing to sell their country into the power of the enemy. "I hope it won't be my destiny to run across one of these gentry," thought John, "for even the Chief himself would find it hard to make me keep my hands off him." And yet that night, in a few brief hours, he was to find himself in contact with just such a traitor. Reaching the corner of Jermyn Street, after his departure from Dacent Smith's rooms, John hailed a taxi and drove to Hampstead Tube in Tottenham Court Road. Here he took train to Hampstead and made his way towards the address Manwitz had given him. The address was Cherriton's, and when John arrived there he found that the unamiable captain occupied a suite of rooms in a large, old-fashioned house near the Heath. The house was maintained by a retired butler, who received John at the door.
The butler ascended to a handsomely furnished, spacious drawing room on the first floor. Here Manners was seated at a grand piano, and Cherriton, deep in an arm chair, was reading an English pacifist pamphlet. "Is that a telegram?" asked Cherriton, as the door opened. "No, sir," answered the man. "It is a Mr. Bernard Treves called in to see Mr. Manners." 2 minutes later John stepped into the room. "Did you get your overcoat?" he asked, shaking hands with Cherriton. The fair man nodded. "Many thanks," he said. He had spent the earlier part of that day inquiring into the existence, status, and habits of John Manton. He was still not quite satisfied as to his visitor's release from Scotland Yard, and at that very moment he was awaiting a telegram from the Isle of Wight which would either increase his suspicions or remove them altogether. In the meantime he preferred to trust John to a certain extent. "You have come at an opportune time, Treves," he said. John was seated now, and this time accepted a cigarette from the Baron's case. Suddenly Rathenau looked him full in the face. "You and I, Treves," he said, "have both been treated damnably." "Damnably," answered John, wondering what was coming. The other continued: "But there comes a time, Treves, when the worm turns. You turned and I turned. You cast in your lot with our friend Manners, who knows how to appreciate loyalty. Manners," he continued in the ironical tone that was his general habit, "fat and stupid and lazy as he is always willing to pay for loyalty." John looked into the Baron's thick-skinned, pallid face, into the steel-like eyes, and smiled inwardly. A pause came. John leaned forward. "Cherriton," he said, "what are you leading up to?" Manners, from the piano stool, spoke up. "Ah, you see, Cherriton, he is sharp, our friend Treves. Tell him what you want, Cherriton, straight out." He rose, came, for all his great bulk, softly across the room. He laid a fat hand on John's shoulder and looked down at him. "Bernard," he half whispered, "you shall have all you want of everything. Money and the other thing. I want you to throw in your lot with me as the good Captain has done. That note," he continued, still in the half whisper, "you gave me in regard to the sailing of the Polidor was well appreciated in certain circles." "I'm glad to hear that," John answered. "That was good service," continued Manners, "but there are bigger things afoot." He paused a moment, then walked round John and seated himself on a sofa quite near. "You have heard, no doubt," he continued, "of the Imperator. You mean the new Grey Star liner?" Manners nodded. "A monster ship, a wonder ship. 48,000 tons." He uttered the words slowly, rolling them unctuously over his tongue. "Nearly as big as the Vaterland," John said, and for the life of him he could not help looking across at Cherriton's face. But Cherriton was quick as lightning. "The Vaterland?" he repeated. "You mean the German ship?" John returned his attention to Manners. He could feel the web closing about him, the web in which Dacent Smith had ordered him to entangle himself. "The Imperator," said Manners, "is to sail one day quite soon, but your Admiralty has grown doubly cunning of late. As yet we know not either her port of departure or the hour of departure." John noticed that the fat man's tones deepened as he spoke. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. He leaned forward and laid a fat hand on Bernard's knee. "Treves, my boy, I trust you, eh?" "Certainly," answered John truthfully. "I want you to trust me." "Good!" exclaimed Manners, uttering the word thickly in his throat. "Now you will understand Cherriton and I cannot appear in certain places, but with you it is different with you, eh?" "Quite," said John. "I can appear anywhere without suspicion." Cherriton, who had remained silent, again took control of the situation. "What Manners and I want you to do," he said, "is to stay a few days at the Savoy Hotel. A Dutch gentleman is giving up room 104C. You are to take that room, and stay at the hotel at Manners's expense." "Thank you," said John. "There will be no need for you to stint yourself. What is more, you will have no duties whatever to perform." John lifted his eyebrows in genuine surprise. "I don't quite see what help I can be in that case." "We are hoping that the matter will resolve itself," said Cherriton. "Yes, yes," intervened Manners. "Everything will resolve itself beautifully. All you have to do now, my dear boy, is to say that you will accept the——" "The invitation," intercepted Cherriton. John thought there was nothing easier in the world than to accept an invitation to stay, free of expense, at a first class hotel, and with no duties to perform. He said as much to Manners, and 2 nights later found him the occupant of the room 104C, a delightful Louis XVI bedroom overlooking the Embankment. He had spent a day and a night at the hotel, and no incident whatever had occurred. On the evening of the second night, however, after dinner, John seated himself in the foyer and ordered coffee and cigarettes. Presently, in the great crowd moving, laughing and talking near him, John observed a politician who at various periods in the past had loomed importantly in the public eye. "He is even more ugly than his photographs," thought John, watching the important personage move among his friends. John did not like Beecher Monmouth's smile. Altogether he disliked the man on the instant, and was the more astonished to notice that a strikingly beautiful woman of 30, wearing a glittering diamond necklace and diamond earrings, moved towards him and slipped her arm through his. The woman wore a deeply décolleté evening dress of a shimmering silk that looked to John now green and now blue. He noticed her flash a smile into Beecher Monmouth's face. He saw the politician put her hand into his. Then recollection came to John. The woman was Beecher Monmouth's wife, a beautiful woman 30 years his junior, who had appeared from nowhere and married him. "She certainly is a beautiful woman," thought John. "A case of Beauty and the Beast." Then, to his utter amazement, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's eyes met his. She slid her arm from her husband's and made her way quickly through the crowd to John. He felt his heart beat quicken. A moment later Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was holding out her hand towards him. She flashed a smile into his face. "My dear Mr. Treves," she said, in a voice that was low and intimate, "I have been looking for you all the evening." A moment later she was shaking hands with John. "I must fly now," she added, "but you must come and see me to morrow, 6 o'clock." A moment later she was hurrying back towards her husband, her gown shimmering and gleaming as she went. There was something in the palm of John's hand, something that had passed from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth to himself. Holding his hand below the table and free from observation, John saw that the something Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had passed into his hand was a slip of paper on which was pencilled "Imperator, 3 o'clock to morrow, Route 28." John was conscious of a quite definite thrill. His nerve was of the best. He had accepted the momentous slip of paper without any outward sign of disturbance. Indeed, he had smiled back into Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's eyes in a manner that had won that lady's sincerest approbation. Nevertheless, he was not inwardly calm. He felt that fate or destiny had seized him suddenly in its relentless grip. The slip of paper was still in his hand, concealed beneath the level of the table. For some minutes he drew at his cigarette, then, carefully taking out the pocket book, laid the slip in its leaves and replaced the book in the inner breast pocket of his coat. For some minutes longer he retained his seat, leaning back in the delicate gilt chair. His gaze wandered among the brilliant and fashionable crowd moving about him. The gentle murmur of music mingled still with the chatter of voices, and 20 feet away he caught the gleam of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's ear rings, the scintillation of her superb diamond necklace. She was talking to her yellow-skinned and unprepossessing husband, but her attention was entirely and solely fixed upon John. Their eyes met, and John was obliged to concede, for the second time, that she was a woman of exceptional beauty. The art of her coiffure, and possibly the art of her complexion expert, had wrought its best for her. Nevertheless, she would have stood out among any assemblage of young and prepossessing women. Her husband quite visibly adored her, and every word she condescended to transmit to him was received with a quick, responsive smile on his part. John was thinking rapidly, wondering and speculating. Was it possible that Beecher Monmouth knew of the existence of the little slip of paper that reposed in his pocket book? Beecher Monmouth, who had sat on numerous committees, who had more than once stood in the running for an under secretaryship. The thing seemed utterly incredible. As these things flashed through John's mind, realization slowly came to him that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was observing him with close intensity under slightly lowered lids. John rose, and as he did so the lady flashed a brilliant smile towards him, an intimate, understanding smile, full of meaning. "I wish I knew what you meant," thought John, as he made his way through the throng out towards the cloak-room. The circulating door received him, and he passed out into the dim light of the Strand. There was a crowd, as always at that hour, and a young man who followed closely at his heels found difficulty in keeping him in sight. John was burning once more to look at the information Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had conveyed to him, but caution forbade anything of the sort. He was determined that this, his first swim in deep waters, should achieve a successful issue. His chief desire in life was to make good in Dacent Smith's eyes, and, moreover, obeying his chief's instructions, he had already indelibly impressed upon his memory the portentous sentence, "Imperator, 3 o'clock to morrow, Route 28." The word treachery floated into his mind and filled him with rage. Until now he had been outside, one of the public, but to night the curtain had been drawn aside. He felt himself engaged in the secret fight which is for ever taking place beneath the surface, the fight between our own secret service and the spies and traitors in the pay of the other nations. At Hampstead, John emerged from the Tube and made his way through the darkness of Well Walk. Presently he turned to the left, through an alley, crossed a square of shabby-looking houses, and ascended a further closely built, narrow street leading towards Cherriton's residence. The young man who had followed him from the Savoy was still in his wake. At this point, however, he apparently ceased his pursuit and vanished up a side alley. John, who had been aware of footsteps for some minutes, halted and looked behind him. The road was empty, and the suspicion that had been growing on him vanished. Nevertheless, he laid a hand on his hip pocket, assured himself that he was prepared for eventualities, and moved forward again. "I'll give this nefarious bit of news to Cherriton, and then hop down to Dacent Smith and report the fact as quickly as I can," thought John. He reached the top of Christchurch Road and paused to recollect which turning was the right one. At that moment some one moved in the shadow of the church railings near him, and before John could turn his head, a doubled fist smote him heavily. The attack was so sudden, unexpected, and swift that before he could in any way retaliate, a second blow had been delivered. His assailant leaped through the air, clasped 2 strong hands round his neck, and fell into the road, still gripping for all he was worth. The two struggled ignominiously, and John became aware that the stranger, who had released one hand grip, was groping for the precious pocket book. For the first time John was able to aim a blow, then with a violent twist he drew himself uppermost and plunged his knee heavily into the other's chest. In the dim light he observed that his opponent was young. John was already aware that he had met no mean antagonist, and he was taking no chances. The downward blow he now delivered on the other man's countenance staggered him for a moment. He wrenched himself free and stood upright on his feet. His enemy was prone, but only for a moment. "You've got a good deal of spirit, my young friend," said John through his teeth, "but you'll get nothing from me, except another punch like the last. Now get up." "Thanks," returned the other. He rose and began to dust his clothes carefully. John did not like the man's attitude. He was quite obviously preparing to make another attack. "Now," commanded John, moving back a pace, "don't try that with me." He stepped back and reached for the Colt weapon that reposed in his pocket. "I should hate to do anything drastic," he continued, "but if you make it a habit to leap at people in the dark, and to aim half-arm jolts at strangers, you must take the consequences." "I am prepared to take anything that is coming to me," responded the young man. He spoke almost jauntily, and John admired his spirit. "I evidently did not hit you quite as hard as I thought," John remarked. "Quite hard enough," responded the other, "but please don't shoot, because——" Then, to John's amazement, and with the utmost daring, he leapt forwards like a flash and seized John's pistol. There was a swift, fierce struggle. The moment was one for quick decisions. The stranger held the weapon by the wrong end, and John knew it. Unexpectedly he let go, and simultaneously landed a heavy left on the young man's down-bent jaw. He followed with a right, and then another left. He was as busy as he had ever been, and he knew he was fighting for his entire future, possibly for his life. "I've had enough," gasped the stranger. He reeled away and seated himself on the farther side of the narrow street. John searched about, picked up the weapon from the middle of the road, and pocketed it. Then he buttoned his coat, after carefully satisfying himself that the pocket-book was still in its place, and prepared to go. "Good night," called the other, seated on the edge of the pavement, as he went. Manton, however, was in no mood for persiflage. He took himself off, walking as swiftly as he could. "He certainly doesn't lack pluck," mused John. 5 minutes later he reached the large house wherein Cherriton had his abode. "I want to see Captain Cherriton at once," he said, when the door was opened to him. He found Cherriton alone in the big drawing-room. He was in evening clothes, and was wearing comfortable house slippers. "So it's you, Treves!" exclaimed the German as the door closed. "Come in, and I'll give you a drink of whisky. That is always acceptable, eh?" "Always," answered John. Cherriton was looking at him intently. "There is a slight cut on your forehead." "Is there? It must be a scratch." John applied his handkerchief to the slight abrasion, then slipped off his overcoat and took a drink of whisky and soda. "I have some news for you, Cherriton." "News?" The other flashed a swift glance at him. John slowly drew out the pocket-book and produced the slip of paper. "You wanted to know when the Imperator sailed out, and by what route." Cherriton was suddenly and unfeignedly impatient. "What is it you know?" he demanded. "At the Savoy to-night," John said quietly, "this was handed to me." He passed the slip of paper into the German's eager fingers. "Gott!" exclaimed Cherriton, utterly absorbed. "You got this from——" "Mrs. Beecher Monmouth." 3 o'clock to morrow," mused Cherriton. "There is not much time for us to act." He looked suddenly into John's face. "What a woman she is!" he exclaimed. "Invaluable! Invaluable!" "Invaluable!" echoed John. Cherriton laid a hand on John's arm. "Keep your hold on her, my dear Treves. Your work to-night has been excellent." Excitement had brought an unusual gleam into his hard eyes. We will do great things for you yet." He crossed the room and rang the bell imperiously. "My coat and hat," he commanded of the butler when the man appeared. "When Mr. Manners returns, ask him to wait up for me." Chapter IX. Of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service by Laurence CLARKE. LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The hour was 11 o'clock. Dacent Smith was, as usual, up to his ears in work. Very little of the real work, conducted by him on behalf of the department, was dispatched at the office. If he possessed a weakness at all, it was a weakness for the luxury of his own suite of rooms and for the benign, competent aid of Grew. Servant and master were each equally devoted to the other, and yet even Grew was only vaguely aware of the greatness, of the importance of the stoutish, bland, keen-eyed gentleman who was his master. At Dacent Smith's elbow a green-shaded electric lamp cast a bright light on the papers beneath his hand. The chief wrote neatly and carefully, and when the door opened and Grew came softly in, he did not lift his head. "Mr. Treves to report, sir." "I'll see Mr. Treves immediately." "Very good, sir." Dacent Smith raised his head. "Oh, Grew, please ask the gentleman who is in the other room to wait a little longer." "Very good, sir." 2 minutes later John found himself alone with the chief. Dacent Smith motioned him into one of the deep, leather-covered arm-chairs, opened a silver box of Egyptian cigarettes, and pushed it towards him. "Well?" he questioned, wheeling his chair and looking at John much as an astute physician might look at a patient. "I can see by your expression," he went on quickly, "that you have something of importance to report." "I think so," said John. "Well, what is it?" "In the foyer of the Savoy to night, sir, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth——" An almost imperceptible change of expression occurred on Dacent Smith's smooth features. "Mrs. Beecher Monmouth," continued John, "passed a slip of paper into my hand. I assumed at once that the paper was meant for either Manners or Cherriton, and obeyed your instructions. I delivered it at once." "You memorised it first?" Dacent Smith's tone was almost sharp. "It was very short, sir. I can remember it exactly." Dacent Smith pushed a pencil and block of paper towards him. "Perhaps you had better write it down immediately," he said. "If you visualise it in writing, you will be less likely to have forgotten or misplaced a word." John arose, and bending over the desk, wrote the exact words of the message Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had conveyed to him. When he came to the word Imperator, Dacent Smith whistled softly. "You have done very well, Treves," he said. He suddenly looked into John's face. "You must better your acquaintance with Mrs. Beecher Monmouth." "I have an appointment with her for to morrow night," answered John. Dacent Smith glanced at a little gilt clock on the mantelshelf. "I think we shall be in time." "That is exactly what Cherriton said," John answered. Dacent Smith was silent for a moment. "Treves," he said, "if the Imperator sails to morrow at 3 o'clock by Route 28, which is their code for the North Ireland route, there will be another disaster for us." He was silent a moment, and John put a question that had troubled him somewhat. "But if she doesn't sail at that hour," he said, "if she is suddenly delayed or dispatched by another route, won't that arouse their suspicions?" Dacent Smith looked at him for a moment, then smiled quietly. "Oh," he said, "we shall not be quite so obvious as that, Treves. Otherwise they would come to suspect a leakage. What will occur is this. I shall communicate with the Admiralty at once, and sometime to morrow morning an accident will happen, quite a small accident, to the Imperator's boilers. The news of the accident will be well spread throughout the crew and the deckhands. Thus the Imperator will be unavoidably delayed, and will not sail at 3 o'clock to morrow." He rose as he finished speaking and went quickly out of the room. When he returned he was obviously much easier in his mind. With slow deliberation he replaced himself in his chair at the desk.
Now give me details of your interview with Cherriton." John stated what had occurred. "Anything else to report?" asked Dacent Smith, looking at him with a penetrating glance. "I see you have a scratch on your forehead." "Yes," answered John. "It occurred in Hampstead. A young man attacked me and endeavoured to get my pocket book." "Oh, that is rather alarming." "It was rather sudden," John confessed, "and he was a particularly energetic person." "Would you know him again if you saw him?" asked Dacent Smith. "I think I should," answered John. "He was about my own height, but more slenderly built. Rather a good-looking fellow, well dressed. He was a most energetic and audacious opponent," he continued, becoming unexpectedly expansive. "Audacity is sometimes a fault," observed Dacent Smith. "Just sit where you are a minute, Treves. I want to introduce you to some one." He crossed the room and opened the door. John noticed him beckon to some one, and a moment later a young man in evening clothes stepped into the room. Dacent Smith led the newcomer towards the hearth. "Captain," he said, speaking to the young man, "this is Mr. Treves, who is now a member of our service." John rose to shake hands, and found himself looking into the smiling face of a young man of 28, a young man with dark brown, daring-looking eyes, a sun-browned skin, and a dark moustache. The stranger's face was humorous, and on the lower part of his left cheek was a contused redness. As John and he shook hands, John uttered an exclamation of astonishment. "Why, you're the man who attacked me!" "Well, I don't know about that," smiled the Captain cheerily. "It looks to me as if the attacking was mostly on your side." "I must say," John continued, "you put up quite a good fight. But I don't quite see the point. If you were acting on behalf of the Department, why did you attack me?" He glanced at Dacent Smith, and the great man undertook an explanation. "The whole thing was a slight mistake. Your new acquaintance, known to us as Captain X, was under my orders, his avocation to-night. He saw Mrs. Beecher Monmouth shake hands with you. He also observed you, and he says very neatly, put something in your inner breast pocket. He had never seen you before, but he naturally jumped to the conclusion that you were in league with this particular fashionable lady, whom he had been sent to watch, hence his mistaken attack on you." John turned again to his late antagonist. "I'm sorry if I hurt you," he said. "You did hurt me abominably," retorted Captain X. "I am not much of a pugilist, and that half-arm jolt, or whatever you call it, has my sincerest admiration." "The luck was on my side," returned John politely. "And the misdirected energy on mine," smiled the Captain. Dacent Smith moved to the table, took up a sheet of paper, folded it, and handed it to Captain X. "Now," said he, "we will return to business." At 9 o'clock the following evening John found himself in a lady's boudoir, a room heavy with the odour of Russian cigarettes. The neat, capped foreign maid who had ushered him into the apartment had removed herself, closing the door softly behind her. The room was not large, and every effort of a somewhat exotic taste had been put forth to create an atmosphere of intimacy. It was a room, as it were, planned and arranged for secret meetings. The carpet was thick. A white polar bear rug extended itself from the hearth, and beyond the hearth, running along the wall, was a divan covered in heavy silk of Chinese blue. A Chinese kakemono of brilliant colours, red, orange, azure, green, and gold, covered the wall behind the divan. The general air of the place was one that did not appeal to John in the least. He did not care a button about exotic boudoirs. Neither did he care for Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, who to-night was wearing a Chinese overgown as brilliant and sumptuous in hue as the kakemono that covered the wall. She had been seated on the divan when John entered. She rose now and came towards him, with the pink light softening the cold splendour of her beauty. There was no doubt about her beauty. John was prepared to admit that, even at this second meeting. "You bad boy to be so late," breathed Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, squeezing his fingers in her.
She drew him towards her. The moment was a delicate one for Manton. What Treves's relations had been with this woman he could not guess, but it was his business to find out. It was indeed his business to find out many things about her. For months the Intelligence Department had held her in suspicion, but Dacent Smith's most brilliant assistants had failed to make headway in her case. She was slippery as an eel, quick-witted, cunning, daring, and resourceful. In that moment, as she drew John towards her, she suspected a ruse. But there was no ruse. She looked up, her brilliant eyes searching him. "Have you nothing for me?" she whispered. There was only one thing to do, only one safe course to take, and John took it. He, as it were, plunged, and risked the consequences. He put his arms about her shapely shoulders and pressed a kiss upon the upturned lips. "No, no, I didn't tell you you could kiss me." "You said something very like it," laughed John. "You are a bad, daring boy." "Faint heart never won anything worth having," returned John. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth returned to her divan and disposed herself comfortably. "You bad Bernard, you must sit in that low chair at once and tell me all you have been doing lately." She lifted a cigarette case from a low ivory-topped table. John took one, noticing that they were the excellent cigarettes Treves had been in the habit of smoking. "Tell me what you have been doing." John mused, and the woman went on. "Do you know, you looked rather handsome last night at the Savoy." She paused and became coyly and softly wistful. "I dislike handsome boys. They are so conceited, as a rule." "If I can keep her talking like this for a while," thought John, "I shall not get into deep water." There was a silence, during which the lady luxuriantly smoked her Russian cigarette. Then she looked at John with her slow, low-lidded smile. "Talk," she commanded. "I prefer to hear you talk," said John. "Tell me what you have been doing lately. To-day, for instance." The lady pondered. "Oh, to-day the Ogre gave a luncheon party." John guessed that the Ogre was her unprepossessing husband. "The Ogre gave a luncheon party, and among others we had Lady Rachel Marlin, a delightful chatterbox. Her husband's in the Navy, you know. I could listen to her talk for hours." "I don't doubt it," thought John. "After tea," resumed she, "I went to my Red Cross work." John was wary. The fact that she did Red Cross work surprised him, but possibly Treves had been aware of the fact, and it would be unsafe for him to express his surprise. There was silence for a moment, until John hit on a safe question. "Do you go to the same place?" he inquired. "Oh, yes, the Officers' Hospital, you know. They are such dear, delightful fellows." She told him no more about the Officers' Hospital, and he put another question. "What have you done this evening?" "I have been boring myself to death until you came. And now you make poor me talk, and don't entertain me in the least." Suddenly she lifted her head. "I hope you aren't in one of your moods." "Oh, no," said John quickly. "What makes you think that?" She looked at him long and steadily. He sustained her gaze. Her brilliant, hard beauty smote his consciousness again. "Do you remember how awful you were at first, Bernard?" "I suppose I was pretty awful," answered John, wondering what Treves had done to earn himself that character. Suddenly Mrs. Beecher Monmouth ceased her scrutiny and broke into a laugh, a long tinkle of laughter that showed all her fine teeth. "What a boy you are!" she said. "Do you remember that night when you swore and tore about this room like a madman?" She laughed again, as though in memory of a scene that had been grotesquely ridiculous. Somehow, in that moment, John felt his instinctive dislike of her intensify. He saw her as an utterly cold-blooded traitor to her country. Only 48 hours earlier she had slipped into his hand information that had been intended to doom a great ship to disaster. The slip of paper that had so astoundingly come into his possession, had in itself constituted a vile blow at the safety of England. And here was the woman who had safely engineered that atrocity, who had acted as an intermediary in Germany's pay. And this same woman was smiling at him in her Grosvenor Place boudoir, surrounded by all the luxuries of life, the wife of a politician of some eminence who had only recently been in the running for an under secretaryship. The thought flashed into John's mind, was Beecher Monmouth, M.P., also a traitor? He did not know, but he was prepared to risk a good deal to find out. Once more he turned his attention to the woman before him. "It was rather weak of me," he said, "to act the way I did." "It was as good as a melodrama," replied she. "You said you were ruined, and swore you'd end everything. I forget whether it was to be the river or in some less pleasant manner. Called yourself a traitor." "Traitor?" repeated John. He wanted to know more of this. "Melodrama again," responded Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "However, you calmed yourself in the end. You became your own delightful, foolish self again." "Thanks," said John, and for the life of him he could not help saying aloud, "and you were able to twist me round your pretty fingers." She looked at him with one of her quick looks. "Now, that is delightful of you to say pretty things to me. Do you know," she continued, leaning towards him, "you have improved immensely. You are quite changed. Before you really came to us," she adopted a note of seriousness, "you were really too dreadful for words. You raved against the army that had treated you so abominably, and yet would not throw in your lot with us. Oh, you were very difficult, mon ami." "And now?" inquired John. "Oh, now you are quite another man." "I'm glad you think that," said John aloud, and to himself he added, "My clever lady, you never spoke a truer word in your iniquitous life." "The change in you is so marked," went on Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "that Captain Cherriton actually doubted your loyalty to us. He regarded your escape from Scotland Yard authorities as so sudden." "Ah," protested John, "but I was mistaken for another man." "Of course I know that, you silly boy. But Cherriton could not rest satisfied until he had discovered that there actually existed a person called John Manton, and that you had really been mistaken for this personage." John made a mental note that in Cherriton he had an adversary of no mean order. "I hope," said he, "now that Captain Cherriton has discovered my story to be true, he won't suspect me again." "As for that," responded the lady, "he suspects his own shadow. But you are very high in favour just at the moment." "His favour is worth having?" probed John. "We shall discover that," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. Her tone suddenly became fervent, almost exalted. "After the war there will be great things for us all. Now is the time to sow, then will be the time to reap the harvest." The expression of her face had changed. A dark, fierce light seemed to illumine her features. "We shall win yet. We are winning now, but the end will be swift." "The end of some people," thought John, "will be devilishly swift." He was thinking of Manners, of Cherriton, and the lady before him. "What do you think will happen?" he inquired. "They will come here, of course," she retorted, suddenly standing erect beside the divan and speaking with fiery and passionate intensity. "They will come here, my people." "Your people?" interjected John quickly. "My people," droned she, with a lift of her head. "You didn't know that before? But you are one of us, and I can trust you now." "But everybody thinks you are an American," answered John, recalling what Dacent Smith had told him. "Quite true, they do think that, and for convenience' sake I am an American, a rich American who married—" she lifted a scornful lip and pointed towards the door—"who married the ogre." "Were you working for the cause when you married him?" inquired John. But the sudden flame that had animated her appeared to die away. She became once more her beautiful, exotic self. "I have worked for the cause since—" She stopped. She, as it were, returned to earth. "Bernard," she said, when she had smoked a few minutes in silence, "I have something to show you." She rose, crossed the room, and unlocked a buhl cabinet. A moment later she returned to John and handed him an envelope. Within was a closely written letter beginning "Dearest Alice." As John glanced at the writing, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth came behind him and laid her manicured finger nail on the bottom 4 lines of the first sheet. "That is all you need read," she said. The 4 lines at which she pointed ran: "If you think Treves has the courage for the task, I will take your word for it. He shall be the man." Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service by Laurence CLARKE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John looked up quickly. "Is this from Captain Cherriton?" he asked. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth shook her head. "From a far greater one than he," she answered slowly. John pricked up his ears, then flashed a glance at the contents of the letter. But Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was very quick. He caught only the words "secret session" and "ready by the 28th," when Mrs. Monmouth dexterously laid her white hand over the writing and drew it from his fingers. She folded it and placed it carefully in the bosom of her dress. She wore evening dress beneath her gorgeous Japanese rest gown, and John noticed the coquetry with which she concealed the letter from his view. He was young enough to be affected by her beauty, and was yet old enough to suspect she was playing a part—was, in fact, seeking to entangle him for the benefit of the cause. He put her down in that moment as a passionate, unscrupulous, dangerous woman, to whom adventure was the very breath of life. Moreover, he doubted her statement that she was German. She was certainly not his idea of a woman of Teutonic nationality. Her arm, that had been resting upon his shoulder, still remained there. The lady's handsome face was very close to his. He could see deep into her smiling eyes, and was not comfortable under the closeness of her scrutiny. His resemblance to Bernard Treves was striking, but it was not perfect enough, he feared, to deceive the watchfulness of a woman who had evidently been closely intimate with that young man. He endeavoured to break the intensity of her gaze by leading her back to her chair. "Well," she whispered tenderly, "have you nothing to say to me?" "There are 1,000 things I would like to say," returned John promptly. "Let me light you a cigarette." He struck a match and placed one of her buff-coloured Russian cigarettes in her fingers. As he held the light, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth spoke on a new note of seriousness. "Bernard, I have been kindness itself to you." John assured her that she had. "When the others doubted you, I clung to my belief in you." "You have been wonderful," said John. "You are changed, Bernard." "That's impossible," answered John, "where you are concerned." He again experienced the sensation, a common one with him these days, that he walked upon the edge of a precipice. "I have shown my confidence in you." "You mean," proceeded John, "you have spoken up for me to the great personage who wrote the letter?" "Yes. Are you grateful?" inquired she, looking at him quizzically. She had disposed herself upon the divan in a graceful, languid pose. "I am more than grateful," said John. "But tell me, who is this great personage?" The lady's laughter sounded musically in the little pink-lighted room. "Oh, my dear Bernard," she protested, "that comes much later." "I suppose," John said, feeling that a bold plunge was worth while, "the personage is the head of the German secret agents in England." "What makes you think that?" "My dear Alice, you would not stand in such awe of any one less important than that." For some minutes—since the time he had caught sight of the letter, in fact—he had resolved to call her Alice at the earliest opportunity. He was playing a part. He had taken up another man's love affair at an unknown state of development, a dangerous thing to do. However, the duel between them, he believed, was to his advantage. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had made a false step. She had already revealed to him the existence of a high secret power, a power far above and beyond Cheriton and Manwitz. "Alice," he said suddenly, drawing his chair a little nearer and laying a hand on her arm, "tell me who is the Great Unknown?" "Patience, patience, Bernard. You will hear all in good time." She lifted his hand from her arm and pushed him gently away. At the same moment there came a low knock at the door. A discreet pause followed before Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's foreign maid, in cap and white apron, entered. "The master's returned, ma'am." The girl spoke in a low tone, intended for her mistress's ear alone, and immediately went out, closing the door behind her. "Sit over there," commanded Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, waving John towards a chair at the hearth. "Sit over there and be very good." John moved to the hearth. He wondered if Bernard Treves had known the ogre, or if an introduction was to take place. The awkwardness of the situation was solved for him a moment later, when the door behind him opened. In a slender strip of mirror on the opposite wall, John saw the reflected figure of Beecher Monmouth, M.P. The pink light softened a little the bilious yellow of his skin, but he was still an unprepossessing object, with his bald head, his long pointed nose, and his thin-lipped mouth. Mrs. Monmouth rose as her husband entered, and went towards him with hands outstretched. "William, darling," she exclaimed, "how nice of you to come home so early. I must introduce you to Mr. Treves." John rose and bowed. Beecher Monmouth put a large bony hand in his. He had just returned from the House of Commons, and looked weary and old. He looked every one of his 64 years. John wondered whether he ought to stay or not, but Mrs. Beecher Monmouth solved the situation by holding out her hand. "You must come and see me again, Mr. Treves." Her tone was almost motherly. He shook hands with her, and saw her move towards her husband, and slip her arm through his. Husband and wife were standing together as the maid conducted John downstairs. "What a monument of treachery and deceit she is!" thought John, as he stepped out into the starlit night. In the meantime, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had pressed her ungainly husband into a deep arm-chair, had commanded that whisky and soda should be brought, and was already holding the match that lit his cigar. Beecher Monmouth watched her with admiration in his tired eyes. He was prepared to sell his soul for her, and was never weary of telling her that he was the luckiest man in the world to have won her love. "And what did my William do to night?" she inquired softly, when the whisky and soda had been placed at his side, and he had helped himself to a somewhat liberal dose. "A most boring evening," said Beecher Monmouth. "Irish question." "And you saw no one interesting?" asked she. "I saw Braxton Neve in the lobby," answered her husband. "There is some talk of a military expedition to—I don't know whether it will come off or not. The Cabinet, I believe, discussed it yesterday." "What did Braxton Neve say?" Beecher Monmouth took a sip of whisky. "Why should I bore you with stupid politics?" "They aren't stupid to me," she said. "You know every tiny bit of your political life interests me intensely." She settled herself in a low chair beside him. "Now you must tell me everything Braxton Neve said. He is in the confidence of the Cabinet, is he not?" Her husband nodded. "He has the confidence of several members of the Cabinet." "Tell me everything, William." Half an hour later, when Monmouth had finished his cigar and whisky, he rose wearily, kissed her, and went to his room. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth waited until he was safely out of the way, then going to the telephone on the buhl writing desk, rang up a number. "Is that Dr. Voules?" she inquired. At the other end of the telephone a deep voice answered in the affirmative. "May I call upon you at 11 o'clock to morrow?" inquired Mrs. Monmouth. "Is it important?" asked the voice. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in the solitude of her room, smiled slightly. "I shall leave you to judge of that," she replied. "Very good," answered the voice. "I shall expect you at 11 precisely." On the following morning Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, quietly but expensively dressed, presented herself at the hotel bureau. 3 minutes later the lift door closed upon her, and she was wafted swiftly upward to the 3rd floor. A page boy conducted her along a corridor, opened a door, and departed. The apartment into which she had been shown overlooked the Haymarket. Decorations of white and gold caught Mrs. Monmouth's vision. Seated at a desk from whence he could look down upon the busy life of the street below, was a broad-shouldered, elderly man who laid down his pen as his visitor entered. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth hurried towards him. "It is good of you to see me, doctor," she exclaimed effusively. "Oh, not at all. I am charmed to see you," he answered. He moved a little farther into the room, so that prying eyes from the building opposite could not observe him. Then, with an air of great gallantry, he bent over Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's hand and laid his lips upon it. "You will sit down and tell me your news," said the doctor. Mrs. Monmouth accepted the offered chair. Dr. Voules was of middle height, sturdily but not heavily built. He carried himself well, holding his head high and looking squarely and masterfully before him. His head was round, his strong, heavy-jawed face was clean shaven, and his wide mouth drooped at the corners. Both physically and intellectually the doctor was a formidable figure, but the harshness of his countenance was belied by a surface air of politeness, a politeness which appeared to be assumed, and which sat ill upon him. His air, despite his efforts of concealment, was one of lofty authority. "You will tell me your important news," he said quietly. "I don't know that it is important," admitted Mrs. Monmouth, "but my husband heard accidentally in the House of Commons last night that there is talk of an expedition to——" Voyles's eyebrows moved very slightly. "I shall be grateful to know everything your husband heard." Then Mrs. Beecher Monmouth told him exactly, word for word, all she had managed to worm from her husband. "He considers, then," inquired Voules, "that the expedition is to become an accomplished fact?" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth nodded. "Did your husband learn anything else in regard to this most interesting little adventure?" Mrs. Monmouth shook her head. "Ah!" exclaimed Voules. "It would be most useful to us if you could learn the name of the officer who is in command of the expedition. You will keep that in mind?" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth assured him upon that point. "Now, in regard to your protégé, Mr. Treves," observed the doctor. "This young man, I understand, is very well connected, and is the son of Colonel Treves?" Mrs. Monmouth nodded. "My information is that his disappearance from the British Army was somewhat rapid, and that fact, together with his propensity for drugs, gradually brought him into our service. I should like to see him," went on the doctor, "to judge for myself, but in the meantime I can make much use of him. I shall take you at your word, and give him important duties to perform." "Thank you," observed Mrs. Monmouth. "That is extremely kind of you, doctor." Voules, who had seated himself, rose now and held out his hand. "My compliments to you upon your excellent work." 2 minutes later, with much politeness, he accompanied her out of the room, along the corridor, and saw her into the lift. When he returned to his own room, he opened the door of an inner apartment and summoned a thin young man, wearing tortoise shell rimmed spectacles. The young man was clean-shaven, and was possessed of a somewhat small and receding chin, which gave him a foolish aspect. He was not foolish in the least, however. He was, on the contrary, extremely fox-like and alert. The doctor's politeness vanished as he confronted the young man. "Baumer," he commanded, "come into the other room, please." He crossed to his desk near the window overlooking the street and seated himself. The young man entered and stood at his side, awaiting instructions. "You will make a note," said the doctor, "that a Mr. Bernard Treves is to come to my house to day week." "Very good, Excellenz," answered the young man deferentially. He began to write a note in pencil on a small writing block he had produced. "You will also," went on the doctor, "inform Hauptmann Rathenau that I wish to see Mr. Treves's dossier again." "Yes, Excellenz, but if I might be permitted to suggest so much, Lieutenant Treves, whose family is well known, would be a safer person to use for purposes of association with the officers at Fort Heatherpoint." "But our excellent Cherriton was educated at Oxford," said the elder man. "He is to all outward seeming an Englishman." "Nevertheless, Excellenz," Baumer insisted, "I feel we should be safer to employ an Englishman. There is much freemasonry among the English, and there is always danger, Excellenz, that some one who knew the real Captain Cherriton may meet Herr Rathenau." "But Heatherpoint," said Voules, "is one of our key positions. You forget that, Baumer." "No, Excellenz, I remember it perfectly." His superior was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "I have decided that Cherriton shall do this work. He has greater experience. This time our movements must be all perfect. Our staff work here, Baumer, must be even superior to the staff work in France. We must in no degree underrate our enemies." He was silent a moment, pondering the great scheme that had grown in his brain months earlier, the scheme that was to strike a blow at the very heart of England. His orders were to restore new confidence throughout Germany in the failing U-boat campaign. Minutely, piece by piece, he had worked out his daring and masterful plan. The success of his country in discovering the sailing of British ships, the strength and equipment of our distant expeditions, the amount of munitions and arms being manufactured, these tidings were in the daily routine of espionage. But General von Kuhne was no believer in defensive operations. He, like his friend Bernhardi, was a disciple of Clausewitz, a believer in offensive warfare. To strike hard and unerringly, after minute preparation, was his ideal of strategy. Already, for many weeks, he had been placing his pawns ready for the great coup. Cunningly and with infinite patience he had prepared for the great blow that was intended to send a shudder through the British Isles. Chapter
11 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The little clock on Dacent Smith's mantelshelf chimed the hour of 7. "I am as empty as a drum," exclaimed Captain X. His slender figure occupied one of the chief's deep armchairs. He was smoking one of Smith's cigarettes, and his handsome face and audacious-looking eyes were upturned as he watched the smoke ascend. "How long have we been here, Treves?" he inquired. "3 hours," answered John. He, too, occupied one of Dacent Smith's deep chairs and smoked his chief's cigarettes. "What about asking old Grew if he knows anything?" continued Captain X. He leaned over and pressed his thumb upon the electric bell push. Almost immediately, and quite noiselessly, the door opened and Dacent Smith's big-boned manservant came into the room. "Look here, Grew," said the captain, twisting his head to get a view of the tall servant. "When do you think the War Council will break up?" "I couldn't say, sir," answered Grew, looking at him with a wooden expression. "You mean if you could, you wouldn't," returned the Captain. "But I would like to tell you, Grew, that both of us are most devilish hungry. Can you tell us anything about food?" "I have orders to serve dinner at 7:30," answered Grew. For 3 hours John and his companion, acting upon orders, had been waiting in Dacent Smith's room. The chief had been called suddenly to a meeting of the War Council, and had not returned. "I expect there are big things afoot," observed John, glancing at the other. "It's a bit unusual," answered the Captain, "for him to stay so long. Perhaps he has ferreted out something new, and is communicating what he knows to the mighty ones." He suddenly turned and looked close at John. "How do you like our sort of work, Treves?" "There is nothing to beat it," John answered. "My only trouble is that I am apt to lose my temper. Somehow I cannot stomach spies, but traitors always make me see red." The Captain looked at him with smiling eyes. "Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. The Chief would never trust me there. She is too beautiful by far, eh, Treves?" John agreed that Mrs. Monmouth's beauty was undeniable. "In my opinion," went on John's companion, "the Department ought to put her out of harm's way. But the Chief knows better. He has ordered supervision of all the letters she posts, and she posts a good many." The door opened at that moment, and Dacent Smith himself came hurriedly in. He apologised politely for his absence. The fact that he was head of a great department, that he was indeed a great man, never weighed with him in regard to his subordinates. Socially he treated them all as his equals; only in matters of discipline was he superior. He laughed as he looked at his depleted cigarette box, and then seated himself at his desk. With a brisk movement he switched on the light. "I have had 3 hours of the War Council," he said, speaking to both Treves and the Captain. "Now, Treves, what is the news?" John told him that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was in communication with a person whose name was unknown to him. This person was evidently of great importance to the German Secret Service, and was considering the employment of John in a great undertaking. "Who is the great unknown?" inquired Dacent Smith. "I don't know, sir," John admitted. The elder man tightened his lips. "Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's acquaintances are becoming increasingly interesting to us, eh, Treves?" "I believe so, sir," said John. "We have been a little late in supervising her letters," said Dacent Smith, looking across at Captain X. "However," he said suddenly, turning the conversation, "that is a matter outside Treves's duties. I have other and more important work for both of you. This afternoon," he went on, "I have submitted a number of reports to the War Council showing that certain of our defences are in a sensitive condition. Something is occurring, and news is leaking out at a serious rate." He was speaking particularly to John, but it was evident that he wished Captain X. to listen to the conversation. "There is a leakage of news from certain fortified zones on the south coast. In the case of some of the lesser forts, it matters not a brass farthing what the enemy discovers, but at other places—well," he continued, "it has been decided this afternoon that a department is to direct its special attention to the south coast. Both of you gentlemen will assume uniform almost at once. You will like that, eh, Treves?" "Very much indeed, sir." "The War Council," went on Dacent Smith, "was inclined to treat my fears a little lightly, but I am sure I am right. There are secret operations preparing against us on the south coast, which are of a greater magnitude than anything that has yet been attempted by German espionage. I want you," he suddenly rose and took John's hand in his, "I want you, Treves, to put everything into this, all your shrewdness and all your tact. You will need every quality of nerve and mind in the work I'm going to entrust to you. And believe me," he said, lowering his voice a little, "matters are very serious indeed. We are out against a secret enemy who has of late increased his power amazingly. There is someone, a new power, directing German espionage in this country, which is a real menace to us. Up to now we have done very well, but at present, I will quite frankly admit to you,
Our position is delicate in the extreme. I dislike preaching," he concluded in a lighter tone, "but I think you know what I mean." John, who had gripped his hand cordially, answered simply, "Yes, sir, I think I appreciate the danger." The clock on the little mantelshelf chimed the half hour. Grew knocked at the door. "Dinner's ready," exclaimed Dacent Smith. "Come this way and I'll show you how a miserable old bachelor lives." Chapter XII of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Saturday following John's first experience of his chief's excellent bachelor cuisine, two men sat in a little barely furnished room 400 feet above the sea. There was no view from the single window of the little apartment. The one-story building of which it formed a part was deeply embedded and concealed between high, grass-covered mounds. Both men were beyond middle age. One of them, in fact, wearing the gold stripes of a naval commander, was over 60 years of age, a trim-bearded, well-preserved officer, drawn for war service from the reserve. Lieutenant Commander Greaves was chief naval officer attached to the fort. His companion, Colonel Hobin, was 10 years his junior, a sharp, nervous, overstrung little man. Hobin held the reputation of a first-class officer. He knew every yard of Heatherpoint Fort, which was his present charge. His big guns were as children to him, and in regard to his subordinates he was a strict disciplinarian, with a reputation for fairness both to officers and to men. At the present moment he was consuming marmalade, which he took from its jar with a dessert spoon and spread on thick bread and butter. There were none of the refinements of home in the mess room at Heatherpoint. A tablecloth existed, and a limited number of knives, forks, and spoons. The chef of the fort was a gloomy-looking individual who had joined up at Liverpool, and plain and good was his motto. "I don't like it," exclaimed Hobin suddenly. He was pouring the commander another cup of black-looking tea. "I don't like the looks of things at all." "Nor do I," said the commander, "but the responsibility is yours, and I think you did well to communicate with the powers that be." "The powers that be will do nothing," complained Colonel Hobin. "They never do." "If things are wrong at all," said the old naval lieutenant, "somebody in the fort's wrong, for I'll bet my hat nobody can get in and out without us knowing it." "That's what is really troubling me," said the colonel, the frown deepening on his brow. "It's damnable, Greaves, to think that we are being outwitted. I have turned every man in the fort inside out, and they all seem to me honest as the day." "Wasn't one of the men in the lower fort reported to have a foreign accent?" "He was," answered the colonel with a bitter laugh, "and I had him up and put him through a third-degree examination, with the result that his accent turned out to be nothing more dangerous than an Irish brogue. He's as loyal as I am, and when I mentioned the fact of the signal book, I believe if I hadn't been in uniform he would have hit me." "If we were one of those tin pot forts over there," returned the lieutenant commander, jerking his thumb contemptuously in a certain direction, "I wouldn't mind, but we really count in the defences." "We are the heart of this system of defence," returned Hobin tartly, "and yet we go and lose a signal book. If it was only that," he went on, "I might have thought there was a carelessness in it. But there are other things, queer things, Greaves, that I cannot formulate into words even to you. I put it all before the authorities. Whiston listened as politely as he always does, and said he'd speak to the Intelligence Department about it, but nothing will be done." "They'll have to do something." "They won't," said Hobin. Colonel Hobin was constitutionally inclined to pessimism, despite his ability. "They won't," he said, and at that moment the door opened and a young lieutenant, who had that day joined the battery, entered the room. "Good evening, sir," said the young man to Colonel Hobin. Hobin nodded grumpily. The young man drew out a chair, seated himself, and reached for the bread and butter. Hobin, from the head of the table, handled the teapot. "Weak or strong?" he demanded of the newcomer. "Weak," answered John Manton, who had been at Heatherpoint a matter of 4 hours, and was taking his first meal in the fort. The lieutenant commander pushed the marmalade pot towards him, and John began to spread it upon his bread and butter, not quite so thickly as his colonel had spread it a minute or two before. Everything was in order in regard to John's presence at Heatherpoint. Dacent Smith had arranged the whole matter, and for the first time in his life John Manton, who had once before been on the way to an officer's uniform, found himself of commissioned rank. And for once Colonel Hobin was mistaken in thinking that the War Office and Intelligence Department had left him entirely neglected. "Well, how do you like Heatherpoint, Mr. Treves?" inquired the old lieutenant commander genially. "So far as I have got," answered John, "I am delighted with the chance to be here." He spoke truthfully. "When you've had 6 months of it, and been through the winter," said the colonel grimly, "with your wind gauge showing 70 miles an hour for weeks on end, and the lighthouse siren never stopping booming, I am afraid you won't be in quite the same cheerful mood." "I'm cheerful by nature, sir," said the young man, tucking into the marmalade. He ate heartily, and by the time he had finished the colonel was smoking a cigar. Lieutenant Commander Greaves filled his pipe, lit it, and with a nod at the colonel, sauntered out to his quarters. For the first time John was alone with Hobin. For some minutes there was silence. Then the colonel spoke. "You will take the leave book to night, Treves. Ask Parkson about it." "Very good, sir," John answered. "You can go now if you like," said the colonel. "Get Parkson to show you the run of the place before parade in the morning." At this point John rose mysteriously, opened the door into the corridor, and looked out. Then, to the colonel's surprise, he closed it again and came quietly back into the room. From the inner pocket of his coat he took a long, narrow yellow envelope, which he handed to Hobin. "What's this?" demanded the colonel. He tore open the envelope and began to read with furrowed brows. When Colonel Hobin had perused the official-looking letter a second and a third time, his brow cleared. He lifted his eyes and looked at John with a new and keen interest. "So you are from the Intelligence Department?" "Yes, sir." "I had no idea of that." "My transfer was effected as quietly as possible, sir, with a view to arousing no suspicion. The letter is merely my credentials from General Whiston." The colonel nodded. "Judging from this," said the colonel, "General Whiston has an extremely high opinion of your gifts." John tried to look as modest as possible. "I am a great believer in luck, sir," he said, "and up to now I have had plenty of it." He was thinking of the saving of the Imperator, which had brought him so many laurels from Dacent Smith. "I hope you'll bring luck to me," said the colonel. "I can promise you I need it." He was delighted that the powers that be had really sent help, despite his disbelief in them. His eyes were still upon John. He liked the young man's frank expression, his cheerful and easy manners, and the bold poise of his head. "A good-looking, heftily built youngster," thought he. "I only hope he is as shrewd as he looks active." "Now, I suppose," he said aloud, "you want me to tell you all the trouble?" "I should like to hear of anything, sir, that has aroused your suspicions," said John. "That's a tall order," answered Hobin. "Everything has aroused my suspicions, and yet, if I put it into words, it may look like nothing to you. Have you ever had the sensation, Treves," he said, "that things were going wrong around you, and yet you could not lay your finger on a thing that is definitely wrong?" "I have felt that way sometimes," admitted John. "That's the way I feel now," returned the colonel. Then, quite briefly, he gave John particulars of the loss of a signal book, which, however, might have been due to carelessness. Other things, he told John, were also mere surmises and sensations. "I must explain," he said, "that this fort and Scoles Head opposite are key positions in our south coast defences. If we were incapacitated, the enemy would sneak into and wreak the devil knows what damage. Given a big enough concentration of submarines, he could probably get 50 to 100 ships. "It's hardly likely," John answered, "that he will ever be able to sneak in." Hobin was silent for a minute, looking John over carefully. "Would it surprise you to hear that we have already been incapacitated?" demanded the Colonel suddenly. He thrust out his chin truculently, as though challenging John to doubt him. "How was that, sir?" "For an hour one morning last week the whole eastern side of Upper Fort was out of action. I've been a gunner for 30 years, Treves, and until now such a thing has never occurred in my experience." "Could it have been an accident, sir?" "In normal times," answered the Colonel impressively, "I would have said yes. Now I say no. 3 of the guns, numbers 1, 6, and 8 in this battery"—he jerked his head towards the south—"went wrong suddenly. A cleaning squad was at work on number 1 and discovered that the gun could not be handled at all. It was just after daylight in the morning. You know how perfectly these 6 and 9 inch guns are swung?" John nodded. "A child can swing them like a toy cannon. My own boy's often done it," went on the Colonel. "Well, on this particular morning the guns would not elevate—just lay inert, like dead masses of metal. Everything was in order, both in the gun chamber and engine house, but the guns wouldn't budge, and for an hour this whole upper fort was out of action. If the enemy had tried to rush us at that time, we could have done nothing. I was not quite so jumpy as now. Not quite so many things had happened to arouse my suspicions, and I blamed Ewins." "Who is Ewins, sir?" "Our chief gunner." "Did Ewins discover what was wrong?" John answered. "Neither Ewins nor any of us," answered the Colonel. "What happened is a mystery to us all. Ewins was in bed when the thing occurred, and knowing how jealous he is of his gun, one of the cleaning squad called him. He came out of his hut half dressed. I hear from Parkson that he was in a blind rage, and felt his gun all over, as a mother may feel for a bruise on her baby, but he could make nothing of it." "I'd rather like to see Ewins," said John, "if it can be managed." "He is on duty now," responded the Colonel. "Come along and make his acquaintance. But for Heaven's sake don't run away with any idea that Ewins is a wrong 'un. Ewins is the best gunner on the South Coast, one of the old rule of thumb school. He knows nothing of trajectories or curves, and hardly ever looks at the wind gauge, but he has made 98% at a submarine target going 9 knots." "What was the range, sir?" The Colonel told him, and John opened his eyes in surprise. "Come along," said Hobin. Together they left the mess room, crossed a narrow asphalted pavement, ascended a short ladder, and came upon a gorgeous view of the ocean and the blue waters of the Solent. Beyond, to the right, lay England, an irregular coast line with swelling hills, green in the foreground and blue in the distance. In the middle of the picture, to the right, rose the tall tower of Ponsonby Lighthouse. The tower gleamed white in the bright sunshine. Colonel Hobin led the way along the edge of a grass-covered cliff, and presently, below him, John observed the long muzzle of a 6 inch gun camouflaged scarlet, blue, and green. "That's Ewins' special gun," exclaimed the Colonel. "You'll see he has the place of honour." The green cliff top sloped stiffly here, and beneath him John could see the big, circular iron gun platform, and below it the ladder leading into the gun chamber. On a parapet beyond the gun, and on the very edge of the cliff, a sentry paced back and forth, his outline picked out sharply against the blue of the sea that murmured faintly 400 feet below. At the open breech of the gun itself another soldier was at work, a man who was long and thin and a little grey at the temples. He was delicately wiping certain shining parts of the weapon with an oiled rag. As the Colonel's feet, followed by John, smote the iron platform, the soldier drew himself erect and stood at attention. "This is Ewins," said the Colonel to John. John greeted Ewins with a friendly smile. Until that moment he had doubted him. Only a few days earlier he had met one traitor in Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and as he and the Colonel approached the gun platform he had been wondering if in Ewins he was to meet a second. Ewins was thin-faced, with a weather-reddened skin and clear brown eyes. He was a man in the late 40s, a typical old soldier. John, looking at him, wondered if it was possible that he could have been corrupted, but somehow he found it difficult to suspect the man. Colonel Hobin made an excuse and left the two together. "You are in a grand position here, Ewins," said John. "Fine, sir," answered the soldier. His accent was British through and through. John gave him permission to carry on, and Ewins closed his breech with a heavy click. "The Colonel has been speaking very highly of your gunnery." Ewins looked up quickly, with an expression of pleasure in his eyes. "Has he, sir?" He paused a moment and hesitated. "It makes a great difference being under him, sir. He sort of brings it out, if you know what I mean. Puts you on your mettle." John made a mental note of his admiration for the Colonel. "I heard about your trouble last week, Ewins." "You mean Tuesday morning, sir?" "Yes," John answered. "What was the trouble, after all?" Ewins looked perplexed. "It beats me fairly, sir. There was nothing wrong when they called me. That is, there was nothing wrong after I'd been here a minute or two. You know how she works, sir." As he spoke, he almost with a finger raised the great muzzle of his weapon, then made a neat sweep to right and left. "Well, she just lay here like a dead thing." "I suppose the explanation would be simple enough if we only knew it," answered John. Ewins shook his head. "I don't like it, sir. I was pretty wild that morning, thinking some of these young recruits had been messing about, but the same thing had happened to numbers 6 and 8. He pointed to a lower platform beyond where the sentry was passing. "They went wrong that same morning," he continued. "And got right again in the same mysterious way?" inquired John. "Yes, sir." "You don't think any of your cleaning squad had a hand in it?" inquired John. "No, sir. I talked pretty straight to them, but it wasn't them." "Perhaps you have an enemy in the fort, Ewins?" The old soldier smiled. "I don't know about that, sir," he said, "but everybody seems pretty friendly with me. I've been here a long time, sir." "So I hear," said John. "I don't think anybody in the fort, sir," Ewins went on, "would do a dirty trick on me like that. You see, sir," he said in a voice of intense seriousness, "it put us out of action." John was silent for a moment. For the first time the full gravity of what had happened struck his consciousness. "I'll swear it wasn't an accident," continued Ewins emphatically. "Old 'Crumbs' said it was, but he don't know anything about guns." "Who's 'Crumbs'?" "I beg pardon, sir. I meant Private Sims, the baker." "He said it was an accident?" pursued John. "Yes, sir. I lost my temper that morning, and when I come here and found how things were, I gave one of the squad a bit of a push." "Was 'Crumbs' one of the squad?" "Oh, no, sir. He come in to bring me a lump of cake." Ewins looked sheepish a moment. "You see, sir, I am partial to cake, and he generally hands me a bit at odd times. He was in the gun chamber when I got here, sir, looking for me, with a bit of cake in his hand." "But it was 5 o'clock in the morning." "It was a new cake," said Ewins. "He just baked it." "But you weren't supposed to be on duty." "No, sir," answered Ewins. "Wouldn't 'Crumbs'—Private Sims—know you were off duty?" probed John. Ewins smiled again. "He don't know much about soldiering, sir. They never do." John had further talk with the chief gunner, which talk grew more and more technical as Ewins noticed John's interest in his work. But after a good many questions it still seemed to John that "Crumbs" walking about with cake at 5 o'clock in the morning showed an excessive benevolence. He felt he wanted to make the acquaintance of "Crumbs," and before going back to the Colonel in the mess room, he looked in at the bakehouse, a single-storied building next to the kitchen. "Crumbs" was in a white apron and a white cap when John entered and found him at work. The bakehouse was dark, the air warm and fragrant with the scent of freshly baked loaves. "Crumbs," with flour on his eyelashes and a heavy drooping moustache, also powdered with flour, turned as John entered. In his hands he held a big iron tray of newly baked loaves. John introduced himself. He felt that every step he made must be made with infinite caution. "You've got a fine bakehouse here, Sims." "Yes, sir. Not so bad." "I hear you are a master hand at cake making." "Well, not exactly," deprecated "Crumbs." "I can hardly say that." He placed his tray of bread on the table. "Sergeant Ewins tells me he's very fond of cake," went on John. "Crumbs's" eyes moved quickly. The momentary fleeting glance he cast at John was unobserved. "The sergeant has a sweet tooth, sir." "So have I," answered John with a smile. "Perhaps you will make a note of that, Sims." Sims smiled. John noticed that his complexion was sallow, that he was a loosely built, shambling man of 40. There was nothing in the least suspicious about him; no trace, so far as John could gather, of a foreign accent. He went out of the bakehouse in a dissatisfied frame of mind. The mystery of the guns was still a mystery. Next morning at parade, John ran his eye along the men of the battery until it rested upon "Crumbs." The man, with his sallow complexion and glassy eyes, struck him as looking vacant and somewhat foolish. "You are either that, my friend," thought John, "or most devilish cunning. I wonder which it is." He made it his business during that day, and the days which followed, to acquaint himself with every member of the battery. Nothing, however, occurred to arouse his suspicion, or to give him the slightest clue to the untoward things that had happened. He wrote a letter to Dacent Smith reporting matters, and on the afternoon of the third day he decided to go into Newport for an afternoon's recreation. Colonel Hobin granted him leave instantly, and then John changed his mind and decided not to go. He had no reason for staying in the fort, other than that he wanted to be on the spot as much as possible. He took a book from the badly equipped fort library and went to his room. Here he flung himself on the bed and read for an hour or two. Save for the never-ending moan of the wind and the grind of the wind gauge, the fort buildings were very quiet. Colonel Hobin, Parkson, and another officer were on duty, a subaltern was on leave, and in the 4 bedrooms that ran along the corridor John was the only occupant. He was lying, deeply absorbed in his book, when something made him turn his gaze towards the door. To his amazement he saw the latch lift without noise. A moment later the door moved cautiously open, and "Crumbs," in white cap and apron, came softly in. For a minute the intruder did not see John. "Well, Sims, what is it?" "Crumbs's" mouth clicked shut. The start he had received caused his head to jerk. "What do you want, Sims?" "Crumbs" smiled under his black, flour-speckled moustache. "It was the cake, sir," he said. "You told me you were fond of cake, sir, and I just put a cake in the mess room for you." John rose from the bed. "Is there nothing else you want?" "No, sir, thank you," answered "Crumbs," moving towards the door. John noticed as he went that his nose had been flattened at the bridge, as though at some time or other a heavy blow had fallen upon it. "I only wondered," John went on, "why you came into my room." "Merely to tell you about the cake, sir." He went out, closing the door quietly behind him. When the door was shut between himself and John, he drew himself suddenly erect and listened for a moment, then moved quickly away down the passage. Chapter 13 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Crumbs is the man," thought John the moment he opened his eyes next morning. During the night he had been awake for hours, pondering the situation, and this was the decision he had arrived at. He decided, however, to say nothing of his suspicions to Hobin or to anybody else until "Crumbs" had further committed himself. Possibly, after all, he was mistaken. Only time could tell. The first thing he did, however, when breakfast was at an end, was to write a note to Dacent Smith, asking that Private Sims's history might be discreetly inquired into. "I think Private Sims is not quite what he seems," said John, concluding his letter. Nevertheless, if "Crumbs" was the suspicious character John believed him to be, he possessed an extraordinary talent for hiding his guilt. John had pursued his investigations with such closeness during the past days, he now felt that the time had come when he might reasonably seek a certain amount of relaxation. Therefore, the morning of the 10th day saw him briskly descending the long steps cut in the face of the cliff to the lower fort. Here, immediately beyond the fort gates, a hired car awaited him. Manton stepped into the car after answering the challenge of the sentry, and drove down the long winding road. A second sentry challenged him at the foot of the fort road, and thereafter the car bowled merrily along until it reached the gates of Colonel Treves's house at Freshwater. John was wondering what he should say to the old gentleman. During the past weeks nothing had created a deeper impression on his mind than the pathetic figure of Bernard Treves's father. The old man, the soul of honour, cursed with a worthless son, appealed intensely to the sympathetic side of John's nature. John had learnt something of Bernard Treves's recent life from Dacent Smith. Following the discovery that the young man had been associated with Manwitz and Cherriton, he had been kept in a nursing home in strict confinement. An attempt had been made to cure him of his drug habit, with the result that he had suffered an utter physical collapse, and now was lying seriously ill. John, in discussing the matter with Dacent Smith, had mentioned the old colonel and the deception that had been practised upon him. "When the time comes," the chief had answered, "you can either reveal your real identity to Colonel Treves or not, as you wish. In any case, I rather doubt if his amiable son will appear on the scene again. This is a matter entirely for the military authorities. From what I hear," Dacent Smith continued, "the old colonel hasn't much of this life before him, and if he learnt the truth about his son, I know exactly what would happen. He would not be able to face it. Either death would mercifully carry him off, or—" John nodded. "Or, he thought, he would seek the death he once offered me." John saw now that the deception that had been practised upon the colonel at the instigation of his friend General Whiston and Dacent Smith was possibly the kindest thing that could have happened. At the door of the house, Gates, the elderly butler, appeared in answer to John's ring. For a moment the servant paused, wide-eyed, staring at the erect figure in uniform on the threshold. "Why, Master Bernard!" he exclaimed. "I didn't recognise you for a minute. Come in, sir. I'll get your luggage." "There isn't any luggage. Is my father in the library?" "Yes, sir." "How is he, Gates?" "Just the same as usual, sir." Then the old servant forgot himself for a brief moment. "He'll be beside himself with delight, sir," he said, "to see you like that, back again in the army and all." John moved to cross the wide hall, but Gates followed him instantly. "Perhaps I'd better break the news to him, sir. It's a little sudden like." John followed him, and when the elderly butler knocked at the baize-covered door of the library a minute later, he heard Colonel Treves's voice from within. Gates went into the room and closed the door behind him. The old colonel was seated in his deep chair near the hearth. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Gates, crossing and standing before him, "but Mr. Bernard has returned." Colonel Treves, who held a book on his knee, laid down his big reading glass on its open page and lifted his head slowly. There was a stern light in his old faded eyes. "I won't see my son, Gates." "Pardon me, sir," protested the old servant. "I think you would like to see him." Colonel Treves rose to his feet, felt for his stick, and began to move feebly across the room. "He is no son of mine, Gates," he said as he went. "You can tell him that. A liar and a humbug," he said. "Always a liar and a humbug. No soul of truth in him, no honour." But Gates, the faithful servant of 30 years, knew his master well. He made no attempt to argue with the Colonel, but moved quietly to the door behind which John was waiting, and whispered, "Come in, Mr. Bernard." John entered, and, crossing the soft carpet, laid his hand on the old Colonel's shoulder. The Colonel turned quickly, flinging up his head in indignation. Then something took place on his face that touched John to the heart. The old firm lips quivered a moment. "Is that you, Bernard?" he asked. He came nearer, peering at John, looking at the upright, uniformed figure. "I can't believe it," he added. "It is true, sir," said John. "I received a commission a month ago." "Take my arm, boy," said the Colonel suddenly. "Lead me back to the chair." John led him across to his deep chair, and Gates softly went out of the room. When the Colonel was seated, he fumbled for his strong glasses, and put them on with fingers that shook visibly. Once again he looked John over from head to foot. "It's the good blood that tells," he said after a long pause. Suddenly he broke into a laugh. "Do you know, Bernard, boy," he said, "a minute ago I was telling Gates you were no son of mine. You see, I thought you had broken your promise. You broke it so often before." "That may be, sir," answered John quietly, "but this time I managed to keep it." He permitted John to help him into his chair at the hearth side, and John, at his bidding, rang the bell. "Gates," said the Colonel when the old servant entered, "serve tea up here. I and my boy will have it together." "Very good, sir." "Now, Bernard, boy, tell me your news," demanded the old soldier, when Gates had left the room. John gave a sketchy, vague account of his doings during the past weeks. "And so you are with Colonel Hobin. You must give him my kind remembrances. We met 30 years ago when he was a subaltern at Aldershot. He had the making of a good soldier, I remember." He talked on general matters, and all the while John felt that his mind was solely occupied with his pride and satisfaction at seeing his son in uniform once again. In his excitement and pleasure he forgot 2 letters that had reposed on his desk for 2 days, waiting for John. Finally he remembered them. "I must give you your letters, Bernard." "Thank you, sir," answered John. "I'll get them myself, if you tell me where they are." He found the letters on the Colonel's desk, and excused himself for reading them. The first letter began, "Dear Bernard," and the first sentence ran, "You bad, bad boy." John knew in a moment that it was from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and skimmed the 4 closely written pages casually. "Have you seen the great one yet? The ogre is always in the House of Commons now. I am utterly alone. I wonder if any fine handsome young man is thinking of sending me 100 Russian cigarettes the same as the last. Next time you come you must not be nearly so bold. Yours, Alice." A very satisfactory letter, thought John, if I had happened to care 2 straws about her. A vision of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's brilliant beauty came before his eyes. It seemed strange to think that this woman, in the heart of London society, was a traitor, using her gifts of fortune and beauty for the nefarious purpose of ruining her own country. But such was indeed the case. What had been the original cause of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's treachery, John did not know. Only afterwards was the full truth made plain to him. He opened the second letter, which was in a handwriting unknown to him. The note was from Captain Cherriton, to whom he had given this address when he left London. "Dear Treves," ran the letter, "will you please call at Rollo Meads one day next week, Tuesday for preference, at 5 in the afternoon. I shall be there, and you will meet a new friend, Dr. Voules, who will supply you with what you want." He was referring to the tabloids Manwitz had been in the habit of supplying to Treves. "Our old friend went on the letter, who formerly supplied you, you will regret to hear was taken ill and has gone away to the coast for a time. Yours very truly, John Cherriton. John folded this letter carefully and placed it within his pocket-book. A specimen of Cherriton's handwriting, he inwardly decided, would be useful to Dacent Smith. Half an hour later John took his departure, and the old Colonel accompanied him to the door of the house. "Good bye, my boy," said the old man, gripping his hand at parting. "Come again soon." Then he lowered his voice so that Gates, who was waiting at John's hired car, could not hear. "Bernard, boy," said the Colonel wistfully, "when you are tempted to go a little wrong, just keep in mind that I am believing in you." "Very good, sir," John answered. "I won't forget that." He stood at salute a moment, then ran down the steps and sprang into the car. "Good bye, sir," said Gates, the old butler. "Good bye," cried John, as the car whirled out of the avenue. When John reached the foot of Heatherpoint Hill and began to ascend the long slope towards the fort, it was already 7 o'clock. The sun lay low in the west, and there was no wind. Fine visibility if there was any shooting for Ewins, thought John. The car halted before the first sentry. "Friend," said John. "Pass, friend," answered the man. A minute later, from his seat in the car, John was able to see the south shore of the island, and obtained a momentary glimpse of a strip of sand below, which was accessible only to those within the area of the fort itself. Looking down into the little bay 300 feet below, John was caught with admiration by the mirror-like blue of the water, the languid white roll of the waves. The little beach, as always, was deserted, or at least John thought so in the first moment. But a second glance showed him that a soldier was strolling about with apparent aimlessness down below. The man was smoking a cigarette, and in the clear evening air John could plainly see the white smoke. So much he saw when the man was lost to view. In the fort, a minute later, John caught himself wondering what soldier it was. "Evidently somebody who is fond of his own company," thought John. He went up to Commander Grieve's lookout. The old naval officer was at the long telescope. "May I have a squint through that, sir?" John requested. "By all means, youngster, by all means," returned the old man. "Here you are." He swung the telescope, and John found that, to his chagrin, he could see nothing of the man on the strip of beach below. "What do you want to see?" said Commander Grieves. "I want to look sharp down from here to the south," John said. "Some one from the fort is walking down there, and I'm wondering who it is." "Oh, you can't see with this. I'll lend you my Zeiss," returned the commander. He took out a pair of binoculars and handed them to John. "We do not cover that bit of shore," said Grieves, "either with the guns or with the searchlights. It's of no importance, and isn't navigable for anything drawing more than 3 feet of water." John took the binoculars and thanked him, then went to the cliff edge. Here, moving with particular caution, he began to focus his glasses. When definition seemed to be right, he leaned carefully forward and surveyed the beach below. The soldier was still there. After pacing with apparent aimlessness back and forth, he had seated himself on the smooth strip of sand. At the present moment the khaki figure was occupied in placing a pebble on the sand at arm's length. He placed a second small stone next to this, then made a span with his fingers and put a third pebble in a line with the first and second. He made another span and placed down a fourth stone and a fifth beside it. His operations were steady and systematic. He was absolutely absorbed with his work. John, from the cliff top, watched him for a full 5 minutes. Never once did the soldier raise his head. In khaki uniform, at that distance, he might have been any soldier at the fort. Finally, however, when he had finished his operations, which had grown more and more interesting to John, He rose and looked at his handiwork upon the smooth sand. Evidently he had completed his task, whatever it was, for he turned and continued his aimless strolling. This time he was pacing towards the fort, and as he turned he lifted his eyes and swept the cliff in a swift, embracing glance. In an instant John had recognized the sallow, upturned face of "Crumbs." For a full 10 minutes he waited, holding himself back. At the end of that time, however, he again cautiously approached and looked down. Below him spread the bright golden sands, a few chalk boulders were scattered here and there, and the waves continued to roll and break languidly as before. The figure of "Crumbs" had now vanished from the sands. A steep, winding path ascended the cliff to the fort, and it was upon that path that John again saw Sims. It was a good 20 minutes' walk from where "Crumbs" was to the fort itself, and John, after watching him for a minute, lowered his glasses, rose, and made his way back to the mess room. "Collins," he said to an orderly, "bring me the leave book." When the leave book was in his hand, he ran his finger quickly down the list of names. "Private Sims, 8 o'clock," he read. Sims was on leave until 8. "I'll wait and investigate," thought John, "when he is safely in his quarters." He went to his room after that, took the cartridge out of his Colt automatic revolver, and examined the weapon closely. Having reloaded the pistol, he slipped it into his hip pocket. At 8 o'clock, when John passed across the asphalt pavement between the officers' quarters and the kitchen, he was able to observe Sims, who was fond of his bakehouse, sitting in the open doorway of the bakehouse itself, innocently reading the morning's paper. He appeared not to be aware of John's departure, and continued to read. Manton, in the meantime, made his way towards the sentinel-guarded wire entanglements. A tall, double ladder, spanning the entanglement, here permitted exit onto the cliff edge behind the fort. The ladder was a temporary affair, drawn in always at night, thus making the fort, with the aid of the sentries, impregnable from the rear. The sun was low in the west when John reached the expanse of sand whereon "Crumbs" had occupied himself. Once upon the shore, it was the simplest matter in the world to trace "Crumbs'" path. He walked briskly, following the man's footsteps, full of a keen desire to know what "Crumbs" had been doing. No ordinary purpose, thought John, had been at the back of "Crumbs'" operations. Nevertheless, an ordinary observer, watching as John had watched, would have entertained no suspicion at all. "Perhaps," mused John, as he followed "Crumbs'" irregular footprints, "I am a fool for my pains. He may be the mere aimless nonentity he seems to be." He remembered that "Crumbs" was known to be a collector of shells, that he spent a good deal of time searching for specimens upon the foreshore. A baker and a conchologist are incongruous mixtures at any time. Especially were they incongruous on the coast where shells are almost non-existent. Keenly interested, he drew nearer to the spot whereon "Crumbs" had occupied himself, but the smooth sand was undisturbed, save for the man's heavy-footed indentations. John's spirits instantly fell. There was nothing upon that spot which in the slightest degree could arouse his suspicions. The sand was smooth and firm, with round, sea-eroded pebbles plentifully scattered here and there, the usual pebbles that lay in thousands upon the beach. After all, I was a fool, thought John. He could see quite clearly the impress of "Crumbs'" body as it had lain upon the sand. And as he stood looking upon this impression, he observed that "Crumbs" had made what might be called a crude pattern with pebbles, a row of parallel lines. John was able to make out, in all, 3 separate lines of stones. For a long moment he remained looking down upon these innocent seeming pebbles laid out with childish regularity. Then gradually his first suspicions returned. His attention ran along the orderly row of little stones, a third and a fourth time. And suddenly a vivid light blazed in his eyes. He uttered an exclamation under his breath. "Great Scott! So that's it!" His whole mind focused upon the pebbles. He began to speak in measured tones. Dot dash, dot dash, dash dash dash. As the words left his lips on the solitude of the sands, he was conscious of a quick thrill of excitement. The stones laid thus innocently held a sinister meaning spelt out in the Morse code. 2 pebbles lay together, then further to the right an isolated pebble, then again 2 pebbles. "Dash dot dash," John interpreted. The message was quite a long one. With a glance at the cliff edge—he knew that "Crumbs" was safely in his quarters—John took out his pocket book and made a faithful copy of "Crumbs'" laborious message. When he had copied it all down, he made his way back to the fort, pondering upon the significance of his discovery. For whom was the message intended? Both Hobin and Commander Greaves had told him that the possibility of any enemy signalling from the fort, or to the fort from outside, had been completely eliminated, and had said, "We should instantly see any light that might be exhibited by an enemy." And yet, thought John, our ingenious friend "Crumbs" seems to have thought out a plan which evades every one of their precautions. The ingenuity and simplicity of "Crumbs'" plan struck him with astonishment. It was clear to John that "Crumbs" regularly placed his innocent looking messages on the sands, to be subsequently taken up by a confederate who came ashore from a submarine in the darkness. "Cunning isn't the word for him," thought John, as he hurried towards the fort. Chapter 14 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few minutes later, in his own room and by candlelight, he set to work to find a meaning for the arrangement of little pebbles "Crumbs" had placed upon the foreshore. A dozen times he went over the dot dash lines in his pocket book, and each time the hidden meaning intensified in clarity. Finally he began to write with a sudden vivid and passionate interest. The first word defined was "oberst." Then he continued slowly and carefully: "Misstrauisch und aufgeregt. Neue Minenkarte in Händen des Kapitans. Nicht mögliches sofort zu finden. Von ist nichts zu hören. Ganze Geschichte schwierig. Bitte Antwort. S." So friend "Crumbs" is a German after all, and an educated German at that, he exclaimed under his breath. Then he took his pencil and began to translate the message. The result in English was as follows: "Colonel suspicious and nervous. New mine chart in hands of naval commander. Impossible to find it at once. No news of R. Matters difficult. Answer this. S." John looked up with a grave face. Almost for the first time he felt a doubt. In that moment he almost doubted even Dacent Smith's power to cope with such subtlety, such ingenious coordination as this. "Crumbs" was a spy actually in the heart of a vital fort, a spy who was possibly one of a score or 100 busy upon the south coast at that moment. John felt oppressed by a consciousness of dark agencies planning evil. Here was no romance. Here was real, hard, solid fact. War. Sims was an item in this warfare, one of a chain, of which Manwitz, Cherriton, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and the great unknown himself were all separate links. For some minutes John paced the narrow confines of his room. Who was R., from whom no news had arrived? A sensation that calamity and failure was possible bore in upon him. He had made a discovery truly, but would that discovery mean the frustration of the mysterious attack that was impending? He did not know. He hardly dared to hope. If Heatherpoint Fort were out of action, Colonel Hobin had said, and if Scoles Head were similarly out of action, there might be the devil to pay. John realized as he paced his little room with Crumbs's message in his hand that an attack by sea was planned. Otherwise, why the mention of the new mine chart? And if an attack by sea was intended on the great naval port of Scoles and Heatherpoint must be first put out of action. After that, the boom which ran across from Ponsonby Lighthouse to must be overcome. He looked again at the message. This must be got to Dacent Smith at once, he thought, and in the meantime Crumbs must be watched. He placed the message carefully in his pocket book. Then, a new thought having struck him, he hurried out and sought Sergeant Ewins. The sergeant occupied one compartment of an old railway coach which had been turned into huts for the men. Ewins was lying on his bunk when John entered, reading a Sunday paper by the light of a fort candle as thick as a man's wrist. "I want to have a word with you, Ewins," said John, sitting on the edge of the chief gunner's bunk, which had formerly been a railway seat. "Can you tell me," he went on, "if it is possible for any one to make a landing on the south shore there? I mean in the bay below the lookout." "It's possible, of course," Ewins answered, "but risky." "You don't think it possible," inquired John, "for a submarine to lie out there in the bay and send a small canvas boat ashore?" Ewins shook his head. "You've forgotten our mine field. A submarine could not pass it, sir." "No, I haven't forgotten that," answered John. "But suppose the Germans know where our mines are?" "Then they'd know more than we do, sir," answered Ewins. "Nobody in the fort knows that, except the commander and perhaps the colonel." "The reason I am asking you," went on John, "is that I have discovered something and want to give you an opportunity of coming down on the shore with me." "To night, sir?" inquired Ewins. John nodded. "I suppose, Ewins, it seems fantastical and impossible to you, but I have a theory that the Germans intend to bring a boat ashore there. In my opinion they have been there before to night." Ewins' eyes opened wide. "Do you think that is so, sir?" he asked in a voice of deep amazement. Then his eyes brightened. "I'd like to come with you, sir, if you think there's any likelihood of that sort of thing." "I don't think it, I know it," said John. "It may not be to night, because of the full moon, nor to morrow night. But some time or other, and maybe soon, I am prepared to bet my hat that a German will land from the sea. He will land, Ewins, in the bay below us, within a quarter of a mile of where we are now sitting." The manner in which Ewins took this information filled John with satisfaction. The old soldier was spoiling for a fight. For 4 years he had had nothing better to shoot at than a target, and he was longing for a chance of real action. Nevertheless, John's fear was correct, for that night and the next night the moon shone brilliantly and nothing happened on the shore. Crumbs's message lay unread in the bright moonlight. The third night, however, the sky was overcast. But by a sudden, swift turn of circumstances John was not there to see what happened. Manton's record on Crumbs's secret signal had been taken with the utmost seriousness by Dacent Smith, and on the afternoon of the third day, when John was alone at tea in the mess room, an orderly thumped along the passage. "A gentleman to see you, sir," said the orderly. "What's his name?" John asked. "Captain Sinclair, sir." John rose, and a minute later Captain X. stepped into the little room. Captain X. was in uniform, and John noticed that he wore the Mons ribbon and the D.S.O. "Surprised to see me, eh?" exclaimed the young man, gripping John's hand heartily, then dropping his voice. "I'm here from the chief. Is it quite private here?" "Quite," John answered, "but I would rather take you into my room." They went along the passage to John's bedroom. John seated himself on the bed, and Captain X., or Sinclair, occupied the only chair. "The chief's thoroughly stirred up," said Sinclair, plunging into his subject without preliminary. "He has passed on your information to me. I must say you seem to have all the luck, Treves. A signal on the sands, eh? That beats everything for cunning. I have heard of clothes being hung out in the Morse code, and Morse smoke signals from a chimney. By the way, do you think your chap Sims signals with smoke from his bakehouse?" John shook his head. "I have spent hours looking at his chimney," he said. "It was the first thing I thought of when I began to suspect him, and it was only an accident which made me get on to his real game after all. I knew any kind of flash signal was out of the question here." "Neatest thing they've done yet, eh, Treves? I must say this sort of thing makes the fight full of zip and go," he said. Then he looked at John with a commiserating eye. "I am going to dash your spirits, old chap." "Well, get on with it," said John. "I am going to pick up the plums you have shaken off the tree." "How's that?" For answer Sinclair drew an envelope from his pocket. John recognized the colour and shape of the envelope in a minute. He read the short typed letter with gathered brows, then struck a match and destroyed it carefully. The letter contained an order from Dacent Smith that John should surrender his position at Heatherpoint to Captain X, and was to resume work immediately against Cherriton, Dr. Voules, and Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "It's rough luck, old chap," said Captain X, "but I expect that before this big movement is finished you will have as much chance of adventure as I shall." "I hope so," said John. "But I was looking forward to the result of 'Crumbs's' signal. Last night the moon shone out of pure cussedness." Captain X. sprang up to the window and looked out. "It's clouding up to night, old chap," he exclaimed joyously, "and you'll be away for the fun." "Hullo!" he said. His eyes were lowered and were fixed upon a man in shirt sleeves in the doorway opposite. "Is that 'Crumbs'?" "Yes," said John, "but don't let him see you looking at him. I am not so sure but he hasn't spotted something." "He'll spot something in a day or two," said Captain X., coming back from the window, "and in the meantime the chief's orders are to leave him a long rope." John's orders from his chief were that he should report to Colonel Hobin, and leave Heatherpoint immediately. He began to change his clothes, and talked to his companion at the same time. "You can rub acquaintance with 'Crumbs' while I get out of the fort," he said. "He mustn't see me in mufti. I shall spend a night in Newport, and call on Dr. Voules to morrow morning." "Who do you think Voules is?" asked the captain. John shook his head. "I shall know more about that to morrow," he said. When he was ready to go he shook hands cordially with his companion. He always felt older than Captain X., though their ages were the same. Captain X.'s audacity and joy in life amused John. His colleague always put so much zest into everything he did. "I should advise you," he said, gripping the captain's hand, "to use Ewins if you want any help on the beach to night. He is an old soldier, and I should think, if an awkward moment arrived, you could rely on him." "Thanks," said Sinclair. "This is a new game for me. I have never had the chance of angling for a German submarine commander before, but I expect there'll be one ashore here to night, eh, Treves?" "Somebody comes ashore," responded John, "and reads those signals." He went out and sat in the mess room for a few minutes, leaving Sinclair time to occupy "Crumbs's" attention while he slipped away from the fort. Chapter 15 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The situation at Heatherpoint was exactly to the liking of Captain Sinclair. He realized from what John had told him that "Crumbs" was no mean antagonist, and he was feverish to make the spy's acquaintance. But the manner in which he strolled into "Crumbs's" bakehouse before John's departure was the most casual in the world. One of Sinclair's chief gifts was an innocent and infectious smile, and under the most trying of circumstances he was always cheerful. With this smiling cheeriness of manner Sinclair possessed, as is often the case, a fair share of astuteness. "It smells good in here," he said, putting his head into "Crumbs's" warm atmosphere. "Crumbs," who was kneading dough at his board, turned about.
Don't mind me," said Sinclair cheerfully. He stepped into the bakehouse and held a good-humoured conversation with "Crumbs." He spent a quarter of an hour in cheery garrulity, and when he went away, "Crumbs," from the darkness of his lair, watched him stride across the asphalt yard towards the officers' quarters. The man's eyes narrowed as he recalled that Sinclair had been peering at him out of John's quarters a little while earlier. When his work was finished that night, "Crumbs" cleaned himself and had a chat with Ewins, who was smoking a pipe on the step of the old railway carriage that formed both men's quarters in the upper fort. "Who's this new captain we got?" Private Sims asked. "Don't know," answered Ewins. "He's done his bit, seemingly." He was referring to Sinclair's Mons ribbon and the D.S.O. "We seem to be getting a lot of changes lately," pursued "Crumbs." He had removed the flour from his eyelashes and moustache, and his lean, sallow, discontented face and glassy, strange-looking eyes struck Ewins as particularly unpleasant. Sims was generous in handing cake and so forth whenever chance occurred, but he was not liked in the fort. The other men could not get the hang of him, and when he rose presently and shambled away into the fort buildings, Ewins, who was expecting every minute to be called by Sinclair, was not sorry. For an hour or two that evening "Crumbs" pottered about. He gossiped in the kitchen, had a talk with the sergeant controlling the leave book, found his way into the mess room, and complained to Parkson, who was adjutant, on the quality of the flour being supplied from outside. After that the colonel met him in the corridor, where he had no right to be, near Sinclair's bedroom. And as the colonel was the one man in the fort outside Sinclair who knew the truth about him, he questioned "Crumbs" somewhat sharply. "What are you doing here, Sims?" "I have just been in, sir, to complain about the flour to the adjutant. I wasn't thinking," he went on, with a perfect semblance of an absent-minded air, "I wasn't thinking, and I came here instead of going along to the right." "You ought to know the run of the fort by this time," said the colonel, and passed on. It was an hour later that Sims, who had made a shattering discovery, sat in his cubicle of the railway compartment, with the door locked, and penned a rapid letter. He wrote fluently, in the manner of a man whose education has been thorough and efficient. His lips twitched slightly as his pen sped over the paper. There was a tense expression about his sallow face, and he pulled nervously at his long, drooping moustache. At the head of the letter he put no address. "Dear Doctor," he wrote, "our plans are threatened. The new officer here, Lieutenant Treves, has been watching me closely for the past week. He has cross-examined Ewins about the guns and evidently knows something. To day a second officer has arrived, a Captain Sinclair. I doubt him also. They both suspect me. But my important news is that to night I secured my first opportunity of going through Treves's belongings. I was able to open his dispatch box, and among other papers of no importance I discovered a letter from Cherriton, with whom he has apparently some association. The letter was signed by Cherriton, which clearly showed me that Treves is playing both for and against us. I have suspected him for days. I implore you, Doctor, to probe this matter. If you hear no more from me, you will know that things have gone wrong. I beg of you to act drastically and immediately. S. When "Crumbs" had finished this letter he read it carefully through, and avoided blotting it, so that there would be no trace of its existence. When the letter had dried, he placed it in an envelope and addressed it to "Dr. Voules, Rollo Meads, Brooke." It was the custom at Heatherpoint for the fort letters to be sent to Freshwater post office every night at 7 precisely, in a locked bag. "Crumbs," with his letter in his pocket, hovered about the orderly room until the bugle began to blow 7. He then hurriedly followed the orderly into the mess room, where the adjutant nightly locked the bag with his key. Lieutenant Parkson was in the act of locking the bag when "Crumbs" shambled into the little room with an apology. He handed his letter to Parkson, who dropped it in and locked the bag. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John decided to walk into Freshwater and then take the train to Newport. As he made his way along the road from Heatherpoint, carrying a small handbag, a red bicycle came towards him. "Are you going to the fort?" he asked the telegraph boy. "Yes, sir." "Anything for Treves?" The boy nodded. "Lieutenant Treves, sir." A minute later John had torn open an envelope containing a telegram, which ran: "Come to me at the Gordon Hotel, Newport. Shall be there this evening. Elaine." Elaine's wire came to him as an utter surprise, a surprise that was tinctured with pleasure. He had never forgotten her since their first and only meeting. He had indeed thought of her 100 times, recalling her as she stood in the little room at Camden Town. Without doubt she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. During the past weeks every moment of his time had been occupied, and there had been no possibility of carrying out his promise to visit her. As he walked he drew out her telegram and read it carefully through, possibly for the 6th time. The wording brought to him a measure of comfort. He felt somehow that she was not in so distressed a state of mind as when he had received her former wire to Bernard Treves. "I shall see her within an hour," thought John, as he stepped into a train at Freshwater. But as the train drew nearer to Newport his high spirits evaporated. He began to argue that Elaine Treves was outside his sphere of work. Dacent Smith had impressed upon him the intense seriousness of the German menace on the south coast. No private considerations, John told himself, held precedence of the duty that lay before him. Elaine Treves was a victim of the innocent deception he had been obliged to practise, but it was not his fault that she was an extremely beautiful woman and that she believed him to be her husband. At the Gordon Hotel, a small, quiet, specklessly clean building, John entered the hall and found Elaine herself descending the stairs. For a moment the girl did not notice him, and John was free to observe the daintiness of her costume, the slender dignity of her figure, and the quite astonishing beauty of her grey, long-lashed eyes. The note of pathos that had been apparent when he first met her was now not so marked. She struck him as serious but not depressed. Elaine had descended the stairs to the vestibule before her eyes met his. "Oh, Bernard!" she exclaimed, and instantly took his hand in her gloved fingers. "But you can't have come in answer to my wire," she went on. "No," said John, "I came on other business." "You are not angry with me?" "No. Why should I be angry?" asked John. "Because I wired to you," said Elaine. "Let us go upstairs, Bernard. The sitting room's empty. We can talk there." She led him up to a little parlour-like apartment with a gay carpet and a circular table in the middle of the room. Here she closed the door and stood with her back to it, looking up into John's face. Her eyes searched his closely. Her splendid beauty, the wistful expression of her face, a certain shy girlishness, all appealed to John's feelings. He found it difficult to sustain the searching gaze lifted to his. Suddenly Elaine drew in a deep breath. "Bernard," she whispered, "you are different." John turned away. "Yes," he answered quietly, "I suppose I am a little different." "Ever since the last time I saw you I have felt it," went on Elaine. "I have thought much of our last meeting," she added. "So have I," John answered lamely, not knowing exactly how to handle the situation. They were seated now on opposite sides of the hearth, and Elaine was taking the hatpins out of her hat with pretty feminine gestures that held John's attention. "I was only going a lonely walk," she explained, "when I met you, but I won't go now. We'll have tea here together. You will notice," she went on, placing her hat on her knees and piercing it with her long hatpins, "that I have not scolded you for failing to write to me." "I am sorry," said John, "but I have been tremendously occupied." "I guessed," said Elaine, "that you were at home with your father. I am so glad of that, Bernard. I used to feel," she went on hesitatingly, "that you were not treating him well,
and that his indignation against you was she hesitated a moment well, justified. John had been observing her closely. "Why did you wire for me, Elaine?" he said, using her name for the first time. Elaine looked at him and then away. The colour rose to her cheeks, a delicate colour that enhanced her beauty. "I don't know," she said. "I got a little frightened, I think. You see, your friend, Captain Cherriton, began to call on me rather regularly." John pricked up his ears. "Did he cross-examine you about me?" Elaine shook her head. "He scarcely mentioned you." "Oh, I see," said John, suddenly enlightened. "He came to force his unpleasant attentions upon you. Is that it?" Elaine was silent for a moment. She was thinking how well John carried himself. The husband she had known, neurotic and nerveless and irritable, now appeared before her clear‐eyed, calm, and more manly than she had ever believed him to be. She felt herself drawn to him as she had felt herself attracted on that last meeting in London. Her nature was quick and ready to forgive. "I had to forbid him the house in the end, Bernard." John sat suddenly erect. "Was he impudent to you?" The sudden lowering of his brows and tension of his figure caught Elaine's interest. "Then you do mind, Bernard?" she asked quietly. "Of course I mind when you are insulted," he returned. "Or rather I ought to mind." For like a blow the thought suddenly struck him that he himself was treating her with gross injustice. It was one thing to deceive in a good cause Colonel Treves. It was another thing to deceive this young and beautiful girl who was another man's wife. And he, John Manton, was standing in that other man's shoes. John's situation at that moment was as delicate as any situation in which he had yet found himself. It was an easy matter to confront Manwitz and Cherriton, and even Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in the character of Bernard Treves; but it was not so easy to present himself in that character before Bernard Treves's wife. The thought that had occurred to him at their first meeting came again into his mind. At any moment he might make a false step. An unlucky turn of phrase, a lack of knowledge of some incident in their mutual past, might instantly betray him; for Elaine Treves, despite her striking beauty and her intense femininity, was quite keenly alive and intelligent. They took tea in the hotel, and after the meal John suggested a walk in the town. Elaine readily assented, and together they explored the quaint side streets of Newport. If matters had been different, if John had accompanied her in his own character, and had not had to act a part that was extraordinarily difficult, he would have been in the highest of spirits. Already he had remarked upon Elaine's air of distinction. She knew how to dress, how to put on her hat, how to make herself in all respects a delightful picture of girlish attraction. John knew nothing of feminine economics, or he would have been aware that her fashionably smart costume and that pretty hat she wore had cost almost nothing at all, and had been mostly the work of her own hands. During the walk they stopped and looked into a quaint curiosity shop. John admired a set of old Chippendale chairs and a pair of inlaid duelling pistols. He and Elaine were standing close together as he spoke, and he felt her slender, gloved hand laid delicately on his arm. "Bernard!" "What is it?" asked John. She was looking up into his face, a pleased expression in her fine grey eyes. "Your taste seems to have changed utterly." "Oh, I don't know," said John. Perhaps my taste has matured." "You used to hate all old things." John was looking down into her face, that appeared to him now as the most beautiful in the world. He made no answer to her remark, and Elaine went on: "You look at things so differently, Bernard." "In what way?" John asked. "I don't know," answered she. "I have a sort of queer feeling, Bernard, that you are yourself, and yet there is something that has occurred to make you different." John felt that the discussion was drifting in an awkward direction. "Do you know what I think?" he remarked. "What do you think?" asked Elaine, as they walked together. "I think I ought to do something to make up for all the bad times—I've given you in the past." She was silent, walking along, gazing before her. "They were bad times, some of them, Bernard," she returned, quietly. She moved a little nearer to him as they walked. "But I have always felt," she went on, "that it was not really you. I feel that the unfortunate habit you had contracted, the——" "I understand," John intervened. "I believe now," went on Elaine, "it was not really you. You were not responsible, and I always hoped that some time, when you had conquered yourself, you would become different." She paused a moment, and John felt her arm slip into his. It was strange, but his pulse beat quickened at this quiet manifestation of her growing feeling toward him. He felt that, somehow or other, she was being drawn towards him, that she was, as it were, shielding herself under his protection. And yet, all the time, the situation was an impossible one. He had no right to permit advances of this sort. The deception he was practising upon her was utterly and completely cruel. What would have happened, he asked himself, if he had suddenly faced her and had said, "I am not your husband, I am not Bernard Treves, but John Manton. The man you believe me to be, your husband, is a drug-sodden and hysterical degenerate, a soldier who has been guilty of treachery to his country." His thoughts switched back to the necessity of turning the conversation. He could feel the warmth of her arm resting upon his own. "Let us talk of cheerful things," he said. "For instance, that is a very pretty hat you have on." "Do you like it? I made it myself." "Yes, I like it," responded John, appearing to look at it with the critical eye of a husband. "Of course," he said, "it is quite easy for a hat to look well where you are concerned." Elaine was frankly pleased. "Why are you flattering me, Bernard?" "That wasn't flattery. If I set out to flatter you, I would talk in quite a different way to that." "Do you know," she went on quickly, "when I met you in the hotel my heart was beating terribly. I was afraid you might be angry." "How could I be angry?" "I don't know," she said, "but sometimes, Bernard, you used to be so dreadfully angry at the things I did." Somehow the recollection of these things appeared to sweep over her, for she drew her hand away from John's arm. "I thought we were going to talk of cheerful things," John reminded her. He began to draw her attention to the quaintness of the streets, and managed, until their return to the hotel, to keep her mind fully occupied with trivialities. When they reached the little sitting room at the hotel, he rang the bell and ordered dinner to be prepared for two at 7 o'clock. "May we have it here in the sitting room?" he asked the waiter. "Certainly, sir," answered the man. Elaine, whose air of constraint had quite vanished again, went to her room, took off her hat, and put on an afternoon blouse. When she returned to the sitting room, John noticed her little attempt to dress herself for the evening. "I thought you'd like to see me in something smarter for dinner," she said. "Do you like it, Bernard?" "It could not be better," said John. Inwardly he was saying, "I like everything about you. I like your fine dark hair, I like your frank, beautiful eyes, and your honesty and your simplicity, and the fact that you are a girl and yet a woman. What I do dislike, however, is the fact that you have a waster of a husband, and that I have no right to be here this minute standing in that waster's shoes." They sat down together at the round table in the middle of the hotel parlour. The waiter, a gloomy individual, in tired‐looking dress clothes and in a white shirt that should have been washed a week earlier, lit 4 pink‐shaded candles, served the soup, and went away. Soup was followed by fish and an excellent entrée. John, looking over the top of the pink‐shaded candles, saw a brightness in Elaine's eyes. He had been talking gaily, keeping the conversation away from anything personal, and telling her anecdotes that made her laugh. And all the time, although he was not aware of the fact, he was drawing her towards him, fanning the flame of love that the real Bernard Treves had never kindled. She was experiencing new feelings towards this man whom she believed to be her husband. The shifty look in his eyes that she had disliked in the past had vanished. The Bernard Treves who sat before her looked frankly and keenly into her face. He was not in the least intimate. He was, indeed, somewhat aloof, but this very quality of aloofness puzzled and attracted her. By the time dinner was cleared away and the cloth removed, Elaine was completely at her ease. Her old fear of offending her husband had totally vanished. She could not understand her own feelings, and began to take herself to task for having been hard on him in the past. When Bernard Treves had persisted in his habit of heavy drinking and drug taking, she had been obliged to make a stand. She had done everything she could to win him to better ways. But when to these habits he had added violence and other cruelties towards herself, she had informed him that until he made some effort to control himself, she could not live with him as his wife. It was characteristic of her, as it is sometimes characteristic of gentle people, that firmness lay beneath an unaggressive exterior. She had kept her word. But to-night for the first time she began to doubt the justice of what she had done. She told herself that she had been hard on Bernard Treves, that she ought to have clung to him however low he sank. Chapter 17 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John, who had deposited himself on a chair at the hearth, lit a cigarette and was consuming it with a good deal of satisfaction. He had never in his life partaken of an evening meal that had given him so much satisfaction. Even the funereal and shabby waiter seemed to him a creature of delight, and the little room in the hotel, he would always remember it as an apartment brightened by the eyes of Elaine Treves. It was not usual for John Manton to be led away, but to-night for some minutes he let his senses toy with impossibilities. He permitted himself to forget the existence of Bernard Treves. And when the waiter left the room and Elaine rose and came towards him, he made no effort to avoid her approach, as he had done once or twice earlier in the evening. She stood beside his chair and laid her hand on his shoulder. John looked up and saw that her face had grown serious. "I want to make a confession to you, Bernard." "Let it be a cheerful confession," smiled John. "I was mistaken after all." "It's easy to make mistakes," returned John. "I ought not to have sent you away from me," said Elaine. John thought a moment, then observed quietly, "Perhaps I deserved to be sent away." "Do you remember, Bernard, when you came to Camden Town after you had seen your father?" John naturally did not recollect. "I do not recall it very clearly," he said. "When you—" She broke off, and again, as she had done in the street, she moved a little away from him. A wave of aversion towards him appeared to sweep over her. "When," she went on, "I told you that we could not be together again until——" "Until I could behave myself?" John put in. Elaine nodded slightly in assent. "I thought that I was doing right, and when you said you'd never forgive me, I still held out. I wonder, Bernard, if you will forgive me?" "Of course I'll forgive you," returned Manton magnanimously. He would have forgiven her anything. He could not believe her capable of anything which would need forgiveness. She came to him again, and stood before him looking down. John, out of politeness, that she should not be standing when he was seated, stood up, and suddenly he felt Elaine's hand in his. "Bernard," she whispered, "you care for me still?" "I care for you more than I ever did," said John. He tried valiantly to slip his hand from hers. "You love me, I mean?" Elaine's face was upturned. There was a wistful expression in her fine grey eyes, and there was something more than wistfulness. John could see it shining there. Inwardly he was conscientiously cursing the fates that had placed him in this impossible position, and yet outwardly he was glad. He was thrilled and happy that this situation had arisen. Then his thoughts took a turn, and his spirit sank. The love he saw shining in her eyes was not for him, but for Bernard Treves. He put away her hand and moved back in his chair. "You do love me, Bernard?" she whispered again. "Yes," John answered. He was convinced that there was no other thing for him to say. "And you'll forgive me for sending you away?" John nodded. Elaine went on again. "It was wrong not to let you stay with me. I had no right to do it. After all, a wife has no right to act as I did." "Why think of it and worry about it now?" said John, attempting to strike an ordinary tone of voice. "But I want to make everything straight between us, Bernard." John led her to a chair and she seated herself. He tried to turn the conversation, but this time he failed. Elaine felt a growing desire to wipe away all misunderstandings between them. "I have still my confession to make, Bernard." "What is it?" inquired John cheerily. There was a silence for a moment, a silence that John felt to be momentous, that rendered him uncomfortable. Then Elaine's words came to him, uttered in a low tone. "I never loved you till to-night, Bernard." John was conscious of a sudden and exultant thrill. "Is that all your confession?" he asked. Elaine nodded. Her hand was in his. John lifted it to his lips. Then recollection came to him. He drew himself erect, standing away from her. "It's getting late, Elaine," he said. "I ought to be going." There was something vibrant and new in his voice that caused her heart to beat violently. "You see," John went on, somewhat clumsily, "I have important work to do to–morrow." But Elaine had not loosed her grip of his hand. She suddenly hid her face on his shoulder. He could feel her arms about him. For a minute what was to John an awkward silence subsisted between them. Then Elaine spoke again. "Why should you go, Bernard?" she whispered. "I was cruel to you, but I did not wish to be cruel." "You are never cruel," protested John. "Don't think of it any more." His situation in that moment was the hardest that fate could have possibly imposed upon him. Here was the finest woman he had ever met, young, beautiful, and ardent, with her arms about his neck, whispering love to him. She was speaking to him as a wife to a husband whom she loves, and all the time he was not that husband. And to complicate matters, he felt now that the love she was prepared to offer was not offered to the other, to Bernard Treves, but to himself alone. "Bernard," she murmured, "at the back of my heart, through all those black days, I whispered always that some time I should be happy." "I am sure you'll be happy," said John. "It will not be my fault if you are not." He drew a deep breath. "But to–night I must go. I am very busy. I have many things to do to–night. Confidential work." He lifted her hand, bent and kissed her slender white fingers. "Some day I'll explain." A minute later he was gone. The gloomy–looking waiter, who had served dinner the night before, informed John that the only way to arrive at Brooke was by hired pony–trap or by bicycle. Choosing the latter method, John, early in the morning, hired a bicycle, visited the hotel, and said good–bye to Elaine. "You'll come back to me this evening, Bernard?" whispered she as she kissed him good–bye. "This evening," said John. "I had no right to let her kiss me," he continued inwardly, "but after all it's part of the deception, part of the character I am obliged to play." Nevertheless, he felt uneasy as he rode the winding and hilly path to Brooke. The night before he had played his part valiantly and well, but he felt that in regard to Elaine tremendous difficulties were ahead. It was 11 o'clock when John reached the road which led to the empty, forlorn line of shore at Brooke. He could see the sea ahead of him, a grand expanse of blue ocean. He passed quaint Brooke church on his left hand, and suddenly slowed up near a large, solid looking dwelling, overgrown with creepers. Here was Rollo Meads, with a strip of garden in front. As John neared the dwelling, he noticed a gardener at work. Something in the quiet and homely exterior of the house made him for a moment think he had made a mistake, but as his hand fell upon the gate the gardener lifted his face, and John recognised the pallid countenance and close-set eyes of Conrad, the manservant, who had first admitted him to Manwitz's house in St. George's Square. Conrad informed him that Dr. Voules was in and was waiting him. Now, thought John, as he followed Conrad to the front door, matters may begin to move again. Dacent Smith had for some time been groping towards the identity of Dr. Voules, and John realised that in being permitted to undertake the work he was now upon, he was being trusted and favoured by his chief. He resolved in his interview with the doctor to exercise the most extreme caution, and to play the part of Bernard Treves with the closest simulation. There was silence as John stepped into the hall of Rollo Meads. The servant preceded him along the passage, knocked on a door, then entered and vanished, leaving John alone. Conrad emerged a minute later and summoned John towards him. "Will you please go in, sir?" A moment later John found himself in a good-sized morning room with two windows overlooking a lawn and a garden. The room was heavily furnished with a long oak table in the middle, and half a dozen massive dining room chairs surrounding it. At the head of the table Dr. Voules was seated. He wore a markedly English-looking tweed suit, but his thick neck, his circular head, and heavy jaws showed him to be not quite the amiable, retired doctor he pretended to be. Seated on Voules' right hand were two men, deeply sun-tanned. One of the men wore a blond beard and looked frankly and honestly at John. The other was a fair-haired man with a supercilious-looking expression. John put both down at once as naval officers. Standing at the fireplace, in uniform, was Captain Cherriton. The air of the room was heavily impregnated with the smell of cigar smoke. Cherriton was smoking a cigarette, but Dr. Voules held in his powerful mouth a long black cigar. He flashed a keen scrutiny upon John as the young man stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. "You are Mr. Treves, eh?" John assured him that he was. "You will take a seat," said Voules, pointing to a vacant chair upon his left hand. "These are two friends of mine," he said, indicating the blond-bearded man and the supercilious younger man, "Mr. Sharp and Mr. Rogers." "I am pleased to meet you," said John, making a swift mental summary of each man's appearance. "I am glad to make your acquaintance," responded the blond-bearded man, and his accent was so thoroughly German that it would have betrayed him anywhere. The other man appeared to speak no English at all, for he merely nodded. "Sit down, Cherriton," commanded Voules, and Cherriton, who was lounging at the hearth, came and seated himself at John's side. "I am in the thick of it," thought John. He wondered what was to occur, what attitude Voules would take toward himself, whether Voules would regard him as of consequence and of possible use, or would he fail to trust him. "You are no longer in the army?" Voules inquired, looking into John's face with cold grey eyes. It was his custom to examine personally such men as were brought to him. He had infinite belief in his own powers of judgment, and in many ways he possessed a shrewd and penetrating mind. His infinite confidence in himself, however, sometimes led him into mistakes. He believed, as he looked at John, that he was examining a weakling and a drug taker. Cherriton had supplied all information as to Bernard Treves's unstable character and habits, and though Voules was a little surprised to find the young man healthy and vigorous looking, he was deceived by the manner in which John avoided his eyes. He was still more deceived when John, cleverly resting his elbow on the table, permitted his sleeve to fall back so that Voules could see pin pricks on his wrist, the sort of wound that is left by hypodermic syringes used for administering morphia and cocaine. Voules' sharp eyes instantly fell upon this tangible evidence of the drug habit. He was quite satisfied with the evidence of his own eyes. "You are no longer in the army?" he repeated. "Well, as a matter of fact," John said, after a moment's hesitation, "my father has used his influence, and I am to be restored to my commission." Voules' eyes widened a little. "Indeed," he remarked. He appeared to consider this change in John's circumstances for a moment. Then he put out a hand and laid his heavy fingers on John's sleeve. "You have told this news—" he paused a moment. "You have told this news to Alice?" For a second John hesitated. He did not realise who Alice was. Then he remembered her as Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "No," answered John, "I have not told her yet, but I intend to write and tell her to night." "Ah," said Voules, "you think she will be pleased?" The intensity of his gaze increased. John saw quite plainly a doubt in his eyes. "You think she will be pleased?" "I am sure of it," said John. "And why?" "Because I can be of more use, Doctor." "We have a very high opinion of the lady in question," said Voules. "We have every reason to trust her." "I hope you will have every reason to trust me," John said. Voules looked at him silently for a minute. "I hope so," he announced. "We shall make it worth your while to serve us." He paused for a moment and glanced at Cherriton. "Cherriton has already told you," he said, "that when the day arrives, when the success that is bound to come has been given to us, we shall not forget our friends in England." He suddenly turned away from John and looked at the blond bearded man on his right. His voice seemed to deepen in tone, and he began suddenly and rapidly to speak in German. "What is your opinion of our young English friend here?" he rapped to the blond bearded man. "I cannot judge of him, Excellence." Voules went on still in German. "Manwitz and Rathenau have each testified to his usefulness. He is also in the hands of a lady who can well supervise his doings." The blond man fingered his blond beard, sliding it through his hands. "Excellence, let me say, may I not suggest a certain reserve in our conversation, in the circumstances?" Voules laughed for the first time. John noticed that his teeth were strong and well kept, and that his laugh was not at all pleasant. "Our Englander," he said, "understands not one word of German. We may speak freely, Müller." "Is it not so, Rathenau?" He turned quickly to Cherriton. "Yes, Excellence," answered Cherriton, with his contemptuous curl of the lip. "Not one English officer in 1,000 knows half a dozen words of German. Our friend is no exception." "He is well controlled by the particular lady mentioned?" inquired Voules. Cherriton smiled. "Quite, Excellence. Even if she cared for him in the way he believes she does, she would still watch him like a cat." "True," said Voules, then again turned to John and spoke in English. "My apologies to you, Mr. Treves," he said, "for speaking in German, but my friends here speak no English." "I don't mind in the least," answered John. He did not in the least, and as he had understood every word, it made no difference. "In regard to your reinstatement in the army," went on Voules, "I offer you my felicitations. You will be able to help us even more than in the past, and I may hardly say that the reward will be in proportion to the work done. If you are stationed in London, we can find work for you in London. If, on the other hand, you are returned to your regiment, then you can also help us. The treatment you have received at the hands of the army, Cherriton tells me, is abominable. You are quite honourably acquitted of allegiance to your nationality. I tell you this, that you may have no inner qualms. In serving us, you serve the cause of Kultur. Is that not so, Cherriton?" "Yes, Herr Excellenz." "Kultur," thought John, "Kultur that stabs in the dark, that murders children and women, that calls might right. Kultur that takes a man sodden with drugs and turns him into a traitor to his country, then having made him commit crimes against his fellow countrymen, has the audacity to tell him that he is acting the part of a man of honour. Some day, thought John, a sudden blaze of fury burning through him, you, Voules, will be taught a very different culture from that. Aloud, John said nothing, but merely sat nervously in his chair, fidgeting with his collar, and clasping and unclasping his hands upon the table, an excellent imitation of the real Treves. "Is there anything you would wish to say?" inquired Voules. John looked guardedly at the two men who sat opposite. "Please go to the window," commanded Voules. The two men rose obediently and crossed the room. John dropped his voice. "I understood," he said to Voules, "that I was to receive——" He stopped, looked into Voules' face, then turned his eyes away. "Rathenau," Voules commanded, "ring the bell." Cherriton rang the bell, and a moment later Conrad entered the room. "The packet, Conrad, for Mr. Treves." Conrad went out and returned a moment later, carrying a small white packet. He handed it to Voules, and Voules passed it to John. "Thank you, thank you!" exclaimed John, taking it quickly. He knew the packet contained cocaine, and he slipped it carefully into his pocket. "You will report to us wherever you are?" inquired Voules. "Wherever I am," answered John. "Great matters are pending," responded the doctor. "Soon you will be of use to us. In regard to finance," he added after a moment's pause, "you will write to our Captain Cherriton." He rose and gripped John's hand. "You will have no cause to regret your association with us, I can assure you of that." "Perhaps you'll have some cause to regret your association with me," thought John, as he looked into the heavy jowled face. 5 minutes later he was out in the road bidding good bye to Captain Cherriton, who waved a careless farewell to him. "We shall meet soon again," said the captain. John nodded, leapt on to his bicycle, and rode briskly down the road. Chapter XVIII of Bernard Treves's Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the following evening at 8 o'clock, John Manton presented himself at Dacent Smith's apartment in Jermyn Street. He had hurried to London in answer to a wire telling him to report himself personally. Elaine, who had made the journey with him, had gone on to her rooms in Camden Town. The door of Dacent Smith's suite of rooms was opened by Grew, who conducted John immediately to the great man's apartment. As always, when John visited his chief's abode, the speckless cleanliness of the stairs, the glitter of varnish and brass, reminded him somewhat of the interior of a battleship. His superior's own room was orderly as usual, and Dacent Smith himself, who occupied a deep leather-covered chair at the hearth, rose and greeted him with a cordial handshake. The elder man was in evening clothes. He was, as always, plump, ruddy-cheeked, bright-eyed, and cheery in manner. His politeness struck John in marked contrast to the gruffness of Dr. Voules. These two men, Voules and Dacent Smith, heads of two great secret armies, were conducting a duel for supremacy. They were totally different in character and calibre, and John—perhaps he was prejudiced in the matter—was prepared at any odds to back Dacent Smith to win. "Help yourself to a cigarette, Treves." John took a cigarette and seated himself in a chair opposite his chief. For a moment there was silence. Then Dacent Smith, who had been watching the ascending smoke, looked at the young man with the faintly humorous slight that sometimes animated his vivid eyes. "I am glad to see you alive, Treves. You have had one of the narrowest of escapes." John expressed his surprise. "I wasn't aware of any narrow escape, sir." "Perhaps not," said Dacent Smith, "but yesterday morning, when you went to Voules's house, you literally walked into the lion's den. Fortunately, however, you were successful in preserving a whole skin." "I had no sense of anything adventurous happening during that visit," John returned, full of curiosity. "I'll tell you exactly just what did happen," Dacent Smith continued. He rose, went to his desk, and drew a letter from one of the drawers. "Read that letter," he said, "and see what your chances would have been if it had arrived at Voules's house before you did." "Who wrote it?" asked John, looking at the single initial S at the end of the sheet. "Your amiable friend Crumbs," answered Dacent Smith. "He discovered Cherriton's letter in your dispatch case." John lifted his eyebrows in intense surprise. "I had no idea that letter was discovered, sir. I took every precaution against discovery, and should have destroyed it, but it appeared to me a specimen of Cherriton's handwriting might be useful to you in the future." "It will be useful when we come to stop his activities," answered Dacent Smith. "In the meantime, its discovery by Sims very nearly resulted in your career coming to a sudden end. You can imagine the situation, Treves," he went on, "if that letter had arrived at Brooke when you were in Voules's house. For their own sakes, Voules and the others would never have dared to let you go. However, the letter never reached Voules, for Sinclair had it out of the locked bag at the fort 5 minutes after Sims deposited it there." "It's a lucky thing for me," said John, handing back the letter to his chief, "that Sinclair acted the way he did." "Devilish lucky, Treves." Dacent Smith rose, placed the letter in a drawer in his desk, and returned to his seat at the hearth. "Now, Treves, as to Voules. Who is he?" "He is some one in authority," answered John. "There is no doubt of that whatever." "What is his appearance?" "He is a heavily built, bullet-headed man, between 50 and 60. I should judge him to be used to exercising autocratic authority over others. When I reached Rollo Meads there were also present in the house 2 Germans who gave me the impression of being naval officers. The 4th member of the party was Captain Cherriton, whose real name is Rathenau, as I discovered, owing to the fact that they spoke German, which Cherriton believes I don't understand." John continued and detailed fully his interview with Voules. He described his receipt of the cocaine tabloids from Conrad, and his exhibition of the bogus 5 little wounds on his wrist, which had convinced Voules that he was a victim of the drug habit. When he had concluded, Dacent Smith's lips tightened. "You acted very shrewdly, Treves. I will see that Voules and his little party are kept under observation. From your description I can tell you exactly who Voules is, Treves," he said. "We have suspected his identity for some time. Until 2 months ago Voules was General von Kuhne, in command of a corps of the 15th Army. He is a Badenser, born and reared in Constance. Our investigation department informs me that he is credited by the enemy with great ability. In character he is instinctively aggressive, a fighter imbued through and through with the offensive spirit. It is to General von Kuhne that we owe our present awkward predicament on the south coast. Outwardly nothing is wrong, but our department knows that Germany is preparing a heavy blow. We are contending against something new, big and masterful, something that has been arranged and planned for months. How far General von Kuhne's plans have matured I do not yet know. We are so far, Treves, only groping towards knowledge. My reports tell me that at least 8 forts in the south coast are being subtly tampered with in one way or another. You have seen yourself the masterly manner in which Sims managed to work his will at Heatherpoint." "Sim's dossier," he went on, "reached me in full only to night, and is a further instance of an effective German trick. Sim's real name is Steinbaum. He is a Hamburg Jew who immigrated to America in 1912. We cannot trace him from then until 1915, when, with the German naval attaché at Washington, Captain Boyd Ed, he made an attempt to blow up the Pittsburgh bridge works. He escaped the American police and vanished. The next step in his career was when he landed at Liverpool from America. He was already a German spy, and enlisted in our army under the name of Sims, a baker by trade." "I suppose," inquired John, "the idea of arresting Voules and his immediate confederates is outside our plan?" Dacent Smith nodded. He put his finger tips together and remained thoughtfully silent for several minutes. "No, it would not do," he said, as though desirous of convincing John of the correctness of his judgment. "If I were to lay Voules, and a dozen of the others whom we know, suddenly by the heels, we should damage our chances, possibly irretrievably. You see, if we did that, we should be removing our special avenues of information. By arresting the spies we know, we should lose the great mass of information we manage to glean from them, and at the same time should be obliged to continue the fight against other agents whom we do not know. Do you follow me?" John nodded. "I confess it never occurred to me in that light, but I can see the force of your argument." "We always stand to learn something from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, by secretly reading all her letters," continued Dacent Smith, "but if we arrest her, we lose that advantage. Then again, their present scheme in the South may be so far advanced that it will work to fruition by itself, even if we remove a dozen individuals. General von Kuhne is of course the keystone of the whole business, and when the time comes we shall get him." He paused a moment and looked quizzically into John's face. "Or he will get us." "He will have to rise pretty early in the morning to get you," thought John, genuinely impressed by his reasoning. Nevertheless, he inwardly admitted that Kuhne was an antagonist well fitted to measure swords, even with Dacent Smith. Always, in these short interviews he obtained with his chief, John felt himself drawn anew to the head of his department. Manton had no doubt whatever of Dacent Smith's ability; his intelligence was keen as a sword blade, and swift as that same blade in the hands of a brilliant fencer. For all that, it seemed strange to John, as he sat in the well furnished, neatly ordered bachelor apartment, to think that this quiet, well groomed, middle aged gentleman was the head and heart, the chief nerve centre, in fact, of the greatest defensive force in the country. "Now," said Dacent Smith, when he concluded his observations, "is there anything at all troubling your mind, Treves? Anything you'd like to get off your chest, for instance?" John looked at him quickly, wondering if his keen eye had detected anything. "Well," he confessed, "as a matter of fact, there is something that bothers me a great deal." "Pass me another cigarette," said Dacent Smith, "and let me hear it." John handed him another cigarette and hesitated. "Go on," urged his chief. "Well, I should like to report, sir," John said at length, "that my personal position has become—well, peculiarly difficult during the past few days." "Do you find your work disappointing?" "I am keener on my work than ever," John answered. "What is it, then?" "Well," confessed John, "to be precise, I find I am getting rather entangled with a lady." His tone was serious, and Dacent Smith took the statement gravely. "Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, do you mean?" John shook his head. "Mrs. Beecher Monmouth is rather pressing whenever I meet her," he said with a deprecating smile, "but she is not the lady in question." "Who is the lady?" John was silent. He found a strange diffidence in tackling this subject. It was a matter of some difficulty to state exactly what was the situation between himself and Elaine. Dacent Smith waited, and then tapped the arm of his chair with his finger, which was his only manner of showing impatience. "Come, Treves, "Who is the lady?" "Bernard Treves's wife, sir." "Oh! And wherein lies the particular awkwardness?" "Yesterday she came down to the Gordon Hotel in Newport to see me, and stayed the night there." "Was that awkward for you?" "I'm afraid it was, sir. It seems," went on John, "that there was a disagreement between her and her husband, which ended in the lady refusing to live with him until he improved his habits." "A very proper and spirited attitude to take," responded Dacent Smith. "That is my opinion," said John. "But unfortunately she has decided to forgive her husband." Dacent Smith suddenly sat erect. "You don't mean she has made any untoward discovery?" "Oh, no," said John. "She accepts me absolutely. And so far as I know, she has never experienced the faintest doubt. But the awkwardness comes in through the fact that she has decided to forgive her husband and take him back again." Dacent Smith looked at the younger man for a minute, then whistled softly. "By gad, Treves, yours is certainly a difficult path." "I am glad you see it as I do, sir." "Devilish difficult. And what's the lady like? Is she young and pretty?" "She is about 23 years of age," said John, well, pretty doesn't quite describe her. She has dark hair and grey eyes. She is rather above the average in height. John hesitated and stumbled. "I am no connoisseur in these matters, sir, but in my opinion she is an unusually beautiful girl." Dacent Smith looked at him squarely. "And that, no doubt, intensifies your difficulty, Treves?" "Well, my position last night," he said briefly, "was more than awkward." A sudden note of irritation found its way into John's voice, and he could not have himself explained why he felt irritation. "The situation was wrong altogether. I felt I had no right to pass as Bernard Treves. It is one thing to deceive Treves's father in a good cause, or to deceive everybody else, but it is quite another matter to trick a young, good looking woman the way I had to deceive Mrs. Treves. It doesn't seem to me to be playing the game, sir." "You mean," inquired Dacent Smith quietly, "the young lady made advances to you, she forgave you, and offered to live with you again as your wife, and you, being a man of honour, felt the situation keenly. Tell me, Treves," he went on with a new interest in the matter, "what is she like? Her mental equipment, I mean." "She is very feminine, and by no means a fool," explained John. "I evaded her last night, but she came to London with me to day, and is waiting for me this evening. She knows Cherriton and Manwitz. Cherriton, as a matter of fact, has been paying her undesirable attentions." John, who had been looking at the hearthrug, suddenly lifted his face. "That's the whole situation, sir, and I don't feel that I can go on deceiving her." For a long minute there was silence in the little room. Dacent Smith's little gilt clock on the mantelpiece chimed the half hour. "We're in deep waters here, Treves," he said slowly and seriously. "I can see only two ways out of it. One is that she should be restored to her undesirable husband." "If," said John, "Treves is cured of his drug habit, I suppose that would be the right thing to do." Even as he spoke, a feeling shot through him that was quite definitely antagonistic to this idea. He felt jealous and utterly resentful at the thought. "He isn't cured, and shows no likelihood of being cured," answered Dacent Smith. "My last report is that he tried to break out of the nursing home, and very nearly got away. He is in the condition where he would give his very soul to get drugs. No," he said, shaking his head, "we'll leave Bernard Treves in his present isolation. In surrendering his personality to you he is making some slight restitution. He is unconsciously doing something for his country. We need waste no pity on him. So far as we are concerned, Treves does not count." "What if Treves had actually managed to escape, sir?" "In that case Voules and the rest of them would be down on you like a ton of bricks. but we need not at present anticipate a calamity of that sort. Now, in regard to Treves's wife, when you see her to night, give her my compliments, and say I should like her to call here one afternoon this week. I think I can then ease the awkwardness of your position in regard to her. I have an idea, at any rate." Half an hour later John made his way out to Camden Town and rang the bell of 65 Bowles Avenue. Elaine herself opened the door and offered him a smiling welcome. Chapter 19 of Bernard Treves's Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the soft illumination of the white and gold dining salon of the Golden Pavilion Hotel, John found himself completely at home. 2 days had passed since his visit to Elaine, and he was again at work under the aegis of Dacent Smith. He had chosen a quiet table in the corner, had selected the dishes for his dinner, and was leaning back in his chair, surveying the brilliant scene with an appreciative eye. The Golden Pavilion Hotel is famed alike for its refined and luxurious furnishings, its band, its cuisine, and its exclusiveness. The head waiter, who looked like an archbishop, advanced soundlessly over the rich carpet and stood at John's elbow. "I beg your pardon," said the man in a low, smooth voice, "but the lady at the table beyond the second pillar, sir, would like to have a word with you." John raised his head and glanced in the direction the man had indicated. He had already seen Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and had made a special point of concealing the fact. He rose now, however, and moved across the room between crowded tables. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, seated with a party of friends, flashed a brilliant smile at him when he advanced. "Oh, you poor, lonely creature!" she exclaimed, as she placed her jewelled fingers in his. "I saw you moping in your corner," she continued, when a waiter had brought an extra chair, and John had accepted an invitation to dine with her party, "and took pity on you. Don't you think that was nice of me?" She looked at him with a long, deep glance, conscious of her striking beauty. Her beauty was of the instantly arresting order. The fact that the art of coiffure and cosmetic enabled her to heighten her charms was all in her favour where men were concerned. Quite, as it were, by accident, she had now laid her fingers on John's sleeve. "I must introduce you to my guests. My husband you already know." John bowed slightly towards Mr. Beecher Monmouth, whose evening clothes intensified the sallowness of his complexion. John noted the parchment-like character of his skin, the tired look in his eyes, and the manipulation of his thin hair to create the effect of youthful plenty. He was an old man striving hopelessly to look young. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her eyes from her husband towards the slender figure of a woman at her right-hand side. "Lady Rachel," she said, "may I present Mr. Treves?" John bowed again, and Lady Rachel Marvin smiled at him graciously. She was a woman of slender figure, with exceptionally large, long-lashed eyes. Her neck was long, slender, and white, and she wore diamond earrings which scintillated as she moved her head. Her age was probably 35, and she was, in appearance, distinctly aristocratic. Her voice was thin and high-pitched, and she talked incessantly. The third member of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's party was a fat woman of 50, the wealthy wife of a colonel in the Gunners. Any woman assessing the jewels Mrs. Pomfret Bond wore would have known that she was wealthy, and that she was determined other people should know it. She was a foolish, vulgar woman, and John, looking at her, realised almost immediately that she would be as wax in the hands of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. But it was to Lady Rachel Marvin that John turned his attention. "Did you know the 7th Division has been moved from Aldershot?" she was inquiring, looking at Beecher Monmouth. "No," said the elderly man. "We don't hear anything in Parliament, Lady Rachel." "I heard it only quite by accident," babbled Lady Rachel. "You know my cousin Derrick is in the Coldstreams. You remember Derrick?" she said, turning her big eyes upon Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "I have told you so much about him." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth smiled brilliantly and nodded. Lady Rachel then went on to explain that it was Derrick who had told her of a new gun being tested at Woolwich. Derrick had been on the G.H.Q. staff, "and," went on Lady Rachel, "he is almost as mysterious about it as his friend Commander Loyson is about the new cruiser, the Malta, which has just been put into commission at ." "Is there a new cruiser being commissioned at —?" inquired John, sliding into the conversation. He was so apparently interested that Lady Rachel looked at him with a pleased expression on her somewhat foolish face. "I am afraid, Mr. Treves, I ought not to chatter about it, but being behind the scenes and knowing so many people, one naturally picks up little bits of news here and there. It is quite easy to piece the pieces together. I have not heard anything actually about the new cruiser," she said, "the Malta, I mean, but from things Commander Loyson said to Derrick, and from other things I have heard, I can assure you it is something wonderful." John, listening to her chatter, wondered how much of this information she had, out of sheer vanity, passed on to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. Lady Rachel Marvin certainly knew a great number of people, and her social position gave her many chances to pick up exclusive information. Her silly butterfly existence consisted in flitting from one drawing room to another. Here she exchanged such gossip as she had been able to collect from her equally frivolous friends. As John listened to her he realised that such women as Lady Rachel are a real source of danger to the nation. When dinner was at an end, Lady Rachel went to speak to some friends at another table, and the minute she had gone Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her attention solely to John, ignoring Mrs. Pomfret Bond and the Ogre. "Naughty boy," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth under her breath. "Why have you never been to see me?" "I have been in the Isle of Wight visiting my father," answered John promptly. "I know that," answered she. "Therefore, and because you sent me those Russian cigarettes, I intend to forgive you. Now you must come and see me soon," she went on. "There are many things I want to talk to you about." "I should like to talk to you about quite a number of things," responded John, in the same intimate tone. "When can you come?" asked she. "Any time you like." "Not to morrow. The Ogre will be at home then," she said in a voice too low for Mr. Beecher Monmouth to catch. "Don't you think he is looking very old and worn?" John glanced at Beecher Monmouth's glazed countenance and tired eyes, and even at that moment the elderly politician was looking adoringly at his wife, admiring the richness of her hair, the fine contour of her shoulder, and the brilliance of her complexion. John felt almost sorry for the befooled and weary Member of Parliament, who had sold his old age and his happiness into the bondage of this woman. "Come to tea the day after to morrow," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and John accepted the invitation with alacrity. 2 days later, when he presented himself at 5 o'clock in the afternoon at Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's residence in Grosvenor Square, he was ushered immediately into the lady's boudoir. He had seen that room only in the illumination of the pink shaded electric light. Now he saw it again in daylight, and found it even more luxurious than he had imagined. The white polar bear rug, the brilliant hued Chinese kakemonos hung on the wall behind Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's divan, the long gilt framed mirrors and gilt legged chairs, all conspired to create an atmosphere of sumptuous richness. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in an afternoon gown which gave her almost a slender and distinguished appearance, was seated in a low arm chair. Lady Rachel Marvin occupied the divan, and John, much as he disliked this foolish, ox-eyed woman of fashion, was obliged to admit that she had disposed herself gracefully upon the cushions. The third guest was Mrs. Pomfret Bond, who was delighted to be in that society, and talked as much military gossip as she could to show that she, too, was in the swim. When John had been cordially received, and had accepted a cup of tea and a fragment of bread and butter, he seated himself at the foot of the divan and entered into conversation with Lady Rachel. Under orders from Dacent Smith, he had come there with that express purpose. "We have been talking of the dreadful news, Mr. Treves," said Lady Rachel, biting a slip of bread and butter with long, sharp teeth. "You mean the sinking of the Malta?" inquired John. "Yes. How appalling it is!" said she. "I heard it before it appeared in the papers." "It's one of the worst disasters we have had for some time," responded John. "A new ship, costing £1 million of public money, and 200 fine lives." Mrs. Pomfret Bond spoke up indignantly. "I can't imagine how the Germans find out about our ships. We're supposed to have an intelligence department. Why don't they put a stop to this sort of thing?" "I expect they do the best they can," remarked John. "But one always has to reckon with spies," said Mrs. Pomfret Bond. "Of course," said John. "But the Malta was a new vessel," observed Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "How could they find out when she was to leave?" "The Germans must have found out," intervened Lady Rachel, claiming the conversation again, "for no submarines had been in those waters for weeks, and they had been swept for mines the day before. I know this for a fact." John looked at her keenly. That afternoon he had had a long conversation with Dacent Smith in regard to Lady Rachel Marvin. The fact that she had, 2 days ago, mentioned the Malta during her irresponsible chatter at dinner had aroused a suspicion in John's mind that possibly the disaster which had happened to the new cruiser had been directly due to her foolish vanity, to her ineradicable desire to obtain social distinction by revealing to her friends her superior knowledge of what went on behind the scenes. This idea, as he sat in her presence now, listening to her talk, grew in strength, and at the first opportunity that occurred he drew Mrs. Beecher Monmouth aside. He knew that he was venturing upon very thin ice in putting questions to her. "Well, you bad boy," whispered Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "why have you been trying to flirt with Lady Rachel?" John had seated himself on a low Turkish stool at her side. "How could I see Lady Rachel when you are in the room?" he answered gallantly. "If you only meant it," responded Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "I'd give you 2 pieces of sugar in your next cup of tea." "Lady Rachel cannot hold a candle to you," affirmed John. "You mustn't be hard on her," returned Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. In the afternoon light the ogre's wife looked scarcely 25, a remarkably beautiful and imperious woman. Even John was obliged to confess that no fault existed in her passionate and somewhat sensuous beauty. For her part, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was so used to admiration that she accepted John's flattery as a matter of course. Bernard Treves, she told herself, was one of the strings to her bow, and quite the nicest looking boy of them all. "You mustn't be hard on poor Lady Rachel," she said. "She is such a dear, delightful chatterbox." "Lady Rachel seems to know a great deal about the Malta." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth turned her eyes and fixed her gaze swiftly upon him. Then she remarked quietly, "One of her relations is a bigwig at the Admiralty." "That fact, and what she picked up from other of her naval friends, enabled her," said John, "to give a guess at when the Malta would leave." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth became suddenly very still. "How did you know that, Bernard?" she asked. John observed a hardening of the line of her mouth. "I merely put 2 and 2 together and assumed it," he said. Then, quietly daring, he leaned forward unobserved by others in the room and seized Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's hand. "Is it true?" he questioned. She looked at him a long minute, and then smiled, but there was a cruel light in her eyes. "It is true," pursued John. A silence followed. Then Mrs. Beecher Monmouth inclined her fine head very slightly. John was dexterous enough not to slide his hand away from hers too soon. The aversion he felt from her made him remove it as soon as he reasonably could. Then he drew in a deep breath. "I see," he said in a low voice. "She told you when the Malta was to sail." And though Mrs. Beecher Monmouth was too cautious to admit the fact, John knew in his heart that it was absolutely true. Lady Rachel, exercising her silly desire for gossip, had been tricked into imparting this fatal information. Because of this she was, John believed, just as much responsible for the sinking of the Malta as if she herself had discharged the torpedo which wrought its doom. She was, in fact, an unwitting traitor to her country. And John, as he moved from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's side, felt a certain implacable animosity towards this vain society woman, with her wide eyes, her high‐pitched voice, her elegant, aristocratic poses. Nevertheless, he was politeness itself as he drew her towards the window. "I'd like to have a word with you alone, Lady Rachel," he said. When they were out of earshot of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth and Mrs. Pomfret Bond, John lowered his voice and looked down into the big, long‐lashed eyes. "You were speaking a few minutes ago, Lady Rachel," he said, "of the Malta." Lady Rachel smiled and nodded. "I think," went on John, "I ought to inform you that I am a member of the Intelligence Department." "Oh, are you really?" exclaimed Lady Rachel, looking at him with a sudden vivid interest. "I have so often wanted to meet some one in the Secret Service. I think you all so splendid." "I am glad you appreciate us," John answered dryly. "Perhaps, Lady Rachel," he went on, "you would like to know more about our department." "I should love it dearly," said she, with an expression of delight on her weakly pretty features. "Well," said John, "if you care to accompany me to my office in a few minutes, I will present you to my chief. He has already expressed a wish to meet you." Lady Rachel looked puzzled for a moment. "Perhaps I know him, Mr. Treves. I may have met him in society. I suppose I mustn't ask his name?" she added mysteriously. "No, don't ask his name," answered John. 10 minutes later Lady Rachel Marvin was seated beside John in a taxi. The vehicle glided out of Grosvenor Place and past Green Park. "Why are you looking so grim?" observed the lady, as John leaned back with folded arms. "I am thinking of the Malta, and of the 200 fine fellows who were drowned yesterday." Chapter 20 of Bernard Treves's Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was 6 o'clock when John stepped out into Dacent Smith's bachelor room. His chief was seated at his desk, deep in work. John closed the door and crossed the room. "Well?" asked Dacent Smith, raising his head and still sitting with poised pen at his desk. "I was right, sir, in regard to Lady Rachel Marvin. The information that sunk the Malta was conveyed by her to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth 2 days ago." "You don't mean she intentionally conveyed it?" exclaimed Dacent Smith, rising and looking at John in amazement. "Oh no, sir, not at all. She conveyed it with no intention to do harm, and only out of an inveterate habit of gossip." Dacent Smith drew his brows together. His expression was more stern in that moment than John had ever seen it. "A damnable habit of gossiping," he observed forcibly. "Well, what have you done, Treves?" "I have brought the lady with me, sir, thinking you would wish to act at once in regard to her." Dacent Smith nodded in approbation. "Send her in to me, Treves, and wait outside." John went out of the room, and Dacent Smith moved to the mantelshelf and looked for a moment at the photograph of a girl of 18, a girl who looked scarcely more than a child. He was still at the hearth when Lady Rachel was ushered into the room by John, who closed the door and left the two together. What took place between Dacent Smith and the woman whose foolish vanity had sunk the Malta, John did not know, but he was able to guess pretty well, for 20 minutes later Dacent Smith opened the door and summoned him into the room. "Come in, Treves." John entered and found Lady Rachel standing near his chief's desk. Her face was white, her nose unromantically red. She had been crying. On Dacent Smith's desk lay a letter in Lady Rachel's handwriting. "Dear Bob," it ran, "I have had a sudden breakdown in health. The doctors inform me I am to go to Pitt Lunan Hydro for at least 4 months. I may not even be well enough to return to town even then. Forgive me, Bob, for not being able to say good bye, but I am obliged to hurry away at once. Your devoted wife, Rachel." As John entered the room, Lady Rachel Marvin folded this letter, placed it in an envelope, and, still standing, addressed it to her husband, Lieutenant Commander Marvin, HMS —, Southampton. She closed the envelope and accepted a stamp from Dacent Smith. Dacent Smith broke the long silence that followed. "Treves," said he, "Lady Rachel leaves Euston for Scotland to night by the 7 o'clock train." "I don't want to go to Scotland," intervened Lady Rachel petulantly. "I dislike hydros intensely. I think them absolutely detestable places." Dacent Smith watched her for a moment with unrelenting eyes, then spoke in a tone there was no mistaking. "Lady Rachel, you will take the train for Scotland to night? You will then stay there the full period my department has prescribed for you?" Lady Rachel flashed a rebellious look at him, but Dacent Smith continued in his unyielding tones. "Failing this, you will find yourself, I can assure you, in a place far more detestable to you than even the most uncomfortable of hydros." He turned to his desk. For a moment Lady Rachel wavered, then, seeing from his attitude that resistance was hopeless, she lifted her head and went haughtily out of the room. John escorted her to the street, helped her into a taxi, and saw her drive away after a flash of her big eyes that was meant either to consume him with fire or to freeze him to death, he did not know which. When John returned, his chief was standing at the mantelshelf. The expression of sternness had entirely left his face. In his fingers he held the photograph of a charming girl, scarcely more than a child. For a minute he was silent, his eyes upon the figure in the silver frame. Then he held up the picture and showed it to John. "This is my niece, Treves," he said quietly. John took the photograph and inspected it critically. "An extremely pretty girl, sir." Dacent Smith nodded. "She is just 18, Treves. She became engaged to young Rashleigh, gunnery lieutenant on the Malta." His tones deepened in intensity. "That was 4 days ago. And to day Rashleigh is dead. He was one of the finest fellows who ever stepped. And in my opinion he and 200 others lost their lives solely because Lady Rachel Marvin could not keep her mouth shut. My niece, who is still only a child—you can see for yourself what she is like, Treves." For the first time his voice shook with emotion. "My niece is at home, lying in a semi-conscious condition. The doctors tell us that her reason is threatened. And all this because a silly woman babbled about things that didn't concern her." The man who was one of the greatest powers in the country was still holding the photograph in his fingers, his eyes fixed pitifully upon the delicate, girlish beauty of his niece. He replaced it slowly on the mantelshelf, then, turning, stood looking before him, his hands clenched at his side. The sternness of his lips at that moment revealed to John all the hidden strength behind his kindly exterior. He was stirred to the depths. And suddenly he flashed a look at John and struck his open palm with a clenched fist. "If I had my way, Treves, he said between tense lips. "If the powers that be would make me an autocrat for a week, I'd treat these fool women as traitors. An unguarded word," he went on, "is, in my opinion, just as much an act of disloyalty in time of war as an insult to the flag or the army. If the public only knew it, we have lost ship after ship, and possibly thousands of men, as a result of vain gossip in clubs, trains, shops, and smart drawing rooms. On Saturday we lost a cruiser worth $1 million. Young Rashleigh died, and 200 splendid sailors, because Lady Rachel Marvin must have her afternoon social success. What do you think of it, Treves?" John was thinking of the tragedy of it all, of the desolated homes, the 200 homes where sorrow stalked that day. He was thinking of the sweet-faced, broken-hearted girl hovering on the verge of sanity. "I'd like to wring Lady Rachel's neck," said John, swept out of himself. "I could tell you a score of such cases," said Dacent Smith. "In one case a present of 100 cigarettes and a silly woman's curiosity meant one of the greatest disasters that has occurred to us since the war began." He suddenly stopped, pulled himself up, and became normal in tone. He was fully himself again, the keen, resourceful man of action. "Now, Treves," he said, "we must get back to business. Lady Rachel Marvin has been a valuable feeder to the enemy. She is now out of action, however. I regard," he went on, "Beecher Monmouth, M.P., as also dangerous. Is that your opinion?" "My opinion," said John, "is that Beecher Monmouth is not disloyal, but as he is wax in his wife's hands, his political position makes him dangerous." "You don't believe he could keep a secret from her?" "From what I've seen of them both, sir, I should doubt it." Dacent Smith went to his desk and made a note on his writing pad. "I will write a note to the Home Secretary. I think we can get rid of Beecher Monmouth without arousing suspicion. Now, Treves, in regard to the sinking of the Malta, we are a little bit at sea in this matter. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth and her accomplices have outmanoeuvred us. In some manner or other she managed to get her information to Germany, or to a German submarine commander, 8 hours after picking up the facts from Lady Rachel Marvin. We want to know how she managed to do this, Treves." He crossed the room as he spoke, and took a sheaf of papers from his cabinet of drawers against the wall. He handed the documents to John. John observed that the sheets were thin and almost transparent, and that each sheet had been written over in indelible pencil. "You have in your hand," explained Dacent Smith, "intercepted copies of all Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's letters since the 15th of last month. That is," he added, "all the letters she has sent through the post. You will notice among them 3 advertisements, all jewellery for sale." John glanced at the pile of letters in his hand. There were among them orders to tradesmen, half a dozen letters to a dressmaker, showing the great care with which Mrs. Beecher Monmouth apparelled herself, and 2 letters written and posted to her husband. These last were interlarded with extravagant expressions of affection and love. But it was the 3rd advertisement, addressed to a famous daily paper, that held John's interest. This ran: "Lady wishes to sell privately a pearl and platinum pendant, perfectly matched pearls, surrounding orient pearl of splendid lustre. Apply box A3656." John closely examined this advertisement and the other 2, which were similar. "Do you think she is in debt, sir?" "Beecher Monmouth's a rich man," answered Dacent Smith, "with big interest in the timber business. However, one never knows what an extravagant woman may succeed in spending. I think it may be worth your while, Treves, to follow up the trail of this advertisement. I want you to apply yourself assiduously to the cultivation of this lady for the present. And keep well in mind the fact that though her letters show nothing, she is yet conveying news regularly to the enemy." Chapter 21
Chapter 21 of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 evenings later, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's Spanish maid came to the door of her mistress' boudoir, knocked, and entered quietly. "Dr. Voules is here, madam." "I told you, Cecily, I was not at home," said Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "I don't want to see Dr. Voules. I don't want to see anybody." "But, madam," protested the maid, "it would be impossible to refuse to see Dr. Voules." Something took place between mistress and maid, an exchange of glances, which seemed somewhat to alter Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's mood of irritation. "Very well, Cecily, let him come up." And when Cecily had departed to summon Dr. Voules, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth went to her low Turkish table, lit a buff-coloured cigarette, and stood with her back to the hearth, smoking somewhat more rapidly than usual. A knock came at the door, and Dr. Voules entered. He strolled into the apartment with his shoulders well back, his heavy chin thrust forward. The smile that sat so ill upon his harsh face was well in evidence. "My dear Mrs. Monmouth, my felicitations." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth took the gloved hand languidly and turned away. "Don't felicitate me on anything, doctor." "But the Malta," protested the doctor. "That was a superb stroke for the Fatherland. It is not often I am lavish of praise." "You are certainly not a woman's man," retorted Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, flashing a look at him. "Your beauty is apparent to me as it would be to a much younger man. I can assure you of that, my dear gnädige Frau," said Voules. "I am not talking of beauty, I am talking of moods," replied she. "You observe nothing of my disturbance?" Dr. Voules, who did not believe in moods, who never permitted such weakness in his subordinates, pressed his lips tightly together. "You will be good enough, gnädige Frau," he commanded, "to be a little more precise and explicit. Something has occurred, no doubt, to ruffle your temper." He went to a chair at the hearth, seated himself, asked permission to smoke, and lit one of his big black cigars. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth looked at him squarely for a moment. "Of course my personal sufferings are nothing to you. It is nothing to you, for instance, that my friend Lady Rachel Marvin has vanished." Dr. Voules lifted his eyebrows. "In what manner has she vanished?" "She is one of the most useful friends I have ever had," returned Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "and has suddenly disappeared without leaving me a note or a line." Dr. Voules drew his brows together. "Refresh my memory, please, in regard to this lady." "She is the foolish little chatterbox who provided me with all the information I needed in regard to the Malta," retorted Mrs. Beecher Monmouth curtly. Dr. Voules suddenly became all attention. "And you mean, gnädige Frau, that this lady has vanished?" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth assured him of the fact. "No one knows," she went on, "where she is. She was my most intimate friend. I had put all my hopes in her, Excellenz. Then, to add to my vexation, my husband has been suddenly and unexpectedly appointed to a Government commission of inquiry in Ireland. He is delighted, of course. It is an honour for him. Then, again," went on Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "Mrs. Pomfret Bond, who was in the habit of telling me everything she knew, who was always scraping up bits of gossip that were of use, is——" "Has she vanished also?" inquired Voules, suddenly rising. "No," returned Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "but she has become mute as a fish. My opinion is that she has been warned not to talk, and that I have at last become a suspected person." Voules looked at her and shook his ponderous head. "No, no. Your position, gnädige Frau, is too secure for that. Also, you are too clever." "I am not a fool," answered Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, "but these things disturb me." "Your love of the Fatherland, your belief in final victory, will sustain you.
You lose your friend, Lady Rachel Marvin, but to a woman of your beauty and position nothing is impossible. You shall get other fools. Is it not so? England, gnädige Frau, is full of fools." He moved across to her and took her hand firmly in his. "Soon you shall have your reward. I will promise you my very best efforts. You will wait yet a little while longer. My plans," he added quietly, "are shaping themselves with the perfection of clockwork. Enormous things have been done, my dear gnädige Frau, in the last few weeks, and disaffection now, even from you, would destroy the harmony. Remember your sentiments toward these people." "I remember them well enough," answered Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. She was still standing at the hearth, and looked steadily before her as she spoke. "Good!" exclaimed Voules in his throat. "We will now come to the purpose of my visit. You shall have your part in the big work afoot. I assure you there are bigger things than the sinking of the Malta. For instance, on the 28th we shall strike a blow that will not rapidly be forgotten by these English." He suddenly snapped his teeth together and drew tight his lips. A gleam of ferocity lit in his hard eyes. "These English!" he exclaimed between his teeth. "Their arrogance maddens me. It is a torture to me to live among them, concealed thus as a civilian. I am maddened by their complacency," he went on, "their calm. Nevertheless, we shall strike deep this time. Your work, gnädige Frau," he said, speaking in the tone of masterful authority that was his real habit, "your work is not difficult. On the 24th I request you to go to Heatherpoint Fort. It is fortunate that your husband is away. You can thus go to the Isle of Wight ostensibly for a holiday. While there you will make the acquaintance of the adjutant of Heatherpoint, who visits regularly the Hotel in Newport. My report is that this young Lieutenant Parkson is susceptible to beauty. You, gnädige Frau," he smiled his hard smile, "are indeed beautiful enough to engage the attention of one far less susceptible." "What do you wish me to do with this particular susceptible man?" inquired Mrs. Beecher Monmouth with slight sarcasm. "You are to engage the young man's attention and his affections. You appear to forget, Excellenz, that I am a married woman of social position." "I do not forget, gnädige Frau, but your complaisance on that account will be more than ever flattering. The young man in question will not be able to resist the charms of the beautiful and wealthy society woman who is to fall in love with him." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth smiled, and spoke with a touch of irony. "I am your servant, Excellenz." "You are the servant of the Fatherland," answered Voules gravely, "and all I require is that this young man, Lieutenant Parkson, shall not be at his post in the fort on the night of the 28th. How you will succeed in keeping him away from duty is a matter for your own discretion. I have the fullest confidence in you. Captain Cherriton undertook the work, but the young man in question neither drinks nor gambles. Cherriton's efforts ended in complete failure. Moreover, our agent inside the fort has been strangely silent of late. We have received neither signal nor message from him for some days. If you play your cards neatly with Parkson, you will possibly secure an invitation to tea at the fort mess." He went on and gave her a rapid sketch of Steinbaum, otherwise known as "Crumbs." The silence of "Crumbs" during the past few days had puzzled and disturbed him. "We have made a number of arrangements in regard to Heatherpoint Fort," he concluded, "and it is absolutely essential to our purpose that no guns should be fired from that spot." His eyes suddenly lit up. He was thinking of his great scheme, which was hourly drawing nearer fruition, and on parting he gripped Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's hand in his. "Gnädige Frau," he announced, "glorious things are shortly to occur." When he had gone, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth seated herself in a chair, and stared thoughtfully into the fire. She was conscious of a sense of doubt and uneasiness. General von Kuhne was a soldier of long training, masterful and aggressive. His gift of organisation, his theory of attack was always excellent. Nevertheless, he was not subtle, he was not sensitive to the importance of little incidents. The sudden disappearance of Lady Rachel meant nothing to him, aroused no suspicion in him, and yet— Chapter 22 of Bernard Treves's Boots, a Novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In pursuance of Dacent Smith's instructions, John presented himself at the massive doors of 289 Grosvenor Place 2 nights later. He had pondered much upon those 3 advertisements, and the more he considered the matter, the more Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's desire privately to sell her jewels struck him as unusual. It was not usual, he told himself, for a woman of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's position to dispossess herself of jewellery through the medium of advertisements in a newspaper. There are half a dozen firms in Bond Street alone of proved honesty, any one of which is willing to make purchases of this kind. John rang the bell, and the butler presently drew open the door. "I am very sorry, sir," the man began, "but madame is not at home." John expressed his complete surprise. He was, however, not in the least surprised, and had planned his visit with the sole object of finding Mrs. Beecher Monmouth away from home. For a minute he hesitated, looked doubtfully at the butler. "Can you," he inquired, "tell me if Mrs. Monmouth's maid is in? I have a message to give her for her mistress." "I can take any message you wish, sir." "Thank you, no," said John, smiling at him. "What I have to say is rather personal to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth." "Very good, sir," answered the sedate servant, and bowed. "Will you kindly step into the morning room?" John went into the morning room, moved to the window, and looked into Grosvenor Place, out over the broad, smooth road to the high brick walls surrounding the royal gardens. A few minutes elapsed, and then Cecily, Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's maid, came quietly in. "You wish to see me, sir?" John turned. "Yes, Cecily." He looked into her face, noted her bead black eyes, her olive skin, and the slight tendency to a moustache at the corner of each lip. "Cecily," he said, "I have really come to ask your advice on a little personal matter." Cecily looked at him with an unreadable expression on her sullen countenance. "I want to give Mrs. Beecher Monmouth a present," went on John. "A little matter of a pair of pearl earrings. Can you tell me if she is fond of pearls?" "Pearls, monsieur? Oh, no!" Cecily shook her head. "Rubies or emeralds, yes, monsieur, but pearls, no." "Oh," resumed John, "she doesn't care for pearls, then?" Cecily shook her head. "She says they are insipid, monsieur." "Perhaps she is right, Cecily. But in that case," he said, "I shall have to think of something else. Thank you, I am much obliged to you." He slipped a pound note into the woman's hand. "Thank you, monsieur." "Perhaps," John probed delicately, "madame is not fond of pearls because she has so many?" Cecily was folding her pound note. "Pearls do not suit madame. She never wears them. She has none at all, monsieur, only one pearl necklace, a wedding gift from her husband. She, however, never wears it." John appeared to think. "Surely, Cecily, I have seen her wearing a pearl pendant." Cecily shook her head again. "No, monsieur, never. Madame has no pearls." John laughed. "Well, in that case it must be emeralds or rubies." "Emeralds or rubies," responded Cecily. "Madame is most fond of them." 3 minutes later John was out of the house and hailing a taxi. As he relapsed back into the cushions he fell into thought. "There is certainly," thought he, "more in these advertisements than meets the casual eye. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth detests pearls, she has none, never had any, and yet advertises them for sale." A quarter of an hour later, when John stepped into Dacent Smith's room, the elder man glanced quickly up from his desk. "Well?" "In regard to those 3 advertisements of jewellery," answered John, "inserted in the newspaper by Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, I should be glad, sir, if you would have them decoded." Dacent Smith raised his eyebrows slightly. John narrated what had occurred at his private interview with Cecily, and Dacent Smith was instantly of the opinion that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's harmless advertisements were a matter for closer scrutiny. In the first place, he telephoned to his department and ordered that inquiry should be instituted at the newspaper office as to any earlier advertisements which may have been inserted in the paper by Mrs. Monmouth. If the 3 advertisements were a code message, the Intelligence Decoding Department would find its task vastly more easy if a considerable batch of advertisements in the same code were submitted. A brief code message, as John was now well aware, is always difficult to read. The longer the message, the easier it is to decipher. The department's search at the newspaper office resulted in the finding of no less than 16 earlier advertisements inserted by Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. In each case only a box number was given, therefore the lady's identity never became public. "It looks as if you are on the right track, Treves," said Dacent Smith, when this information was conveyed to him on the telephone. Half an hour later Dacent Smith, again at the telephone, took down the decoded first advertisement, the one wherein Mrs. Beecher Monmouth had advertised a pearl pendant for sale. John's chief wrote it out carefully and handed the slip across to the younger man. "There is your advertisement, Treves," he exclaimed. There was a grave ring in his voice. John took the slip of paper and read: "Note of warning. New Standard 8,000 ton ship purposely advertised by shipping authorities here as fitting out at is a Q ship armed with 6-inch guns. Torpedo tubes are being fitted. Further news in next message." John looked up from the pencilled lines. He saw in a flash the exact purport of the message. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in pretending to advertise a pearl pendant, was in reality sending a message to Germany to the effect that a certain vessel then building was a decoy ship, one of the famous vessels which had done so much to break the back of the submarine peril. John could easily realise how swiftly that news would reach Germany. Automatically the paper would reach Holland within 2 days. Any neutral ship might carry copies, and Berlin's naval department would possess the information a few minutes after the daily paper containing Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's advertisement reached Dutch soil. Every German spy in England who read the newspaper would receive the news on the morning of its insertion. "I think for cunning that beats everything," said John, handing back the paper to Dacent Smith. "They have been preparing this sort of thing for years," answered Dacent Smith, "but I am willing to admit that Mrs. Monmouth has this time stolen something of a march on us." "Every one of her advertisements is being decoded, however, and every one, I have no doubt, will convey information of this nature. On the other hand," he said, "we have not yet learnt in what manner she communicated with the submarine that sunk the Malta. That must have been a much quicker communication. I shall leave it to you, Treves," he said quietly, "to find out what that method is. You will have to learn much more of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth than we know already. The fight is quickening between us, and the big fight which von Kuhne is planning in the Isle of Wight is not quite so indefinite to us as it was. The date at least is in our possession. And by then," he went on, "all the carrion will have wended their way there. Even our friend Mrs. Beecher Monmouth will be there by then." John looked at him in sudden surprise. "I thought she was seldom out of London, sir." "That is the fact," answered Dacent Smith. "It is also the fact, however, that from the 24th of this month she has engaged rooms at a select boarding house in Freshwater. She is going to Freshwater," he added ironically, "to recuperate after an arduous London season." He looked meaningly at John. John understood the significance of that look. The carrion were gathering. By the 28th all von Kuhne's active forces would be drawn to the Isle of Wight. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, in taking rooms at Freshwater, was acquiring a residence in close proximity to Heatherpoint Fort. John wondered what her particular manoeuvre was to be. He put that question to Dacent Smith. "We shall know all in good time, Treves," answered his chief. "You yourself will be in the Isle of Wight by then." A few minutes later John bade good bye to Dacent Smith. Being free for that evening, he took the tube to Camden Town. Here, at Bowles Avenue, in the quiet little street, he knocked once again at the door of Elaine's residence. He had not visited Elaine for nearly a week, and he knew that for some days to come he would be deeply occupied with Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, so he wished to make the most of the present opportunity. Twice during the past week Elaine had written him short notes, asking him when he could come to visit her. There had been nothing in the notes to convey the idea that she wished him urgently to come. He was surprised, therefore, when Elaine, in answer to his knock, drew open the door and recognised him with an expression of infinite relief in her grey eyes. She was dressed prettily, quietly and inexpensively, as usual. John, comparing her appearance with the brilliant beauty of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, realised that Elaine's attraction lay just as much in her fine and upright character, in her intense feminine gentleness and loyalty, as in her beauty itself. She took John's hand in hers, drew him into the little passage, and quickly shut the door. "Bernard," she whispered, resting her hand on his shoulder, and looking up into his face, "I am so very glad you have come." She drew his face down to hers and kissed him as she had never kissed him before. There was something that was almost passionately fervent in her embrace. "I have been so afraid for you, Bernard," she murmured. John released himself. He felt the extreme awkwardness of the situation. "What makes you afraid, Elaine?" He thought at first that an over-vivid imagination had been running away with her, that some feminine mood had made her fear for him. Then he remembered her beliefs as to his character. The man she believed him to be was a weakling with will undermined by drugs, a nervous, overstrung neurasthenic, capable of drifting into all sorts of trouble and embarrassments. Elaine led him into the little parlour, lit the gas, and drew down the blind. John noticed again that something troubled her mind. She appeared to look at him strangely and thoughtfully, and for an instant, for a fleeting space of time, he feared that she had penetrated the secret of his identity. If this was the case, all his castles in the air would in a minute come toppling about his ears. "Why are you looking at me so anxiously, Elaine?" he asked, assuming a casual tone of voice. "It is because of Captain Cherriton, Bernard. He has been here to day, and he has been asking questions about you." "What sort of questions?" John asked quickly. "He asked me if you had been at Heatherpoint Fort lately." "He himself has been down at the Isle of Wight, and he appears to have found out something about you that disturbs him terribly." John made the best effort he could to play his difficult part. "Well, Elaine," he questioned, "did Captain Cherriton tell you the particular cause of his disturbance?" He was smiling slightly as he spoke, treating the matter airily. Nevertheless, inwardly he was deeply perturbed. If Cherriton suspected him and communicated his suspicions to Voules and his confederates, John knew that the position for himself would be one of infinite peril. He had experienced one fortuitous escape from discovery, owing to the interception of Crum's letter to Voules, but he could hardly hope that fortune would again favour him. He questioned Elaine closely, and learned that Cherriton had definitely heard of his presence at Heatherpoint Fort at a time when he was supposed to be working in the interest of Voules. This knowledge, John knew, would confirm all Cherriton's suspicions the minute it was discovered that "Crumbs" had been trapped and had vanished from the fort. However, it was not in John's nature to meet trouble half way, and for the present he was happy to be in Elaine's radiant company. Elaine, for her part, had much to say to him. In the first place, she detailed all that had occurred in an interview she had had with Dacent Smith. The great man had treated her with marked courtesy, and had, without revealing John's true identity, enlisted her services in much the same manner as Mrs. Beecher Monmouth acted for his adversaries, Voules, Cherriton, Manwitz and Company. Elaine had undertaken the work in the idea that she could thus protect from danger the man she loved, whose name she believed she bore. John listened to her narrative with the deepest interest, and gradually the wonderful subtlety of Dacent Smith made itself manifest. The great man had promised to relieve him of his awkward predicament in regard to Elaine, and the manner in which he had accomplished his promise was simplicity itself. Elaine was to permit, within limits, the advances of Cherriton, and was to pretend to keep her husband at a distance. The neatness of this plan filled John with admiration. He felt instantly much freer with Elaine. The delicate moment when she had offered to resume marital relations with him would not immediately occur again. For some minutes after Elaine had ceased speaking, John held silence. A doubt had come to him. "Elaine," he said earnestly, "Captain Cherriton is far more dangerous perhaps than you know." He rose, and pacing back and forth with an anxious face, warned her that the man was one who would stop at nothing to attain his ends. Elaine listened patiently, then on a sudden, quick impulse, flung her arms about his neck. "Bernard," she whispered, "don't you know I love you, my darling? All those minutes that you have been pacing up and down there in raging jealousy——" "Jealousy?" echoed John. "It was jealousy, Bernard," she smiled, happy in the possession of his love. "All the time I have been adoring you and loving you more and more." "Bernard," she whispered, "I am to pretend not to care. But you will know in your heart, won't you, that I am yours always?" She drew her face away from his and looked deep into his eyes. "You know that, dearest?" "I know it," said John, looking back at her. "And you love me as I love you?" questioned she. He had never seen her so beautiful as in that moment, with her face upturned to his, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes offering him her love. He was standing in another man's shoes, and at that moment those shoes pinched him to the point of anguish. For a fleeting moment he was tempted to fling all prudence to the winds and confess everything. Then the recollection that she was a married woman smote him like a blow. Whatever happened, she could never be his. Very gently and tenderly he held her from him. "You can't doubt me, Elaine," he said in a low voice. "Nevertheless, I think Dacent Smith is right. You ought to pretend not to care for me, for just a little while. Anyway, until the great contest that is now beginning between our department and Cherriton and his confederates is at an end." He led her back to her chair, lit a cigarette, and made an effort to give a humorous description of his life during the past few weeks. He told her of Sinclair, of Crumbs, of his adventure and his visit to Voules. Everything, in fact, except his real identity and his arrest in mistake for Bernard Treves. As his narrative unfolded, Elaine's eyes widened in amazement and admiration. "I had no idea you were so splendid, Bernard." "But I am not splendid. I am not telling you that I am splendid." "Of course you are not, you silly boy. You are trying to make out you are nothing at all. but I shouldn't love you as I do if I couldn't read between the lines. Oh, Bernard, what an idiot I have been about you. I used to think——" She paused and looked away. "You used to think awful things of me," continued John, "that I took drugs, that I consumed whisky by the half bottle, that I was a brute both to you and to my father." "Yes," said Elaine slowly, "I used to think I——" Then suddenly, and with the inconsequence of woman, she broke off and covered her face with her hands. She was crying softly and steadily. It was not John's business to comfort her. The only man who had the right to do that was the drink-sodden neurotic who was still a prisoner in the nursing home. Nevertheless, in less than a minute, John was kneeling before her. "What is it, Elaine?" he asked in passionate anxiety. She looked at him with eyes bright with tears. "It is the past, Bernard. I can't understand it. Those days, long ago, lie like a pain in my heart always. You have grown so different. It is cowardly and mean of me to think of it, but I love you, Bernard, and I cannot bear to think there was a time when you were not as now." She paused for a moment, and a shadow, a twinge of agony, crossed her face. She looked at John with affrighted eyes, then spoke in a low voice. "That night when you struck me, Bernard." John felt the blood quicken in his pulses. Some time in the past Bernard Treves had struck her. How and under what circumstances he could not guess. He turned away his head so that the sudden rage which blazed in his eyes should not be visible to her. For a moment he was silent, then collecting his senses, he said quietly, and still without looking at her, "Elaine, I swear that if in the past I ever raised my hand to you, ever was cur enough to strike you, then I know nothing of it. I have no memory of such a thing," he went on, speaking the truth. "I tell myself that in those early days you were not yourself," conceded Elaine. "I want never to recall those days," said John. "If I ever acted as you say, I must have been mad." He suddenly turned towards her, and all his passionate desire to protect her, the deep love he had grown to feel for her, seemed in that moment to animate his face. "Elaine," he said, "promise me you'll forget it, and never think of it again." "Never again," answered she. She slid her arms about his neck and drew him towards her. For a minute he forgot his compact with himself. But presently his self-possession returned to him. He fell back a pace, and lifting her hand, kissed her fingers, and once again assumed the light conversational tone. "We are comrades now, Elaine," said he, "both working against Voules and his myrmidons." He turned and looked at the little clock on Elaine's mantelshelf. "Hallo!" he exclaimed. "I must be off. I am on duty to night." He felt that it was safer to go, and 5 minutes later he was at the door of the house. "Remember, Elaine," he said, looking down at her in the dim little passage, "any time you want me, if Cherriton offends you in any way, ring me up at the Golden Pavilion Hotel." Chapter 23 of Bernard Treves's Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One evening, a week later, when darkness had fallen, John found himself in Grosvenor Place, pacing unobtrusively in the shadow of the russet brown brick wall which surrounds the royal garden of Buckingham Palace. He was watching a taxi which was waiting before the broad door of Mr. Beecher Monmouth's residence. Some minutes passed before John, from his discreet vantage ground, observed Mrs. Beecher Monmouth herself, a vague, befurred, silk-clad figure, in the distance, descend from her house and enter the vehicle. The lady's taxi sped away, and John lifted his attention from the door of the house to the first floor. Here a chink of light from two windows showed him that Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's maid, having attired her mistress for the evening, was still busy, either in the bedroom or Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's boudoir. "When Mademoiselle Cecily puts out the light and goes downstairs, I'll make a dash for it," thought John. For a quarter of an hour after that he waited patiently in the shadow of the royal wall. Then first one light and then another vanished behind the first floor curtains of the house across the road. John gave Cecily sufficient time to descend to the housekeeper's room, where she usually spent the evening. At last, however, with something of alacrity and a quickened pulse beat, he crossed the road. He was the veriest amateur as a burglar, but his cause was the best in the world, and in less than a minute he had slipped a small Yale key into the hall door. He had possessed himself of that key from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's handbag earlier in the evening, and he knew she would not miss it until her return from her dinner party at the Savoy. The key moved noiselessly in the lock. No drama at all accompanied his entry into the lofty, deeply carpeted hall. The light was dim, the hall deserted, and when John had soundlessly closed the front door behind him, he hurried forward and ascended the carpeted stairs, 2 steps at a time. From the servants' quarters in the lower regions he could hear voices faintly. No other sounds came to him, and in less than a minute after he passed the front door he found himself in Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's intimate boudoir. Here he cautiously closed the door behind him, turned the key in the lock, and switched on the light. Everything was as usual, save only that on every previous visit to that room Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, brilliantly gowned, brilliantly beautiful, and always amiable to himself, had been his chief centre of interest. To night, however, it was not Mrs. Beecher Monmouth he desired to cultivate, but that lady's belongings. He was there under Dacent Smith's instructions to search for clues which would enable John's chief of department to check her flow of information to the enemy. For not yet had John been able to discover in what manner, within 8 hours, she had been able to communicate with the submarine which sank the Malta. John, standing with his back to the gold and white boudoir door, surveyed the room with a slight sense of bewilderment. It was difficult to know where to begin. Nevertheless, he did begin, and during the quiet minutes that followed he made a close search for documents in every possible hiding place he could discover. His care and patience, however, met with no reward. He found nothing of the slightest significance. When John had thoroughly exhausted the possibilities of the boudoir, and had found nothing, he opened the door which communicated from that room directly into Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's spacious bedroom. He had never viewed this apartment before, and he was much impressed by its gorgeous furnishings, its shining brass twin bedsteads, its white French furniture, and deep carpet of pale grey and rose colour. Having quietly locked the second door of the room which opened into the passage, he began a rapid search, taking care to replace everything as he found it. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth would probably not return until 9:30, and he felt that if he could complete his business quickly, he would be able to slip downstairs and out of the house before being observed. Cecily was the only person likely to disturb him, and he had already thought of a plan which might secure his safety in this event. In regard to Mr. Beecher Monmouth, John felt completely at ease about him. The ogre had, a fortnight ago, been neatly transshipped to Ireland as a member of a Government commission of inquiry. Dacent Smith, with the aid of the Home Secretary, had brought this about without arousing Monmouth's suspicions. The fact that Beecher Monmouth adored his wife, and had desired to take her with him, had created something of a difficulty, but Dacent Smith had overcome this point in his habitual neat manner. "No, I don't think I need worry," thought John, glancing at an expensive clock of ivory and silver which adorned the dressing table. I shall be safe for another half an hour at least." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's bed was covered with a rich eiderdown covered in purple satin. John seated himself upon this sumptuous covering and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He had been 20 minutes in the bedroom of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth and had discovered nothing. He noticed now a door with a crystal knob which opened into a wardrobe, which was a small room in itself. Here Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's numerous costumes hung in rows. John caught a glimpse of a shelf containing a score of pairs of boots, shoes, and slippers. Beneath this shelf was a big tin box, a black japanned box, which immediately engaged John's attention. The lock was a simple one, and John had it open in a moment. Then the disappointment that had been growing on him intensified, for in the box was nothing but Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's costly sables laid away for the summer. A reek of camphor assailed his nostrils from the folded furs. He was about to close the box when the idea occurred to him to run his hand down the sides. A moment later he was glad of this impulse, for from the bottom of the tin he drew out a small, strong-looking cash box. He rattled the box and was able to detect a faint rustle from within. Carrying the dispatch case, which was something under a foot in length, he went into the bedroom. Once again he seated himself on the purple eiderdown and tried all his keys. None of them fitted the dispatch box, which was protected by an unassailable Chubb lock. John contemplated this lock for some minutes with an unfavourable eye. Then he took out a heavy steel tool he had brought with him. It took him less than 2 minutes to wrench open the lid. Within the box, completely filling its interior, were neatly folded and tightly packed letters and papers. John's interest quickened mightily as, opening one of the letters, he discovered it to be in German. The note paper was of the flimsy description, almost tissue paper, in fact. John examined it closely, observed with a certain degree of interest that the paper had been folded very small indeed, evidently for facility in transmission. As he sat on the edge of the bed, with the open box on his knee and this letter in his hand, he swept Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's large and expensive furnished room with his glance. There was a deep silence in the room, and between the rise and the fall of the traffic noises outside, John could hear the light ticking of the little ivory and silver clock on the dressing table. He was not occupied with the silence, however, but with the contents of the letter, which he read rapidly, eagerly, and with swiftly augmented interest. Written purposely small in a firm foreign hand, the missive, which was to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, ran, in German: "Darling Alice, your loving letter reached me only yesterday, and I am hastening to answer it by the usual channels. I am still jealous. You tell me your husband is very old, but one of the solaces to my captivity here is the English newspapers, which we are allowed to read, and yesterday, in one of the picture papers, I observed Mr. Beecher Monmouth's photograph. He is not so old as you pretend, and though his face assures me that he will never win your heart, yet still I am jealous. It makes me laugh to think of you as the wife of an English politician, a member of their stupid Parliament. I wonder if in society you ever meet the Duke of Tully and Lord Harrisgrove. I recall our beautiful happiness in Washington together. You loved me then, I believe, more than you do now." The letter ended with expressions of endearment, and was signed Kurt von Morgen. As John read the signature, his lips tightened. In great haste he ran his eye over the handwriting of at least a score of other letters, each one of them in the same handwriting, that of Kurt von Morgen, a German cuirassier officer, a young aristocrat who had been captured on the Western Front 6 months earlier. He knew that Count Kurt von Morgen was a prisoner in the camp for officers. And as he handled the flimsy sheets of paper, he wondered consumedly how the young man had managed to convey these letters to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. A word in another letter by von Morgen caught his eye. "I am glad you have met General von Kuhne," said the writer. "Kindly convey to him my compliments, and tell him his nephew, who is a prisoner here, is well and happy. His Excellency's presence in England means much. I throb with interest to know what will happen. But perhaps, Alice, meine Herzliebste, I shall soon be free, and shall soon see you. Preparations for my escape are going better than ever. I have for my servant a very intelligent fellow from the Black Forest. Do not let your English ogre love you too much. Think of me always, and the little week when you were my wife at Palm Beach. I kiss you behind the ear. Kurt." A smile crossed John's face as he finished reading this amorous missive. Here, thought he, we get a pretty complete clue to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's earlier history before she came from America. It shows also where Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's affections are really centred. John had already read enough to know that these letters must be delivered as swiftly as possible into Dacent Smith's hands. One or two had slipped to the floor as he scanned them hurriedly. He bent down to pick them up, and saw very neatly written on a slip of paper the key of the code which Mrs. Monmouth had used in her newspaper advertisements. As Smith's department already knew this code, the discovery was not of much importance, but on another sheet of paper, which also lay on the rich rose and grey carpet, he discovered a second code with its accompanying key. His attention fixed upon this with swift intensity. He had at last made a discovery of importance, and he became suddenly animated by the hope that his department had hit upon the manner of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's swift communication with the enemy. He reached out, took up the slip of paper, and then suddenly became still. For an instant he remained motionless, his mind working with lightning rapidity. A sound had come to him from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's boudoir, a soft impact of footsteps upon the thick carpet. John could scarcely believe his ears. He had carefully locked the door of the corridor boudoir when he entered the room. As a further protection he had left the key in the lock. And now this sound! He was still on his hands and knees, and very slowly he turned his head. At that instant the boudoir door opened towards him, and a man enveloped in a heavy tweed overcoat and wearing a soft grey hat stood in the aperture. At sight of John on his knees near the bed, the newcomer stopped dead and stared with wide amazed eyes. John leapt to his feet. Mechanically, at the same moment the figure at the door removed his grey hat, and the thin hair, the parchment-like face, and the thin, sharp nose of Mr. Beecher Monmouth stood revealed. Moved by his passionate desire to be with his wife, the elderly politician had unexpectedly hurried from Ireland to spend the week end in London. Beecher Monmouth's expression was one of simple and complete amazement. He blinked 2 or 3 times, then, suddenly recovering himself, drew shut the door behind him and stood with his back to it. His sallow face grew pale with swift kindled hate and rage. "Mr. Treves," he demanded, drawing in a sharp breath, "what are you doing here? Are you here with my wife's knowledge?" "No," answered John frankly. "Your wife hasn't the faintest idea that I am here." "You mean you came to the house in her absence?" John felt it was necessary to tell him something near the truth. "I suppose you have a right to know that I came here in her absence. I came without her knowledge, let myself in with a key, and locked the doors outside there, so that I should not be disturbed. How you got in I don't know." "I got in through my own bedroom, which is beyond the boudoir," retorted Beecher Monmouth icily, amazed and further enraged at his calmness. "Oh," said John, "there must have been a door I didn't lock. Well, to get along with my explanation—" Beecher Monmouth drew away from him. Mechanically he drew off his overcoat and threw it to the floor. "Young man!" he shouted, his face suddenly turning from white to scarlet. "What are those letters there?" His eyes fell upon the opened cash box lying on the bed. He rushed to it and took it up. "What were you doing with this?" "I was breaking it open," answered John. Beecher Monmouth fixed upon him bewildered and stupefied eyes. Then he hurried across the room and put out his hand for the bell. John, however, was too quick for him. He leapt forward and flung his arms powerfully about the lean, elderly figure. "You mustn't ring that bell," he said in a low, tense voice. "I am here on very particular business, and there must be no disturbance whatever." "Will you let me go?" shouted Beecher Monmouth, his face contorted with rage. "Let me go!" "Certainly," said John, stepping with his back towards the bell. Beecher Monmouth eased his collar, which had been disturbed. He put his hand to his thin, neatly ordered hair. He was breathing heavily. "You'll drive me mad! Have you come here to rob me, or——" And then his mood suddenly changed. The one passion of his life welled to the surface. If John was there intending to rob him, he cared little. There was one thing only that could really strike at him deeply, and that was his wife's love and fidelity. "Look here," he said, suddenly pulling himself together, "tell me that it is not an assignation, that you are not waiting for my wife." John looked at him and was silent for a surprised moment. Then he said quietly and solemnly, "I swear I am not waiting for your wife. I am here on far more serious business, and as for your wife, I neither care, nor have I ever cared, anything about her." Beecher Monmouth's eyes took on a visible expression of relief. His gaze travelled away from John and looked about the room. Once again his glance fell upon the disorder of letters upon the bed. He made a step forward, and before John could stop him, picked up one. John saw his head jerk curiously as the first words smote his eyes, "Liebste Alice." His gaze went to the date of the letter. It was scarcely a fortnight old. He read a few lines of the German missive, which he understood. Then he lifted his eyes to John. Never in his life had John seen a man alter so in a moment as Beecher Monmouth altered at that moment. "Do you know what these letters are?" he asked in a jerking voice. "Do you understand German?" John nodded. "Yes," he said, "I have read several of them." Beecher Monmouth took out a silk handkerchief and wiped his brow. Then he bent down and slowly gathered a handful of the letters. But before he could read another, John placed a friendly hand on his shoulder. He was moved by the tragedy that was about to strike this elderly man, who seemed so ill able to bear it. "Mr. Monmouth," he said, "it is only fair that you should know all the truth. I can see no other way out." "What is the truth?" asked Monmouth in a dazed voice. "I am here," John answered, "on behalf of our Intelligence Department, to make a search of your wife's belongings." "Intelligence Department?" echoed Beecher Monmouth. "Yes," John said, "and I am afraid it will be my duty to take away all the letters in this room. In the meantime, however, I am prepared for you to study them at your leisure." "What do you mean?" asked Monmouth. "Intelligence Department?" "You will learn everything from the letters which you can read if you wish, on condition, of course, that you give me your word of honour as a gentleman to destroy nothing. Also, you will remain indoors within call until I have communicated with my Chief of Department." Beecher Monmouth put a shaking hand over his brow. "Yes," he said, "I suppose I understand what you say. I feel very much bewildered. Would you like to read the letters? I have read one. I must face the others. You will give me your word of honour to destroy nothing?" "Yes." His voice was low, almost inaudible. John, pitying his utter desolation, stepped quietly out of the room, and, leaving the door open, seated himself in the boudoir. He had been there perhaps 3 minutes when Beecher Monmouth looked in at him. His expression was utterly tragic. "I should like to close the door, Mr. Treves, if you don't mind." "Certainly," said John. He was something of a judge of men. He had accepted the elder man's word, and for 10 further minutes he remained seated. During that time Beecher Monmouth stood alone in his wife's brilliantly decorated bedchamber, and strewn about the rose grey carpet lay the letters which meant the end of all happiness, which for him meant tragedy and darkness unutterable. He went down on his knees, and with shaking hands gathered up the strewn sheets. Then, dropping into a low chair near the dressing table, he read, one after another, Kurt von Morgen's amorous letters to his wife. And in reading he pieced together bit by bit his wife's dark past. For the first time her utter shamelessness became known to him. And then, gradually, through the tragedy of his own wrecked life, he saw something that filled him with horror. He learnt bit by bit that his wife was not only faithless to him, but was faithless to his country as well. The woman he had adored and had sold his happiness to was a traitor, either that or a spy in the enemy's pay. As these things swept over him in great waves, he clasped his hands to his head and swayed back and forth in a very agony of horrified shame. Presently, like a man in a dream, he rose and walked unsteadily across the floor. Quite neatly, and with a sort of mechanical carefulness, he had replaced all the letters and documents back in the box, and now, carrying the box under his arm, he went unsteadily over the carpet. He drew open a drawer of the little cabinet near his bed, and took out a beautiful plated, ivory-handled Colt pistol. Then he took a deep breath, assured himself that the pistol was loaded, and clicked it shut again. He moistened his lips with his tongue, looked at the weapon for a moment with dazed eyes, and slipped it into his pocket. This done, he turned, and with steps that were steady and resolute, crossed the door, and drew open the door of the boudoir. Chapter 24
of Bernard Treves' Boots, a novel of the Secret Service. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was a strange light in Beecher Monmouth's eyes as he stepped into the outer apartment. He was a man who irrevocably and finally had made up his mind. "Mr. Treves," he said, "I hand these into your care. You have discharged your duty very well indeed. I think the letters will be of great service to your department." He uttered the words tonelessly, and his manner puzzled John, who took the box, and then observed that Monmouth's hand was outstretched. "You carried out your duty honourably and well." Their hands touched, and John noticed how icy cold were the other's fingers. "I hope, sir," he said, in a sudden rush of pity for the utterly broken and deluded husband, "I hope you will forgive my seeming harshness of a few minutes ago." "Certainly, certainly," said Beecher Monmouth dully. He appeared grateful that John had shaken him by the hand. "You can tell your chief that I feel no animosity, and that I shall keep my promise not to leave this house. Whenever you return you will find me here." "On behalf of the department, I think I can say," remarked John, "that you will suffer as little inconvenience as possible." "Thank you," said Beecher Monmouth. "This discovery is for me, as you can well understand, a tragic one." He paused a moment. "In any case," he added, "you will find me in my wife's room when you return." John took the japanned box and bowed slightly. He was quite sure that Beecher Monmouth would make no attempt to escape. He was also quite sure in his own mind that no charge would be brought against him. The case was clearly one of a duped and shamelessly deluded husband who had unwittingly aided his country's enemies. For a moment the elder man appeared to hesitate on the point of making some further communication, then, turning slowly on his heel, re-entered his wife's room and shut the door.
Beecher Monmouth's unfortunate advent had delayed John longer in the house than caution allowed. He made haste now to repair the tactical disadvantage, and the moment the door closed upon the elder man, he emptied the letters from the box into his overcoat, hurried out of the room and down the great staircase. In 2 minutes he reached the front door, which he drew open upon the darkness of the night. He inhaled a deep breath of relief. His task had been accomplished. In another moment— Then he stopped and stood stock still upon the topmost step. Exactly opposite him a taxi had drawn to a halt. A light laugh floated up to him, and Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, shimmering in silk and jewels, alighted briskly. She was the last person in the world John at that moment desired to see. Still, if she had been alone, John believed that he could have still escaped unobserved. She was not alone, however. With her were 2 men in evening clothes, and as the little party of 3 crossed the pavement, John made out that the heavily built, stock-necked figure who had helped her to alight was Dr. Voules, and that the taller figure who walked upon her left hand was Captain Cherriton. Cherriton's keen eyes had recognised John in an instant, and almost simultaneously Mrs. Beecher Monmouth uttered an exclamation. "Why, Mr. Treves!" She ran lightly up the steps, holding out her hand in greeting. "I had no idea you were coming to night." "Nor had I," said John. "I came upon the impulse of the moment." "But you knew I should be out," protested Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. "That is true," John admitted, "but as you were not going to a theatre, I expected you would be back early." "That was very nice of you. Now you must come in again." She laid her hand lightly on his arm and shepherded him back to the wide hall. "Where is the butler?" Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, sweeping the empty hall with her eyes, turned in surprise upon John. "I don't know," said John. "I think he's downstairs." "But surely some one was here to let you out." Cherriton and His Excellency von Kuhne had both entered the hall. His Excellency pushed shut the big door, and as John heard the latch click, a curious sensation of finality seized him. On several occasions in past months he had been in tight situations. He had been in an awkward position, for instance, half an hour earlier with Beecher Monmouth. The situation, however, which now held him in its grip was, in point of danger, beyond anything he had yet experienced. He knew that coolness and sang-froid and daring were the only weapons with which he could fight against the 3 national and ruthless enemies who stood about him in the dimly lit hall. He had shaken hands with Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, and, avoiding a direct answer to her last question, he now turned to von Kuhne and held out his hand. "How do you do, Doctor?" "I am very well," answered His Excellency in his thick voice. He looked steadily into John's eyes. Manton could read nothing in his expression, and he gave his attention to Cherriton. "It is a long time since we met, Cherriton." Cherriton bowed. He made no effort to shake hands. Nevertheless, his manner was not openly hostile; rather was it sharply and keenly watchful. "Quite a long time," he answered. John, looking again into the Captain's cold, light blue eyes, his pale, shaven face with its bony contours, his cruelly turned mouth, thought him even more unpleasant than he had formerly believed. He was willing to grant, however, that Cherriton carried himself with an air, that he was a powerful, big-boned, tall, well set-up fellow. His own eyes and Cherriton's remained engaged for the fraction of a second, then Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's voice broke the tension. "Come, come," she explained, "we mustn't stand in the hall. I'll ring for Duckett to bring us something upstairs, and in the meantime you shall each have a cigarette in my boudoir." "I don't like cigarettes," said von Kuhne curtly. "Then you shall smoke one of your black cigars," concluded Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, flashing at him one of her brilliant smiles. She rang the bell, and when the butler appeared, commanded him to bring wine and glasses upstairs. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth began to run up the wide carpeted staircase. John noticed that she wore grey shoes with scarlet heels, and that her stockings were of dark red silk to match her dress. She ascended half a dozen steps, then turned, noticing that John had begun to frame an excuse. He wanted to get away before she reached her boudoir, before she could enter her bedroom where her husband awaited her. The meeting between these two which was imminent was not one which John wished to witness. He waved a farewell hand, uttered conventional apologies, and made to go. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, however, would hear nothing of it. She ran down the stairs, took him by the arm, shook a finger in his face, called him a bad, cruel boy, and led him upstairs. Cherriton and von Kuhne closed in behind. The boudoir was empty when Mrs. Beecher Monmouth entered and switched on the lights. In a swift survey of the apartment, John noticed the rifled dispatch box on a gilt-legged chair where he had left it. Very swiftly and dexterously he whipped off his light overcoat and threw it over the box, hiding it from view. Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, who wore extensive décolleté, with a small tiara glimmering in her perfectly arranged dark tresses, permitted John to relieve her of an opera cloak of grey silk brocade. She stood for a minute displaying herself in perfect consciousness of her striking beauty. Her arms and shoulders, perfectly modelled, were white as marble. There was a challenging light in her brilliant eyes as they sought John's. She was one of those women who look best at night, a flower that bloomed best in artificial light. John's mind, since their entrance into the room, had not, however, been occupied either with her beauty or his own personal danger. He was thinking only of a sound he had heard some minutes earlier, at the moment he had drawn open the front door. The sound, like a distant crack of a whip, had reached him from the interior of the house. Only now did that sound gather to itself significance. Sudden doubts assailed John. In that room behind the closed door, Beecher Monmouth had seen his own doting attempts at love mocked and laughed at. He had read the passionate letters of her real lover, Kurt von Morgen. She had betrayed not only her husband, but her husband's country. What if Beecher Monmouth strode in among them? At any moment the door of that silent room might fly open. John could conceive Monmouth in a frenzy, rushing into the room and putting his lean hands about that white, bejewelled throat. The situation tingled with terrible possibilities. In those tense and throbbing moments, John felt a kinship between himself and the deluded man beyond the closed door of the bedroom. Cherriton, he was certain, suspected him, and would take the first opportunity to cross-examine him as to his visit to Heatherpoint Fort. Nevertheless, he was determined to escape from that house with Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's incriminating letters and with the newly found code. He was not afraid of Cherriton. He feared neither the tall German's subtlety of wit nor his strength of arm. His sole feeling, indeed, towards this unpleasant enemy was one of infinite antagonism. He knew the time was bound to come, possibly at any minute, when he and Cherriton would enter upon open conflict. The butler came into the room bearing a large silver tray, decanters and glasses. General von Kuhne lit one of his big black cigars, and, seating himself, drank a glass of champagne. The butler went out of the room and closed the door noiselessly behind him. John and Cherriton each accepted from Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's hands a whisky and soda. John felt Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's eyes steadily upon him. A faint shadow of doubt seemed to flit across her face and then vanish. With an almost imperceptible movement of her head she beckoned him towards her, and seizing a moment when Cherriton and von Kuhne were in conversation, she said to him in whisper: "Why did you come to night, when you knew I should be out?" John had been expecting the question, and was prepared. "I knew you would be out," he said, looking deep into her eyes, "but I expected you'd come in again." "What do you mean, you enigmatical boy?" Then, feeling that she had read his mind, she added, "Do you mean you came because my husband was away?" John smiled at her. "Don't you think that an excellent reason for coming?" he asked. This struck her as an extremely amusing remark. As always, she was conscious of and confident in the potency of her beauty. She laughed and tapped him on the shoulder with her fan. "I don't believe you love me," she uttered almost soundlessly, shaping the words with her lips. "Don't you?" said John. "Did Cecily let you in?" "No," admitted John. At that moment a knock fell upon the door of the room, and in answer to Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's summons, Cecily herself entered. "I beg your pardon, madam," she said, "but the corridor door of your room is locked." "Locked, Cecily?" "Yes, madam." Mrs. Beecher Monmouth saw no significance in the fact. "In that case, Cecily," she said, "you may come through this way." "Thank you, madam." Cecily, in her dark dress, white cap and apron, and high‐heeled shoes, crossed the carpet. She reached the second door of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth's bedroom and opened it. Nobody but John was watching her. As the maid pushed open the door, she gave a violent start, stood stock still, then uttered a loud and terrified scream. "Madam! Madam!" she called, turning a frantic face and wide‐staring eyes at her mistress. "What is it?" cried Mrs. Beecher Monmouth, springing swiftly to her feet. The four of them were now standing staring blankly at Cecily, who was leaning against the door frame, covering her eyes with one hand and waving an arm frantically towards the bedroom. Mrs. Monmouth hurried towards her, but it was John who first succeeded in reaching the door. From the threshold he looked into the room. All the softly shaded golden lights were full on, and, half lying, half sitting on the bed, he saw the figure of Beecher Monmouth. The inert form was reclining upon its side on the rich purple counterpane. One arm hung over the edge of the bed towards the floor. On the floor itself lay the politician's ivory and electro‐plated pistol, one barrel of which had been discharged. John rushed into the room and looked close into the ashen grey face, but even before he reached the bedside, the very stillness of the prone figure had told him the truth. The knowledge that had come upon Beecher Monmouth that night had marked the end. And with a courage for which few would have given him credit, considering his weakness, he had taken arms against a sea of troubles. His political life, his ambition, his hopes, the love that he had lavished, had all vanished in a flash. Kurt von Morgen's letters had told him everything, had revealed a sink of iniquity and duplicity such as he had never thought possible. The blow had been too heavy for him to bear. A younger man might have sought relief in vengeance upon the woman who had betrayed him, but he was not of that spirit. He could think of one way only, one act only, which would extricate him from his tragic position. Innocently, for months and years, he had been a traitor to his country. Unwittingly he had been supplying to the scheming, brilliant woman whom he adored all the knowledge that came to him in virtue of his position in Parliament. In doing this he had himself become a criminal. No court of law could or would punish him. That he knew. But with all his weaknesses he was a loyal Englishman, and in thinking of the tragedy that had been wrought by his doting folly, he resolved to act manfully at the last. Monmouth left no word, no scrap of writing, no murmur of complaint against the woman who had betrayed him. And as John looked into the waxen face that looked old even beyond its years, he felt for the dead man a genuine and deep sense of pity. After all, thought he has chosen the only way out. He looked up from the face of the dead man and saw Cherriton's eyes brooding upon him narrowly. And all through the ensuing excitement he could feel Cherriton's eyes following him keenly, spying upon every movement he made. As the minutes passed John realised that the Captain not only suspected him of playing a double game in regard to Heatherpoint Fort, but he suspected him also of the murder of Beecher Monmouth. John wondered what would happen when the ravished dispatch box was discovered, and the thought came to him that, despite the tragedy that had occurred, Beecher Monmouth's return had been a useful circumstance for himself and his department; for when Mrs. Beecher Monmouth found that her lover's letters and the code had disappeared, she would instantly jump to the conclusion that her husband had discovered them. Having made this discovery, his despair at her duplicity would account for his self-destruction. Soon after the finding of the body, the servants were summoned from below, but no one had heard the fatal shot. Von Kuhne, who was disturbed and annoyed, showed an urgent desire to take himself off. He was gone, accompanied by Cherriton, by the time the police arrived. When the police were in full possession of the situation, John himself took leave of Mrs. Beecher Monmouth. She was standing in her boudoir, her face deathly white, her usually scarlet lips bluish in hue. John noticed that her hand, as she touched his, was ice cold. His feelings were of intense detestation towards her, and he found it difficult to be even conventionally polite. As to offering her words of comfort or condolence, that would have been the merest mockery. He was amazed, in bidding her good bye, to find that there were tears in her eyes. She was an astounding woman. Beecher Monmouth had destroyed himself solely because of her unutterable depths of treachery. She had never loved him; she had incessantly betrayed and duped him, and yet she could still shed tears for him. John went away pondering upon the mystery of the eternal feminine. Chapter 25